There were no fewer than 6 different foreign ministers. Ministerial office was a more transitory and less important stage in the life cycle of French politicians than in Britain, Germany, or Austria-Hungary. And in the absence of any code of cabinet solidarity, the energies and ambition of ministers tended to be consumed in the bitter factional strife that was part of the everyday life of government in the Third Republic. Of course, there were exceptions to this rule. If a minister stayed in power for long enough and possessed sufficient determination and industry, he could certainly imprint his personality upon the workings of the ministry. Théophile Delcassé is a good example. He remained in office for a staggering 7 years, from June 1898 until June 1905, and established his mastery over the ministry not only through tireless work, but also by ignoring his permanent officials in Paris and cultivating a network of like-minded ambassadors and functionaries from across the organization. In France, as elsewhere in Europe, the waxing and waning of specific offices within the system produced adjustments in the distribution of power. Under a forceful minister like Delcassé, the power share of the senior civil service functionaries, known collectively as the Centrale, tended to shrink, while the ambassadors, freed from the constraints imposed by the centre, flourished, just as Izvolsky and Hartwig did during the early years of Sazonov. Delcassé's long spell in office saw the emergence of an inner cabinet of senior ambassadors around the Cambon brothers, London and Berlin, and Camille Barrère, Rome. The ambassadors met regularly in Paris to discuss policy and lobby key officials. They communicated with the minister through private letters, bypassing the functionaries of the Centrale. The senior ambassadors developed an extraordinarily elevated sense of their own importance, especially if we measure it against the professional ethos of today's ambassadors. Paul Cambon is a characteristic example. He remarked in a letter of 1901 that the whole of French diplomatic history amounted to little more than a long list of attempts by agents abroad to achieve something in the face of resistance from Paris. When he disagreed with his official instructions from the capital, he not infrequently burned them. During a tense conversation with Justin de Selve, Minister of Foreign Affairs from June 1911 until January 1912, Cambon, somewhat tactlessly, informed de Selve that he considered himself the minister's equal. This claim looks less bizarre if we bear in mind that between 1898, when he became ambassador to London, and the summer of 1914, Cambon saw 9 ministers enter and leave office. 2 of them did so twice. Cambon did not regard himself as a subordinate employee of the government, but as a servant of France whose expertise entitled him to a major role in the policy-making process. Underpinning Cambon's exalted sense of self was the belief, shared by many of the senior ambassadors, that one did not merely represent France, one personified it. Though he was ambassador in London from 1898 until 1920, Cambon spoke not a word of English. During his meetings with Edward Grey, who spoke no French, he insisted that every utterance be translated into French, including easily recognized words such as yes. He firmly believed, like many members of the French elite, that French was the only language capable of articulating rational thought, and he objected to the foundation of French schools in Britain on the eccentric grounds that French people raised in Britain tended to end up mentally retarded. Cambon and Delcassé established a close working relationship whose fruit was the Entente Cordiale of 1904. It was Cambon, more than anyone else, who laid the groundwork for the Entente, working hard from 1901 to persuade his British interlocutors to settle over Morocco, while at the same time urging Delcassé to relinquish France's putative claims on Egypt. Things changed after Delcassé's departure at the height of the first Moroccan crisis. His successors were less forceful and authoritative figures. Maurice Rouvier and Léon Bourgeois occupied the minister's post for only 10 and 7 months respectively. Stéphane Pichon had a longer spell, from October 1906 to March 1911, but he abhorred regular hard work and was often absent from his desk in the Quai d'Orsay. The result was a steady rise in the influence of the Centrale. By 1911, 2 factional groupings had coalesced within the world of French foreign affairs. On the one side were the old ambassadors and their allies within the administration, who tended to favour détente with Germany and a pragmatic, open-ended approach to France's foreign relations. On the other were the Young Turks, as Jules Cambon called them, of the Centrale. The ambassadors wielded the authority of age and the experience acquired over long years in the field. The men of the Centrale, on the other hand, possessed formidable institutional and structural advantages. They could issue press releases, they controlled the transmission of official documents, and, above all, they had access to the cabinet noir within the ministerial office, a small but important department responsible for opening letters and intercepting and deciphering diplomatic traffic. And just as in Russia, these structural and adversarial divisions coincided with divergent views of external relations. The agitations of the internal struggle for influence could thus have a direct impact on the orientation of policy. French policy on the Morocco question is a case in point. After the Franco-German clash over Morocco in 1905 and the German debacle at Algeciras in the following year, Paris and Berlin struggled to find an accord that would put the Moroccan conflict behind them. On the French side, opinions were divided on how German claims vis-à-vis Morocco ought to be handled. Should Paris seek to accommodate German interests in Morocco? Or should it proceed as if German rights in the territory simply did not exist? The most outspoken exponent of the first view was Jules Cambon, brother of Paul and French ambassador to Berlin. Cambon had several reasons for seeking détente with Germany. The Germans, he argued, had a right to speak up for the interests of their industrialists and investors abroad. He also formed the view that the most senior German policymakers, from the Kaiser and his close friend Count Philippe zu Eulenburg, to the Chancellor Bernhard von Bülow, the German Foreign Secretary Heinrich von Tschirschky, and his successor Wilhelm von Schön, were sincerely desirous of better relations with Paris. It was France, he argued, with its factionalized politics and its perfervid nationalist press, that was chiefly responsible for the misunderstandings that had arisen between the two neighbouring powers. The fruit of Cambon's efforts was the Franco-German Accord of 9th February 1909, which excluded Berlin from any political initiative in Morocco, while affirming the value of Franco-German cooperation in the economic sphere. On the other side of the argument were the men of the Centrale, who opposed concessions of any kind. From behind the scenes, key officials, such as the maniacally Germanophobe Maurice Herbet, head of communications at the Quai d'Orsay from 1907 to 1911, used his extensive newspaper contacts to sabotage negotiations by leaking potentially controversial conciliatory proposals to the French press before they had been seen by the Germans, and even by stirring up jingoistic press campaigns against Cambon himself. Herbet was an excellent example of an official who managed to imprint his own outlook on French policy-making. In a memorandum of 1908 that resembles Eyre Crowe's famous British Foreign Office memorandum of the previous year, except for the fact that whereas Crowe's document fills 25 pages of print, Herbet's stretches to an astonishing 300 pages of chaotic manuscript, Herbet painted the recent history of Franco-German relations in the darkest colours as a catalogue of malign ruses, insinuations, and menaces. The Germans, he wrote, were insincere, suspicious, disloyal, duplicitous. Their efforts to conciliate were cunning ploys designed to trick and isolate France. Their representations on behalf of their interests abroad were mere provocations, their foreign policy a repellent alternation of menaces and promises. France, he concluded, bore absolutely none of the responsibility for the poor state of relations between the two states. Her handling of Germany had always been unimpeachably conciliatory and dignified. An impartial examination of the documents proves that France and its governments cannot in any way be made responsible for this situation. Like Crowe's memorandum of the previous year, Herbet's memorandum was focused on the ascription of reprehensible motives and symptoms rather than on naming actual transgressions. There is no evidence that Herbet ever changed his views on Germany. He and other intransigent officials within the Centrale were a formidable obstacle to détente with Berlin. With the collapse of the government at the beginning of March 1911 and Pichon's fall from office, the influence of the Centrale reached an all-time high. Pichon's successor as foreign minister was the conscientious but completely inexperienced Jean Krupi, a former magistrate whose main qualification for the foreign affairs portfolio was that so many individuals better suited for the post had already turned it down, an indication of the low regard in which ministerial posts were held. During Krupi's short period at the ministry, he took office on 2 March 1911 and was out by 27 June, the Centrale seized effective control over policy. Under pressure from the political and commercial director at the Quai d'Orsay, Krupi agreed to terminate all economic links with Germany in Morocco, an unequivocal repudiation of the 1909 accord. A sequence of unilateral initiatives followed. Negotiations for the joint Franco-German management of a railway from Fez to Tangier were broken off without notice, and a new financial agreement with Morocco was drafted in which there was no mention whatsoever of German participation. Cambon was horrified. The French, he warned, were conducting their relations with Germany in an esprit de chicane. Finally, in deciding, without consulting other interested countries, to deploy a substantial force of French metropolitan troops to the Moroccan city of Fez in the spring of 1911, on the pretext of repressing a local uprising and protecting French colonists, Paris broke comprehensively both with the Act of Algeciras and with the Franco-German Accord of 1909. The claim that this deployment was needed to protect the European community in Fez was bogus. The rebellion had occurred deep in the Moroccan interior, and the danger to Europeans was remote. The Sultan's appeal for assistance from Paris had in fact been formulated by the French consul, and was passed to him for signature after Paris had already decided to intervene. We return below to the Agadir crisis that followed these steps. For the moment, the crucial point is that it was not the French government as such that generated the forward policy in Morocco, but the hawks of the Quai d'Orsay, whose influence over policy was unrivalled in the spring and early summer of 1911. Here, as in Russia, the flux of power from one part of the executive to another produced rapid shifts in the tone and direction of policy. Who governed in Berlin? In Germany, too, foreign policy was shaped by the interaction between power centres within the system. But there were some structural differences. The most important was that, within the complex federal structure created to house the German Empire, founded in 1871, the role of foreign minister was largely absorbed in the office of the imperial chancellor. This pivotal post was, in fact, a composite, in which a range of different offices were linked in personal union. The Chancellor of the German Empire was usually also both the Minister-President and the Foreign Minister of Prussia, the dominant federal state, whose territory encompassed about 3/5 of the citizens and territory of the new empire. There was no imperial foreign minister, just an imperial state secretary for foreign affairs, who was the direct subordinate of the Chancellor. And the Chancellor's intimate link with the making of foreign policy was physically manifested in the fact that his private apartments were accommodated in the small and crowded palace at Wilhelmstrasse 76, where the German Foreign Office was also at home. This was the system that had allowed Otto von Bismarck to dominate the unique constitutional structure he had helped to create in the aftermath of the German Wars of Unification, and single-handedly to manage its external affairs. Bismarck's departure in the early spring of 1890 left a power vacuum that no one could fill. Leo von Caprivi, the first post-Bismarckian Chancellor and Prussian Foreign Minister, had no experience in foreign affairs. Caprivi's epoch-making decision not to renew the reinsurance treaty was in fact driven by a faction within the German Foreign Office which had secretly opposed the Bismarckian line for some time. Led by Friedrich von Holstein, director of the political department at the Foreign Office, a highly intelligent, hyper-articulate, privately malicious and socially reclusive individual who aroused admiration but not much affection in his fellows, this faction had little difficulty in winning over the new chancellor. Just as in France, in other words, the weakness of the foreign minister, or in this case chancellor, meant that the initiative slipped towards the permanent officials of the Wilhelmstrasse, the Berlin equivalent of the Centrale. This state of affairs continued under Caprivi's successor, Prince Chlodwig von Hohenlohe-Schillingsfürst, who occupied the chancellorship in the years 1894 to 9. It was Holstein, not the chancellor or the imperial foreign secretary, who determined the shape of German foreign policy in the early and mid-1890s. Holstein could do this in part because he had excellent ties both with the responsible politicians and with the coterie of advisers around Kaiser Wilhelm II. These were the years when Wilhelm was most energetically throwing his weight about, determined to become his own Bismarck and to establish his own personal rule over the cumbersome German system. He failed in this objective, but his antics did paradoxically produce a concentration of executive power, by virtue of the fact that the most senior politicians and officials clubbed together to ward off sovereign threats to the integrity of the decision-making process. Friedrich von Holstein, Count Philipp zu Eulenburg, the Kaiser's intimate friend and influential adviser, and even the ineffectual Chancellor Hohenlohe, became adept at managing the Kaiser. They did so mainly by not taking him too seriously. In a letter of February 1897 to Eulenburg, Holstein observed that this was the third policy program he had seen from the sovereign in 3 months. Eulenburg told him to take it easy. The Kaiser's projects were not programs, he assured Holstein, but whimsical, marginal jottings of limited import for the conduct of policy. The Chancellor, too, was unconcerned. "It seems that His Majesty is recommending another new program," Hohenlohe wrote, "but I don't take it too tragically. I've seen too many programs come and go." It was Eulenburg and Holstein who placed the career diplomat Bernhard von Bülow on the road to the chancellorship. Already as Imperial Foreign Secretary under Chancellor Hohenlohe, 1897 to 1900, Bülow had been able, with the help of his friends, to secure control of German policy. His position was even stronger after 1900, when the Kaiser, acting on Eulenburg's advice, appointed Bülow to the chancellorship. More than any chancellor before him, Bülow deployed all the arts of the seasoned courtier to draw Wilhelm into his confidence. Despite internal rivalries and suspicions, the Bülow-Holstein-Eulenburg troika, for a time, kept a remarkably tight hold on policy-making. The system worked well as long as 3 conditions were satisfied. 1. The partners were in agreement on their ultimate objectives. 2. Their policies were successful. And 3. The Kaiser remained quiescent. During the Morocco crisis of 1905–6, all 3 of these preconditions lapsed. First, Holstein and Bülow found themselves in disagreement on German aims in Morocco. Bülow wanted compensation. Holstein hoped, unrealistically, to explode the Anglo-French entente. Then it became clear at the conference of Algeciras in 1906, where the German delegation found itself isolated and outmanoeuvred by France, that the Morocco policy had been disastrously mishandled. One consequence of this fiasco was that the Kaiser, who had always been sceptical of the Moroccan démarche, disassociated himself from his chancellor and re-emerged as a threat to the policy-making process. It was the inverse of what happened at around the same time in Russia, where the debacle of the Tsar's East Asia policy weakened the sovereign's position and set the scene for the assertion of cabinet responsibility. In Germany, by contrast, the failure of the senior officials temporarily restored the Kaiser's freedom of movement. In January 1906, when the office of Foreign Secretary suddenly fell vacant, because its previous incumbent had died of overwork, Wilhelm II imposed a replacement of his own choice, disregarding Bülow's advice. It was widely understood that Heinrich von Tschirschky, a close associate of the Kaiser who had often accompanied him on his travels, had been appointed to replace the Bülow-Holstein policy with something more conciliatory. By early 1907, there was talk of feuding between the Bülow camp and the Tschirschky circle. In the final years of his chancellorship, which lasted until 1909, Bülow fought ruthlessly to regain his former supremacy. He tried, as Bismarck had done in the 1880s, to build a new parliamentary bloc defined by loyalty to his own person, in the hope of rendering himself politically indispensable to the Kaiser. He helped to engineer the shattering scandal of the Daily Telegraph affair, November 1908. in which jejune remarks by Wilhelm in an interview published in a British newspaper triggered a wave of protest from a German public tired of the Kaiser's public indiscretions. Bülow was even indirectly involved in the chain of press campaigns in 1907–8 that exposed homosexuals within the Kaiser's intimate circle, including Eulenburg, the Chancellor's erstwhile friend and ally, now reviled by Bülow, who was himself probably homosexual, as a potential rival for the Kaiser's favour. Despite these extravagant manoeuvres, Bülow never regained his earlier influence over foreign policy. The appointment of Theobald von Bethmann-Hollweg to the Chancellorship on 14th July 1909 brought a degree of stabilization. Bethmann may have lacked a background in foreign affairs, but he was a steady, moderate, and formidable figure who quickly asserted his authority over the ministers and imperial secretaries. It helped that after the shock and humiliation of the Daily Telegraph and Eulenburg scandals, the Kaiser was less inclined than in earlier years to challenge the authority of his ministers in public. The troubled supremacy of Sir Edward Grey. Britain presents a rather different picture. Unlike Stolypin and Kakovtsev, or their German colleagues Bülow and Bethmann-Hollweg, the British Foreign Secretary, Sir Edward Grey, had no reason to fear unwanted interventions by the sovereign. George V was perfectly happy to be led by his Foreign Secretary in international matters, and Grey also enjoyed the unstinting support of his Prime Minister, Herbert Asquith. Nor did he have to contend, as his French colleagues did, with overmighty functionaries in his own Foreign Office. Grey's continuity in office alone assured him a more consistent influence over policy than most of his French colleagues ever enjoyed. While Edward Grey remained in control of the Foreign Office for the years between December 1905 and December 1916, the same period in France saw 15 ministers of foreign affairs come and go. Moreover, Grey's arrival at the Foreign Office consolidated the influence of a network of senior officials who broadly shared his view of British foreign policy. Grey was, without doubt, the most powerful foreign minister of pre-war Europe. Like most of his 19th-century predecessors, Sir Edward Grey was born into the top tier of British society. He was the descendant of a distinguished line of Whig grandees. His great-granduncle was the Earl Grey of the 1832 Reform Bill and eponym of the popular scented tea. Of all the politicians who walked the European political stage before 1914, Grey is one of the most baffling. His aloof and lofty style did not go down well with the rank and file of the Liberal Party. He had long been a Liberal MP, yet he believed that foreign policy was too important to be subjected to the agitations of parliamentary debate. He was a Foreign Secretary who knew little of the world outside Britain, had never shown much interest in travelling, spoke no foreign languages, and felt ill at ease in the company of foreigners. He was a Liberal politician whose vision of policy was opposed by most Liberals and supported by most Conservatives. He became the most powerful member of the faction known as the Liberal Imperialists, yet he appears to have cared little for the British Empire. His views on foreign policy and national security were tightly focused on the European continent. There was a curious dissonance between Grey's persona, private and public, and his modus operandi in politics. As a young man, he had shown little sign of intellectual curiosity, political ambition, or drive. He idled away his years at Balliol College, Oxford, where he spent most of his time becoming varsity champion in real tennis, before graduating with a third in jurisprudence, a subject he had chosen because it was reputed to be easy. His first, unpaid, political post was fixed up through Whig family connections. As an adult, Grey always cultivated the image of a man for whom politics was a wearisome duty rather than a vocation. When Parliament was dissolved in 1895, following a Liberal defeat in a key vote, Grey, who was then serving as an MP and Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, professed to feel no regrets. "I shall never be in office again, and the days of my stay in the House of Commons are probably numbered. We," he and his wife Dorothy, "are both very relieved." Grey was a passionate naturalist, bird-watcher, and fisherman. By the turn of the century, he was already well known as the author of a justly celebrated essay on fly fishing. Even as Foreign Secretary, he was apt to leave his desk at the earliest opportunity for country jaunts, and disliked being recalled to London any sooner than was absolutely necessary. Some of those who worked with Grey, such as the diplomat Cecil Spring Rice, felt that the country excursions were getting out of hand, and that the Foreign Secretary would be well advised to spare some time from his ducks to learn French. Colleagues found it difficult to discern political motivation in Grey. He struck them as devoid of personal ambition, aloof and unapproachable. And yet Grey did develop a deep appetite for power and a readiness to deploy conspiratorial methods in order to obtain and hold on to it. His accession to the post of Foreign Secretary was the fruit of careful planning with his trusted friends and fellow Liberal imperialists, Herbert Asquith and R.B. Haldane. In the Relugus Compact, a plot hatched at Grey's fishing lodge in the Scottish hamlet of that name, the three men agreed to push aside the Liberal leader Sir Henry Campbell Bannerman and establish themselves in key cabinet posts. Secretiveness and a preference for discreet, behind-the-scenes dealing remained a hallmark of his style as Foreign Secretary. The posture of gentlemanly diffidence belied an intuitive feel for the methods and tactics of adversarial politics. Grey quickly secured unchallenged control over the policy-making process, ensuring that British policy focused primarily on the German threat. It would be going too far, of course, to view this reorientation of British policy as a function solely of Edward Grey's power. Grey was not the puppet master. The men of the new policy, Bertie, Harding, Nicholson, Mallet, Tyrrell, and so on, were not manipulated or controlled by him, but worked alongside him as the members of a loose coalition driven by shared sentiments. Indeed, Grey was quite dependent on some of these collaborators. Many of his decisions and memoranda, for example, were modelled closely on reports from Harding. The ascendancy of the Grey Group was eased by recent structural reforms to the Foreign Office, whose object had not been to reinforce the authority of the Foreign Secretary, but rather to parcel influence out more widely across a range of senior officials. Nevertheless, the energy and vigilance with which Grey maintained his ascendancy are impressive. It helped, of course, that he enjoyed the firm support of his former co-conspirator, Herbert Asquith, Prime Minister from 1908 until 1916. The backing of a large part of the Conservative bloc in the House of Commons was another important asset, and Grey proved adept at maintaining his cross-party appeal. But Grey's plenitude of power and consistency of vision did not entirely protect British policy-making from the agitations characteristic of the European executives. The anti-German position adopted by the Grey Group did not enjoy wide support outside the Foreign Office. It was not even backed by the majority of the British cabinet. The Liberal government, and the Liberal movement more generally, were polarised by the tension between liberal, imperialist and radical elements. Many of the leading radicals, and they included some of the most venerable figures in the party, deplored the Foreign Secretary's policy of alignment with Russia. They accused Grey and his associates of adopting a pose towards Germany that was unnecessarily provocative. They doubted whether the advantages of appeasing Russia outweighed the potential benefits of friendship with the German Empire. They worried whether the creation of a triple entente might not pressure Germany into adopting an ever more aggressive stance, and they pressed for détente with Berlin. A further problem was the complexion of British public opinion, especially within the cultural and political elite, which, despite intermittent Anglo-German press wars, was drifting into a more pro-German mood during the last few years before the outbreak of war. Antagonism to Germany coexisted across the British elites with multi-layered cultural ties and a deep admiration of the country's cultural, economic, and scientific achievements. Grey met these challenges by shielding the policy-making process from the scrutiny of unfriendly eyes. Documents emanating from his desk were often marked "for limited circulation only." A typical annotation from his private secretary reads, "Sir E. Grey thinks this circulation sufficient." Consultations on important policy decisions, notably regarding the deepening commitment to France, were confined to trusted contacts within the administration. Cabinet was not informed, for example, of the discussions between France and Britain in December 1905 and May 1906, in which military representatives of both countries agreed in principle the form that a British military intervention in support of France would take in the event of war. This mode of proceeding suited Grey's elitist understanding of politics and his avowed view of the Entente, which was that it should be cultivated in a loyal and generous spirit, ensuring that any pitfalls arising would strengthen rather than weaken the agreement, and that the gradual advance into a deepening commitment should always be insulated from party controversy. In other words, Grey ran a double-track policy. In public, he repeatedly denied that Britain was under any obligation to come to France's aid. London's hands remained absolutely free. Pressed by hostile colleagues, he could always say that the interlinked mobilization scenarios of the military were mere contingency plans. By means of these complex maneuvers, Grey was able to impart a remarkable inner consistency to the management of British foreign policy. Yet it is easy to see how this state of affairs, driven by the shifting balance of power between factions within the British government and the political elite, gave rise to confusion. To those French interlocutors who dealt directly with the Foreign Secretary and his associates, it was clear that Sir Grey, as some of them quaintly called him, would stand by France in the event of a war, notwithstanding the official insistence on the non-binding character of the Entente. But to the Germans, who were not privy to these conversations, it looked very much as if Britain might stand aside from the Continental Coalition, especially if the Franco-Russian alliance took the initiative against Germany, rather than the other way around. The Agadir Crisis of 1911. The fluctuation of power across different points in the decision-making structures amplified the complexity and unpredictability of interactions in the European international system, especially in those moments of political crisis when two or more executives interacted with each other in an atmosphere of heightened pressure and threat. We can observe this effect with particular clarity in the quarrel that broke out between Germany and France over Morocco in the summer of 1911. The Franco-German-Moroccan Agreement of 1909 broke down, as we have seen, following a sequence of steps undertaken by the Quai d'Orsay, culminating in the dispatch of a large French force to the Sultanate in April 1911. On 5th June 1911, alarmed at the prospect of a unilateral French seizure of power in Morocco, the Spanish government deployed troops to occupy La Haraish and Qasr el-Kabir in northern and northwestern Morocco. A German intervention was now inevitable, and the gunboat Panther, an unimpressive craft that was 2 years overdue for scrapping, duly dropped anchor off the Moroccan coast on 1st July 1911. There is something very odd about the Agadir crisis. It was allowed to escalate to the point where it seemed that a Western European war was imminent, yet the positions advanced by the opposing parties were not irreconcilable and eventually provided the basis for an enduring settlement. Why did the escalation happen? Part of the reason lay in the intransigence of the Quai d'Orsay. It was the Centrale that seized and held the initiative in the early phase of the crisis. The position of the permanent officials was strengthened by the fact that Foreign Minister Jean Krupi left office on 27th June, a few days before the Panther arrived off Agadir. His successor, Justin de Selve, a default candidate like Krupi, immediately fell under the thrall of the chef du cabinet at the French Foreign Ministry, Maurice Herbet. As chief of communications between 1907 and 1911, Herbet had built up an extensive network of newspaper contacts, and he worked hard, during the Agadir crisis, to discredit the very idea of talks with Germany. It was partly a consequence of the intransigence of Herbet and other powerful permanent officials that it was not until the end of July 1911 that the French ambassador in Berlin was even instructed to commence talks with Berlin about how Germany might be compensated for the consolidation of French exclusive dominion in Morocco. This conciliatory move was itself only possible because Ambassador Jules Cambon appealed from his Berlin posting over the head of his foreign minister to the energetic and outspoken Premier Joseph Caillaux, who had taken office on 27th June just before the crisis broke. The son of a finance minister, the celebrated Eugène Caillaux, who had paid off the French indemnity to Germany so swiftly after 1870, Joseph Caillaux was an economic liberal and fiscal modernizer who viewed foreign affairs with the pragmatic eyes of a businessman. He saw no reason why German commercial interests in Morocco should not be treated on exactly the same footing as those of other nationalities, and he was critical of the mercantilist style of economic strategy that had become a hallmark of European imperialism. The cabinet was split between Caillaux, who favoured a conciliatory policy on Morocco, and Justin de Selve, who functioned as a mouthpiece for the hawks at the Quai d'Orsay. De Selve was under pressure from his ministry to send French cruisers to Agadir, a move that might have triggered a serious escalation. After Caillaux vetoed this option, the hawks began to organize against him and Jules Cambon. Press releases were used to discredit the champions of conciliation. Caillaux became so exasperated at Maurice Herbet's efforts to sabotage his policy that he summoned him to his office and told him, fitting the action to the words, "I will break you like this pencil." Caillaux was eventually able to achieve an agreement with Germany, but only by conducting confidential and unofficial talks with Berlin, through the German embassy in Paris, through Jules Cambon in Berlin, and through the mediation of a businessman called Fonder, that successfully circumvented the minister and his officials. The result was that by the beginning of August, Caillaux had secretly accepted a compensation deal with Berlin, to which his foreign minister Justin de Selve remained adamantly opposed. This backstairs diplomacy helped the Premier to bypass the Germanophobe hawks of the French Foreign Ministry, but it brought its own additional risks. In the first week of August 1911, a brief breakdown in communications led to an entirely unnecessary escalation, including threats to dispatch French and British warships to Agadir, even though Caillaux and his German counterpart were at that point, in fact, both willing to compromise. Caillaux blamed his mediator, Fonder, for the misunderstanding, but there would have been no need for a go-between like Fonder or for Caillaux's backstairs dealing, had it not been for the fact that the officials of the ministry were conspiring to throw him out of office and wreck negotiations for an understanding with Germany. Inevitably, this also meant that Caillaux was sometimes forced to backtrack on his commitments, because his ministerial colleagues refused to accept the assurances he had made to Berlin. And these complex manoeuvres heightened the uncertainty in Berlin about how French moves should be read. It was a matter of weighing contradictory trends against each other, as one junior German diplomat did when he reported that, despite the screaming in the press and the chauvinism of the army, Caillaux's policy would probably prevail. As for German policy during the crisis, it was formulated not by Chancellor Bethmann Hollweg, and certainly not by the Kaiser, who was completely uninterested in Morocco, but by the energetic Swabian Imperial State Secretary for Foreign Affairs, Alfred von Kiedelen-Wächter. Kiedelen had been involved in drawing up the Franco-German agreement on Morocco of February 1909, and it was natural that he should play a leading role in formulating Germany's response to the French troop deployment. In a manner characteristic of the upper reaches of the German executive, the Foreign Secretary seized personal control of the Morocco policy thread, managing communications with Paris and keeping the Chancellor at arm's length from the developing crisis. Kiedelen had no interest in securing a German share of Morocco, but he was determined not to allow France unilaterally to impose exclusive control there. He hoped, by mirroring French moves with a sequence of incremental German gestures of protest, to secure an acknowledgement of German rights and some form of territorial compensation in the French Congo. He had good reason to believe that this objective could be secured without conflict, for in May 1911, Joseph Caillaux, then finance minister, had assured German diplomats in Paris that France would be prepared if we, the Germans, recognized its vital interest in Morocco, to make concessions to us elsewhere. After Caillaux's accession to the office of Premier in June, therefore, Kiedelen assumed that this would be France's policy. He rejected plans to send 2 ships to Agadir. He believed that the Panther, which was not equipped to organize an effective landing and had no instructions to attempt one, would suffice for a symbolic demonstration. The subsequent evolution of the crisis revealed that Kiedelin had grossly misjudged the French response. He also seriously mismanaged the German domestic environment. Kiedelin's personal relations with Kaiser Wilhelm II were not especially cordial, and the Emperor was as sceptical of the administration's policy on North Africa in 1911 as he had been in 1905. In order to bolster himself against possible opposition from this quarter, Kiedelin marshalled the support of German ultra-nationalist politicians and publicists. But he was unable, once the press campaign got underway, to control its tone or content. As a consequence, a German policy that aimed consistently to keep the crisis below the threshold of armed confrontation unfolded against the background of thunderous nationalist press agitation that rang alarm bells in Paris and London. Banner headlines in the ultra-nationalist papers shrieking "West Morocco to Germany" were grist to the mills of the hawks in Paris. They also worried the Kaiser, who issued such sharp criticisms of the Foreign Secretary's policy that on 17th July Kiedelin tendered his resignation. Only through Chancellor Bethmann's mediation was it possible to save the policy and keep Kiedelin in office. On 4th November 1911, a Franco-German treaty at last defined the terms of an agreement. Morocco became an exclusively French protectorate, German business interests were assured of respectful treatment, and parts of the French Congo were conceded to Germany. But the 1911 Moroccan crisis had exposed the perilous incoherence of French diplomacy. An internal disciplinary committee, convened on 18th November 1911, to investigate the actions of Maurice Herbet, revealed the elaborate machinations of the permanent officials in Paris. Caillaux, too, was discredited. He and his cabinet were associated in the public eye with a treaty that many French nationalists thought had conceded too much to the Germans, which is remarkable, given that it conceded less than Delcasse had envisaged offering in exchange for Morocco in the late 1890s. Revelations of the Premier's secret negotiations with the Germans, acquired as decrypts by the Cabinet Noir and tactically leaked to the press by the Centrale, sealed his fate, and Caillaux fell from office on 21st January 1912, having occupied the premiership for only 7 months. In Germany, too, the Treaty of November 1911 was denounced for granting the Germans too little. Kiedelin was partly to blame for this. There was a gaping discrepancy between what Germany could expect to achieve by challenging the French over Morocco and the glittering prizes, a German West Morocco, for example, held out to the public by the ultra-nationalist press, whose agitation Kiedelin had briefly and unwisely encouraged. By doing this, the Foreign Secretary contributed to the deepening alienation between the government and those who claimed to be its natural supporters on the far right. Yet this Faustian pact with the nationalist media had only been necessary because Kiedelin had no other means of ensuring that the sovereign would not compromise his own control of the policy-making process. Perhaps the most important consequence of German policy oscillation during the crisis was a growing tendency in Paris to misread German actions as driven by a policy of bluff. When he read the files of the Quai d'Orsay in the first months of 1912, the new incoming Premier and Foreign Minister, Raymond Poincaré, was struck by the alternation of toughness and concessions in German policy. "Whenever we have adopted a conciliatory approach to Germany," Poincaré observed, "she has abused it. On the other hand, on each occasion when we have shown firmness, she has yielded." From this, he drew the ominous conclusion that Germany understood only the language of force. Britain's involvement in the crisis, too, bore the imprint of deep divisions within the executive structure. The reaction of the Liberal cabinet in London was initially cautious, since it was felt that France was largely responsible for triggering the crisis and should be urged to give ground. On 19th July, the cabinet even authorised Grey to inform Paris that there were circumstances under which Britain might accept a German presence in Morocco. The French government angrily replied that British acquiescence on this point would amount to a breach in the Anglo-French agreement of 1904. At the same time, the anti-Germans around Grey adopted a robustly pro-French position. Nicholson, Buchanan, Haldane, and Grey himself talked up the threat posed by Germany and revived the notion that what was at stake was the maintenance of the Entente. On 19th July, the Secretary of State for War, Richard Haldane, asked the Director of Military Operations, Sir Henry Wilson, to delay his departure for the continent so that he could spend a morning assessing prospective troop strengths in the event of a conflict on the Franco-German frontier. When Justin de Selve expressed surprise at the extent of German demands for compensation in the Congo, Sir Francis Bertie wrote to Grey from Paris of the excessive requirements of the Germans, which are known by them to be impossible of acceptance, and are intended to reconcile the French to the establishment of Germany on the Moroccan coast. This was a misreading of the German position, and it was calculated to strike fear into the British navalists, for whom the establishment of a German stronghold on the Atlantic would have been unacceptable. It was the prospect of a German Atlantic port that enabled Grey to secure cabinet approval for a private warning to the German ambassador on 21st July, that if Germany meant to land at Agadir, Britain would be obliged to defend her interests there, by which Grey meant the deployment of British warships. On the same day, the Grey Group raised the temperature yet further. On the evening of 21st July 1911, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, David Lloyd George, delivered a speech at the Mansion House, issuing a sharp warning to Berlin. It was imperative, Lloyd George said, that Britain should maintain her place and her prestige among the great powers of the world. British power had more than once redeemed continental nations from overwhelming disaster and even from national extinction. If Britain were to be forced to choose between peace on the one hand and the surrender of her international preeminence on the other, then I say emphatically that peace at that price would be a humiliation intolerable for a great nation like ours to endure. In the days that followed, Grey stoked the fires of a naval panic in London, warning Lloyd George and Churchill that the British fleet was in danger of imminent attack, and informing Reginald McKenna, First Lord of the Admiralty, that the German fleet was mobilized and ready to strike. In reality, the High Seas Fleet was scattered, and the Germans had no intention of concentrating it. The Mansion House speech was no spontaneous outburst. It was a gambit carefully planned by Grey, Asquith, and Lloyd George. Just as Caillaux bypassed his Foreign Office in order to impose his own dovish agenda on the negotiations with Berlin, so the anti-Germans around Grey bypassed the dovish radicals in the Liberal cabinet in order to deliver a harsh and potentially provocative message to the Germans. Lloyd George had not cleared the sensitive passages of his speech with the cabinet, only with Prime Minister Asquith and Foreign Secretary Grey. The speech was all the more important for the fact that it signalled Lloyd George's defection from the camp of the Dove radicals to that of the liberal imperialists. His words caused consternation in Berlin, where it was felt that the British government was needlessly disrupting the passage of Franco-German negotiations. Who is Lloyd George to lay down the law to Germany and to stop a quick Franco-German settlement? Arthur Zimmermann, Under-Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, asked the British ambassador in Berlin. Lloyd George's words also shocked those British cabinet ministers who had not signed up to Grey's programme. Viscount Morley, Secretary of State for India, denounced the speech, and Grey's subsequent defence of it in conversation with the German ambassador in London, as an unwarranted and unfortunate provocation to Germany. The Lord Chancellor, Lord Loreburn, was appalled to find Britain so aggressively backing France in a dispute in which, as it seemed to Loreburn, Paris was by no means clear of blame. He entreated Grey to disavow the speech and to make it clear that Britain had no intention of interfering in the negotiations between France and Germany. The Grey Group prevailed. At a meeting of the Committee of Imperial Defence convened on 23 August 1911, it was agreed that should a Franco-German war break out, Britain would mount a rapid continental intervention, including the transshipment of a British expeditionary force. Asquith, Grey, Haldane, Lloyd George, and the service chiefs were present, but key radicals, including Morley, Crewe, Harcourt, and Esher, were either not informed or not invited. The weeks that followed were filled, to the horror of the radicals, with enthusiastic planning for war. Even Asquith recoiled from the extensive military conversations designed to coordinate mobilization plans and strategy with the French in September 1911, but Grey refused to have them stopped. To a greater extent than either of the two original quarrelling parties, Britain was willing to consider the possibility of a drastic escalation. While the French had made no war preparations, even at the height of the crisis, Beetman remarked in a letter to the German ambassador in London, "Britain seems to have been ready to strike every day." The Austrian Foreign Minister, Count Herrenthal, came to a similar conclusion, noting on 3rd August that England had for a moment seemed ready to use the Moroccan quarrel as a pretext for a full-on reckoning with its German rival. The contrast with Russia's relatively reserved and conciliatory position was particularly striking. Only after this British reaction did Vienna abandon the policy of neutrality it had hitherto adopted on the Morocco question. The battle between the hawks and the doves was not yet over. Just as the officials of the French Foreign Ministry wrought their revenge upon Caillaux and the hapless Justin de Selve, toppling them from office in January 1912, so in Britain the radical liberal sceptics renewed their assault on the policy pursued by Grey. Among the ministers there were many who had never appreciated the depth of Grey's commitments to France before Agadir. In December 1911 there was a backbench revolt against Grey. Part of the ill feeling against him arose from a frustration at the secretiveness of his tactics. Why had no one been told about the undertakings the government was supposedly making on behalf of the British people? Arthur Ponsonby and Noel Buxton, both prominent liberal anti-Grey activists, demanded that a committee be formed to improve Anglo-German relations. The backlash against the Foreign Secretary swept through virtually the entire liberal press. But whereas the diehards in Paris did succeed in discrediting both Caillaux and his conciliatory approach, the pro-German lobby in Britain failed to dislodge Grey or his policy. There were 3 reasons for this. The first was that British ministers were inherently less vulnerable to this kind of campaigning, thanks to the robust partisan structure of British parliamentary politics. Then there was the fact that if Grey's policy were comprehensively disavowed, he himself might resign, taking Lloyd George, Haldane, and possibly Churchill with him. This would be the end of the Liberals in government, a sobering thought for the Liberal non-interventionists. No less important was the support of the parliamentary Conservatives for Grey's policy of military entente with France. One of the things that helped the Foreign Secretary to weather the storms of the Agadir crisis was the secret assurance of support from Arthur Balfour, leader of the Conservative Party until November 1911. This dependence on the parliamentary opposition would prove something of a liability in the summer of 1914, when a looming crisis over Ireland raised questions about the continuation of Conservative support. But if the essentials of Grey's ententiste policy remained in place, the fact that he had to defend his position against such vociferous and influential domestic opposition nonetheless prevented him from articulating his commitments as unequivocally as he might have wished. After Agadir, Grey had to walk a tightrope between French demands that he make a clearer commitment and the insistence of the non-interventionists in Cabinet, who were, after all, still in the majority, that he do no such thing. In 2 Cabinet resolutions of November 1911, 15 of his fellow Cabinet ministers called Grey to order, demanding that he desist from sponsoring high-level military discussions between Britain and France without their prior knowledge and approval. In January 1912, there was talk among the non-interventionists, led by Lawburn, of agreeing a cabinet statement to the effect that Britain was not under any obligation, direct or indirect, express or implied, to support France against Germany by force of arms. Grey and his people were spared this blow only by Lawburn's illness and retirement. The need to balance such concerted opposition from inside his government with a policy focused on maintaining the Entente as a security device produced a baffling ambiguity in British diplomatic signalling. On the one hand, British military commanders had always been accorded a certain discretion in their dealings with their French colleagues. Their assurances of British military support in the event of a conflict with Germany helped to harden the French position. These initiatives were not sanctioned by Cabinet, let alone by the British Parliament. During the Agadir crisis of 1911, the new DMO, Major General Henry Wilson, was sent to Paris for discussions with the French General Staff aimed at agreeing a schedule for an Anglo-French joint mobilization against Germany. The resulting Wilson-Dubai Memorandum of 21st July 1911, General Auguste Dubai was at that time the French General Staff Chief, stipulated that by day 15 of mobilization, 6 British infantry divisions, 1 cavalry division, and 2 mounted brigades, encompassing 150,000 men and 67,000 horses, would be deployed on the French left flank. The decision in the early months of 1912 to neutralize German naval expansion by coordinating Anglo-French naval strategy strengthened the presumption that something like a defensive alliance was coming into existence. On the other hand, the famous Gray-Combon letters of 22nd to 23rd November 1912 extorted, as Morley later put it, from Gray by his non-interventionist opponents, made it clear that the Entente was anything but an alliance, for they asserted the freedom of both partners to act independently, even if one of the parties were to be attacked by a third power. Was there an obligation to support France, or was there not? It was all very well for Gray to declare in public that these were mere contingency plans with no binding force. In private, the Foreign Secretary acknowledged that he viewed the Anglo-French military conversations as committing us to cooperation with France, so long as her actions were non-provocative and reasonable. When the Permanent Under-Secretary for Foreign Affairs, Sir Arthur Nicholson, insisted to Gray at the beginning of August 1914 that "You have over and over again promised Monsieur Combon that if Germany was the aggressor you would stand by France," Gray merely replied, "Yes, but he has nothing in writing." Anglo-French diplomacy thus came to be marked at the highest level, on the British side, by a kind of doublethink. It was understood that Gray must tailor his public statements and even his official communications to the expectations of the non-interventionists in Cabinet and among the broader public. Yet, when Paul Combon listened to his anti-German friends in London, or to Bertie in Paris, he heard what he wanted to hear. This was a difficult arrangement for the French to live with, to say the least. As the July crisis of 1914 reached its climax, it would cost the decision-makers in Paris, the French ambassador in London, and indeed Gray himself, a few moments of high anxiety. More importantly, uncertainty about the British commitment forced French strategists to compensate in the East for their weaknesses in the West by committing ever more strongly to militarizing the alliance with Russia. The French government, Baron Guillaume, the Belgian minister in Paris, noted in the spring of 1913, was obliged to tighten more and more its alliance with Russia because it is aware that Britain's friendship for it is less and less solid and effective. For Germany, too, the irresolution of British policy was a source of confusion and vexation. On the one hand, Gray was obliged to maintain the appearance of an open door to Berlin in order to placate the non-interventionists. Yet he also felt obliged from time to time to administer harsh warnings to the Germans, lest they come to the conclusion that France had been comprehensively abandoned and could be attacked without fear of a British response. The result of this system of mixed messaging, a consequence of the mutability of power relations within the European executives, was a perennial uncertainty about British intentions that would unsettle the policymakers in Berlin throughout the July crisis. Soldiers and civilians. The situation in Europe is extraordinary, Colonel Edward House reported to American President Woodrow Wilson after a trip to Europe in May 1914. It is militarism run stark mad. House's views may have been shaped in part by a personal experience. He was a political colonel of the American type. He had been appointed to that rank in the Texas militia in return for political services there. But when Colonel House visited Berlin, the Germans took him to be a military man and always sat him with the generals at dinner. His views on the prevalence of militarism may have owed something to this unfortunate misunderstanding. Be that as it may, there is no doubt that, viewed from across the Atlantic, pre-war Europe presented a curious spectacle. Senior statesmen, emperors, and kings attended public occasions wearing military uniform. Elaborate military reviews were an integral part of the public ceremonial of power. Immense illuminated naval displays drew huge crowds and filled the pages of the illustrated journals. Conscript armies grew in size until they became male microcosms of the nation. The cult of military display entered the public and the private life of even the smallest communities. In what ways did this militarism shape the decisions that led Europe to war in 1914? Did the roots of the July crisis lie, as some historians have argued, in an abdication of responsibility by civilian politicians and a usurpation of political power by the generals? There was, without doubt, a struggle between the soldiers and the civilians within the pre-war executives. It was a struggle for money. Defense expenditure accounted for a substantial share of government spending. Military commanders keen to improve equipment, training, and infrastructure had to contend, as they do today, with civilian politicians for access to government resources. Conversely, ministers of finance and their political allies fought to impose restraint in the name of fiscal rigor or domestic consolidation. Who prevailed in these contests depended on the structure of the institutional environment and the prevailing domestic and international political constellation. Until 1908, the chaotic structure of the Russian military command made it difficult for the generals to lobby government effectively. But the balance began to shift from 1908, when reforms to the military administration created a more concentrated executive structure, establishing the Minister of War as the preeminent defense official with the exclusive right to report to the Tsar on military matters. From 1909, a rivalry of epic bitterness evolved between the new war minister, Vladimir Sukhomlinov, who was still in post in July 1914, and the strong-willed conservative finance minister, Vladimir Kakovtsev. Backed by the powerful premier, Pyotr Stolypin, Kakovtsev, a champion of fiscal responsibility and domestic economic development, routinely blocked or curtailed Sukhomlinov's draft budgets. Professional friction swiftly deepened into lively personal hatred. Sukhomlinov thought Kakovtsev narrow, verbose, and self-seeking. Kakovtsev accused the Minister of War, with more justice, of incompetence, irresponsibility, and corruption. Kakovtsev's German equivalent was Adolf Wermuth, Treasury Minister in 1909–11, who, with the support of Chancellor Bethmann Hollweg, worked hard to rebalance the Reich budget and cut public debt. Wermuth was critical of overspending under Tirpitz and often complained of the Naval Secretary's irresponsibility, just as Kakovtsev complained of Sukhomlinov's profligate handling of military funding. The Treasury Minister's motto was, "No expenditures without revenues." There was also perennial tension between the Chief of Staff and the Minister of War, since the former's demands for increased funding were often rejected or opposed by the latter. A recent study has even suggested that the famous memorandum of 1905, in which the Chief of the General Staff, Alfred von Schlieffen, sketched the outlines of a massive westward offensive, was not a war plan as such, but a plea for more government money. Among other things, Schlieffen's sketch envisaged the deployment of 81 divisions, more than the German army, when mobilized, actually possessed at the time. The question of military finance was complicated in Germany by the fact that the federal constitution assigned direct taxation revenues to the member states, rather than to the Reich government. The devolved structure of the German Empire placed a fiscal limit on Reich defense expenditure that had no direct counterpart in Britain, France, or Russia. Nevertheless, the conflict over resources was muted in Germany by the fact that military budgets were submitted to the Parliament only at 5-yearly intervals, a system known as the Quinquennat. Because senior military figures valued the Quinquennat as a means of protecting the army from constant parliamentary interference, they were reluctant to jeopardize it by requesting large extra budgetary credits. This system worked as a powerful incentive for self-restraint. As the Prussian Minister of War, Karl von Einem, observed in June 1906, the Quinquennat was a cumbersome arrangement, but it was useful nonetheless because the savage and persistent agitation against the existence of the army which arises with every military expansion would only become all the more dangerous if it were a yearly occurrence. Even in 1911, when the Quinquennat came up for renewal, and Chief of Staff Moltke and War Minister Heeringen joined forces in pressing for substantial growth, the opposition of Treasury Minister Wermuth and Chancellor Beetman Holweg ensured that the resulting increase in the strength of the peacetime army was very modest, 10,000 men. We can discern analogous tensions in every European executive. In Britain, the Liberals campaigned, and won an absolute majority in 1906, on the promise to cut back the vast military expenditure of the Boer War years under the slogan Peace, Retrenchment and Reform. Budgetary constraints were a significant factor in the decision to seek an understanding with France and Russia. One consequence was that, while British naval budgets continued to soar, British naval spending was 3 times the German figure in 1904, and still more than double in 1913, army expenditure remained static throughout the pre-war years, forcing War Minister Haldane to focus on efficiency savings and reorganisation rather than expansion. In Austria-Hungary, the tumultuous domestic politics of dualism virtually paralysed the monarchy's military development after the turn of the century, as autonomist groups within the Hungarian parliament fought to starve the monarchy's joint army of Hungarian tax revenues and recruits. In this environment, proposals for increased military allocations were worn down in endless legislative feuding, and the Habsburg military languished in a condition, as the Austrian staff chief put it, of persistent stagnation. This was one reason why, as late as 1912, Austria-Hungary spent only 2.6% of its net national product on defence, a smaller proportion than any other European power, and certainly far below what its economy could afford. The figures for Russia, France, and Germany in that year were 4.5%, 4%, and 3.8% respectively. In France, the Dreyfus affair of the 1890s had destroyed the civil-military consensus of the Third Republic and placed the senior echelons of the army, viewed as a bastion of clerical and reactionary attitudes, under a cloud of public suspicion, especially in the eyes of the Republican and anti-clerical left. In the wake of the scandal, 3 successive radical governments pursued a program of aggressive republicanizing military reform, especially under Prime Ministers Émile Combes, 1903-5, and Georges Clemenceau, 1906-9. Government control over the army was tightened. The civilian-minded Ministry of War grew stronger vis-à-vis the regular army commanders, and the period of service was reduced in March 1905, against the advice of the military experts, from 3 years to 2, with a view to transforming the politically suspect Praetorian Guard of the Dreyfus years into a citizen army of civilian reservists for national defence in wartime. Only in the last pre-war years did the tide begin to turn in favour of the French military. In France, as earlier in Russia, the army leadership was streamlined in 1911, and the Chief of the General Staff, Joseph Joffre, was designated as the official responsible for military planning in peacetime and the command of the main army at war. The long and painful story of the struggle to secure increased funds continued, but in 1912-14 the pro-military attitude of the Poincaré government and then of the Poincaré presidency, reinforced by complex realignments in French politics and opinion, created an environment more conducive to rearmament. By 1913, it was politically feasible to press for a return to a 3-year training regime, albeit over the protests of Finance Minister Louis-Lucien Clotz, who argued that the reinforcement of border fortifications would be cheaper and more effective. In Germany, too, the souring of the mood after Agadir encouraged Minister of War Josias von Heeringen and Chief of Staff Helmut von Moltke to press harder for army growth. From his position in the Reich Treasury Office, Adolf Wermuth fought a robust rearguard action against higher expenditures, but resigned in March 1912, after it became clear that his policy no longer enjoyed broad governmental support. The fiscal rigorism of the Wermuth era was renounced, and the exponents of military expenditure gradually gained the upper hand over their naval rivals. After a long period of relative stagnation, the Army Bill of 3 July 1913 took German military expenditure to unprecedented heights. In Russia, Vladimir Kakovtsev, who remained finance minister and succeeded Pyotr Stolypin as premier after the latter's assassination, found it harder and harder to fight off the relentless lobbying and backstairs intrigues of War Minister Sukhamlinov. The feud between the two men came to a head at an important ministerial meeting in the spring of 1913, when Sukhamlinov ambushed the premier with a major budgetary proposal on which everyone at the table had been briefed except Kakovtsev himself. The support of the sovereign was crucial to this shift in the balance of power. "In your conflicts with Sukhamlinov, you are always right," Nicholas II told Kakovtsev in October 1912. "But I want you to understand my attitude. I have been supporting Sukhamlinov not because I have no confidence in you, but because I cannot refuse to agree to military appropriations." Did this massive transfer of resources entail a transfer of power, or at least of political influence? An answer to this question has to take account of the diverse conditions prevailing in the various states. The country where we encounter the firmest regime of civilian control is, without doubt, France. In December 1911, when Joffre outlined his new strategic plan, focused on a massive offensive deployment across the Franco-German border, the radical Prime Minister, Joseph Caillaux, curtly informed the staff chief that decision-making was ultimately the responsibility of the civilian authorities. The task of the CGS, Caillaux frequently pointed out, was merely to advise his political masters on the matters that fell within his expertise. The switch to increased military expenditure and the decision to invest in Joffre's offensive deployment in 1912-14 emanated not from the military, but from the politicians, under the leadership of the hawkish, but in constitutional terms emphatically civilian, Raymond Poincaré. The situation in Russia was quite different. Here, the presence of the Tsar as the focal point of the autocratic system made it possible for individual ministers to carve out a certain relative autonomy. War Minister Vladimir Sukhamlinov is a characteristic example. At the time of his appointment in 1909, a struggle was raging in St. Petersburg over parliamentary control of the army. An influential group of deputies was attempting to assert the Duma's right of oversight over defense policy. Sukhamlinov was brought in to see off the Duma, prevent the infiltration of civilian attitudes into military decision-making, and protect the Tsar's prerogative, a role that earned him the hatred of public opinion, but assured him strong support from the throne. This backing from the sovereign enabled the War Minister to formulate a security policy dramatically at variance with official Russian commitments to the alliance with France. Rather than meeting French demands for a swift offensive strike against Germany in the first phase of mobilization, Sukhamlinov's reorganization of 1910 shifted the focus of Russian deployments away from the western border zones in the Polish salient to locations in the Russian interior. The aim was to achieve a better balance between unit strengths and population density, and to create a force that could be deployed, if necessary, to an eastern theatre of operations. The extreme west was to be abandoned to the enemy in the first phase of hostilities, pending a massive combined counter-offensive by the Russian armies. It does not seem that any effort was made to square this innovation with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. French military experts were initially horrified at the new plan, which they saw as depriving the Franco-Russian alliance of the military initiative against Germany. The Russians did ultimately address these French concerns, but it is remarkable nonetheless that Sukhamlinov possessed sufficient independence to devise and implement a policy that appeared to run against the grain of the alliance with France, the centerpiece of Russian foreign policy. Armed with the support of the Tsar, Sukhamlinov was also able to undermine the authority of Prime Minister Kakovtsev, not just by challenging him over military budgeting, but also by building a hostile bloc in the Council of Ministers. And this, in turn, furnished him with a platform from which he could expound his views on Russia's security situation. In a series of key meetings in the fourth week of November 1912, Sukhamlinov expounded the view that war was inevitable, and it would be more profitable for us to begin it as soon as possible. A war, he argued, would bring Russia nothing but good. These bizarre and deluded claims astonished the cautious Kakovtsev. But Sukhalinov was able to do this only because he had the support of other civilian ministers, Rukhlov, Maklakov, Shtyegolovitov, and, most importantly, the powerful A.V. Krivoshein, Minister of Agriculture and a confidant of the Tsar. In the last months of 1912, a war party emerged within the Council of Ministers, led by Sukhalinov and Krivoshein. In Germany, too, the Praetorian character of the system assured the military a certain freedom of manoeuvre. Key figures, such as the Chief of Staff, could clearly acquire intermittent leverage on decision-making, especially at moments of heightened tension. Establishing what military commanders said is easy enough. Ascertaining the weight of their counsels in government decision-making is much less straightforward, especially in an environment where the absence of a collegial decision-making organ like the Russian Council of Ministers removed the need for open conflict between military and civilian office holders. One way of understanding the interaction between military and civilian policy-making is to examine the relationship between the official diplomatic apparatus of ambassadors, ministers, and legation secretaries, and the parallel network, overseen by the General Staff and the Admiralty, of the military and naval attachés, whose perspective on events sometimes diverged from that of the official diplomatic networks. To take just one example, in October 1911, Wilhelm Wiedemann, the German naval attaché in London, sent an alarming report to Berlin. British naval officers, Wiedemann wrote, were now openly admitting that England had mobilized its entire fleet during the summer months of the Agadir crisis. England, it seemed, had merely been waiting for a signal from France to fall upon Germany. To make matters worse, the new First Sea Lord was the unscrupulous, ambitious, and unreliable demagogue Winston Churchill. Germany must therefore steel itself for the possibility of an unprovoked attack, in the manner of the British annihilation of the Danish fleet at Copenhagen in 1807. Further naval rearmament was essential, for only one thing impresses in England: a firm goal and the indomitable will to accomplish it. These dispatches were passed to Wilhelm II, who covered them in delighted annotations. Correct, excellent, and so on. There was nothing especially remarkable in any of this. Wiedemann was reacting in part to what he had observed in London, but his underlying purpose was to prevent the General Staff back in Berlin from using the Agadir crisis to challenge the financial preeminence of the Navy. The significance of the Wiedemann reports lay less in their content, or the Kaiser's reactions, than in the response they elicited from the Chancellor and the Foreign Secretary. Irritated by this para-diplomatic panic-mongering, Beetman Hollweg requested the German ambassador in London, Count Metternich, to file a counter-dispatch refuting Wiedemann's arguments. Metternich responded with a report that nuanced Wiedemann's claims. While it was true that all England had been prepared for war in the summer of 1911, this did not imply a readiness for aggressive action. To be sure, there were many younger naval officers to whom a war would not be unwelcome, but this was an attitude common to the military functionaries of other countries. In any case, Metternich observed, and here was the sting, in England such questions were decided not by army or naval officers, nor by ministers of war, nor by the First Sea Lord, but rather by a cabinet composed of responsible ministers. Over here, Metternich announced, fleet and army are regarded as the most important instruments of policy, as means to an end, but not as determinants of the course of policy. In any case, the English were now keen to put the tensions of the summer behind them. Instead of putting all of its eggs in the armaments basket, therefore, the German government should seek an improvement in its relations with London. This time the Kaiser was less happy. "Wrong! Rubbish! Unbelievable hogwash! Scaredy cat!" screamed the scribbles on the margins of the document. "I don't agree with the judgment of the ambassador. The naval attaché is right." The odd thing about this pair of conflicting dispatches is that both of them went on to shape policy. The Kaiser used the Wiedemann report as a pretext for demanding a further naval law, while Beetman persisted with the policy of détente recommended by Metternich. In Germany, as one senior commander later observed, the Kaiser made one policy, the Chancellor another, and the General Staff came up with its own answers. It looks, at first glance, as if we can draw a line between democratic parliamentary Britain and France on the one hand, where civilian decision-makers called the shots, and the more authoritarian constitutions of Russia, Austria, and Germany, where, despite variations in the degree of parliamentarization, military personnel could compete with their civilian colleagues on an equal or superior footing for political influence, thanks to their privileged access to the sovereign. But the reality was more complex than this dichotomy would allow. In France, the restructuring of the military after 1911 produced an extraordinary concentration of authority in the hands of Chief of Staff Joffre, to the extent that he wielded greater power over the armed forces than his aristocratic, militarist German counterpart Helmut von Moltke. What is more, the new French measures secured for the army almost complete autonomy within the state, though this autonomy depended, unlike that of the German army, upon the cooperation and support of the relevant civilian ministers. In Britain, too, the deepening of the Entente with France was driven by military rather than civilian negotiations and agreements. We have already seen how eagerly key military figures in Britain proffered support to France during the first Moroccan crisis in 1905–6, and it is far from clear that the leading British military commanders saw themselves as compliant servants of their political masters. Wilson was not simply acting on instructions. He had his own views on Britain's military role in a future continental war, and consistently pressed for a military confrontation. Like his continental colleagues, Wilson despised civilian politicians, believing them entirely incapable of understanding military affairs. Sir Edward Grey, he wrote in his diary, was an ignorant, vain, and weak man, quite unfit to be the foreign minister of any country larger than Portugal. As for the rest of the Liberal cabinet, they were no more than dirty, ignorant curs. The whole idea of civilian government of the army was vicious in theory and hopeless in practice. Conservative in his politics, Wilson intrigued energetically against a Liberal political leadership he despised, siphoning information from the Foreign Office through his close associate, permanent Under-Secretary Sir Arthur Nicholson, and passing it to his allies in the Conservative Party. In Major General Henry Wilson, Britain possessed its own version of Austria-Hungary's Conrad and Serbia's Apis. The significance of the military discussions with France lay not just in the pressure they exerted on the civilian leadership, but also in the fact that they seemed, by virtue of their very existence, to imply a moral obligation to fight with France in the event of a war with Germany. The militarization of the Entente thus exposed the widening discrepancy between British military planning and an official diplomatic stance for which the commitments associated with the term alliance were still anathema. Something analogous took place in the context of the French alliance with Russia. The efforts of the French military commanders to undo the effects of Sukhomlinov's 1910 deployment plan led to a deepening interdependence of military planning in the two Allied states, a process managed by the military but sanctioned by the civilian leadership. But even as the civilians licensed this process, they could not prevent it from shifting the parameters within which political decisions could be made. When the French insisted at the annual Franco-Russian Joint General Staff meetings that the Russians spend vast amounts of borrowed money to upgrade their westward strategic railways, the effect was to push the balance of power in St. Petersburg away from Kakovtsev towards his adversaries in the Russian military command. Kakovtsev was probably right when he accused the military command of exploiting inter-service ties within the alliance in order to strengthen their own leverage within the Russian political system. Conversely, the demands of the Russians on their French allies had potentially far-reaching consequences for French domestic politics. In 1914, when the Russians warned that any reduction in the period of national military service would undermine the value of France as an ally, they locked the country's leading statesmen into supporting a measure, the recently adopted 3-year law, which was controversial with the French electorate. Even the most technical details of operational planning could provide gunpowder for political explosions. In France, a small group of key policymakers went to great pains to conceal the extent and nature of the strategic commitments of the alliance from those, mainly radicals and radical socialists, who might object on political grounds. The need for discretion became especially acute in early 1914, when Poincaré cooperated with the military in concealing the essentially offensive character of French strategic planning from a cabinet, a chamber, and a public increasingly committed to a défensiste approach. So secretive was Poincaré in his handling of these issues that he and Joffre even withheld the details of the new French deployment plans from the Minister of War, Adolphe Messimy. By the spring of 1914, the French commitment to a coordinated Franco-Russian military strategy had become a potentially disruptive force in politics, because it obliged France to hold fast to a form of military planning and preparation whose public legitimacy was in question. How long Poincaré could have continued this balancing act we shall never know, because the outbreak of war in the summer of 1914 made the question obsolete. We can thus speak of two reciprocal processes, one in which a generous measure of initiative was ceded to a constitutionally subordinate military leadership, and another in which a Praetorian military enjoying relative independence in constitutional terms was contained, steered, or deflected by the statesman. Moltke's demands for preventive war were blocked by the Kaiser and by the civilian leaders, just as Conrad's were by the Emperor, Archduke Franz Ferdinand, and Leopold von Berchtold. Kakovtsev was, for a time at least, strikingly successful in blocking the war minister's more ambitious initiatives. At the end of 1913, when Sukhomlinov tried to have Kakovtsev, as Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, excluded entirely from deliberations on military budgeting, the Council of Ministers recognized that the imperious war minister had gone too far and turned down the request. In Russia, Germany and Austria, Britain and France, military policy remained ultimately subordinate to the political and strategic objectives of the civilian leaderships. Nevertheless, unanswered questions about the balance of power between civilian and military factions and their respective influence on decision-making continued to befog relations between the great power executives. The European powers all assumed the existence of a hawkish military faction within each prospective opponent's government and worked hard to establish how much influence it wielded. In a conversation with Count Portales, the German ambassador in St. Petersburg, at the beginning of February 1913, when Austro-Russian tensions over the Balkans were riding high, Foreign Minister Sazonov acknowledged that the Austro-Hungarian foreign minister, whom he remembered from his St. Petersburg days, was a man of peaceable intentions and outlook. But was he strong enough to resist the pressure from the chief of the General Staff, General Konrad von Hötzendorf, whose belligerent schemes were well known to Russian military intelligence? And even if Berchtold was still, for the moment, in control, might not power slip into the hands of the military as the dual monarchy grew weaker and looked for increasingly radical solutions? There was an element of projection in these speculations. Sazonov, who observed at first hand the power struggle between Sukhomlinov and Kakovtsev, and had recently seen the staff chief push Russia to the brink of war with Austria-Hungary, knew better than most how labile the relationship between military and civilian decision-makers could be. In a subtle analysis of the mood in St. Petersburg in March 1914, Portales discerned a kind of equilibrium between belligerent and pacific elements. Just as there are no personalities of whom one can say that they have both the desire and the influence to plunge Russia into a military adventure, so we lack men whose position and influence are strong enough to awaken confidence that they will be able to steer Russia on a peaceful course over a period of years. Kakovtsev's analysis of the same problem was less sanguine. It seemed to him that the Tsar spent more and more of his time in the company of military circles whose simplistic views were gathering more and more force. The intrinsic difficulty of interpreting such relationships from an external vantage point was heightened by the fact that civilian politicians were not averse to exploiting, or even inventing, the existence of a war party to lend weight to their own arguments. Thus, during the Haldane mission of 1912, The Germans encouraged the British to believe that the Berlin government was split between a dove and a hawk faction, and that British concessions would strengthen Chancellor Beetman Hollweg against belligerent elements in Berlin. They adopted the same tactic in May 1914, arguing, through a series of inspired press articles, that the continuation of Anglo-Russian naval talks would merely strengthen the hand of the militarists against the moderate civilian leadership. Here, as in other areas of intergovernmental communication, the mutability of civil-military relations within the respective systems was amplified by misperceptions and misrepresentations. The press and public opinion. Most of the conflicts the world has seen in the past 10 decades, the German Chancellor Bernhard von Bülow declared before the German Parliament in March 1909, have not been called forth by princely ambition or ministerial conspiracy, but through the passionate agitation of public opinion, which, through the press and Parliament, has swept along the executive. Was there any truth in Bülow's claim? Did the power to shape foreign policy lie beyond the chancelleries and ministries in the world of the lobby groups and political print? One thing is beyond doubt. The last decades before the outbreak of the war saw a dramatic expansion of the political public sphere and broader public discussion of issues linked to international relations. In Germany, an array of nationalist pressure groups emerged, dedicated to channeling popular sentiment and lobbying government. The consequence was a transformation in the substance and style of political critique, which became more demagogic and more diffuse and extreme in its objectives, so that governments often found themselves on the defensive, parrying charges that they had not been assertive enough in the pursuit of national aims. In Italy, too, we can discern the beginnings of a more assertive and demanding political public. Under the influence of the ultra-nationalist Enrico Corradini and the demagogue Giovanni Papini, Italy's first nationalist party, the Associazione Nazionalista Italiana, was founded in 1910. Through its parliamentary deputies and its newspaper, L'Idea Nazionale, it demanded the immediate repatriation of the Italian-populated territories along the Adriatic coast of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and was prepared to endorse war if no other means sufficed. By 1911, even more moderate papers, such as La Tribuna of Rome and La Stampa of Turin, were employing nationalist journalists. Here, even more than in Germany, there was ample potential for friction with a government obliged to balance conflicting priorities. In Russia, too, the last decades of the 19th century saw the emergence of a mass press. By 1913, the Russkoye Slovo, Moscow's best-selling daily paper, was selling up to 800,000 copies per day. Although censorship was still operating, the authorities permitted fairly free discussion of foreign affairs, as long as they did not directly criticize the Tsar or his ministers, and many of the most important dailies engaged retired diplomats to write on foreign policy. In the aftermath of the Bosnian crisis, moreover, Russian public opinion grew more assertive, especially on Balkan issues, and more anti-governmental. In Britain, too, a burgeoning mass press fed its readers on a rich diet of jingoism, xenophobia, security scares, and war fever. During the Boer War, the Daily Mail sold 1 million copies per day. In 1907, it was still averaging between 850,000 and 900,000. Monarchs, ministers, and senior officials thus had good reason to take the press seriously. In parliamentary systems, positive publicity might be expected to translate into votes, while negative coverage supplied grist for the mills of the opposition. In more authoritarian systems, public support was an indispensable ersatz for democratic legitimacy. Some monarchs and statesmen were positively obsessive about the press and spent hours each day poring through cuttings. Wilhelm II was an extreme case, but his sensitivity to public criticism was not in itself unusual. If we lose the confidence of public opinion in our foreign policy, Tsar Alexander III had told Foreign Minister Lambsdorff, then all is lost. It is hard to find anyone in the executives of early 20th century Europe who did not acknowledge the importance of the press for the making of foreign policy. but were they swept along by it? An ambivalence underlay the preoccupation with published opinion. On the one hand, ministers, officials, and monarchs believed in, and sometimes even feared, the press as a mirror and channel for public sentiments and attitudes. All the foreign ministers knew what it was like to be exposed to a hostile domestic press campaign over which they had no control. Grey was the butt of the liberal press in 1911. Kirillem Wächter was attacked in the nationalist papers after the Agadir crisis. The Kaiser was ridiculed for many reasons, among them for his supposedly timid and irresolute view of foreign policy. French politicians suspected of softness towards Germany could be hounded, like Joseph Caillaux, from office. In January 1914, Sazonov and his ministry were denounced for pusillanimity by the Russian nationalist press. Fear of negative publicity was one reason for the secretiveness of so many of the foreign ministries. As Charles Harding observed in a letter to Nicholson, then British ambassador in St. Petersburg, in 1908, Edward Grey's policy of rapprochement with Russia was difficult to sell to the British public. We have had to suppress the truth and resort to subterfuge at times to meet hostile public opinion. In St. Petersburg, the memory of the publicity storm that had ruined Izvolsky remained fresh throughout the pre-war years. Most policymakers took an intelligent and differentiated view of the press. They saw that it was volatile, subject to short-term agitations and frenzies that quickly subsided. They understood that public sentiment was driven by contrary impulses, that the demands it made on government were seldom realistic. They saw, to paraphrase Theodore Roosevelt, that public opinion usually combined the unbridled tongue with the unready hand. Public opinion was frenetic and panic-prone, but it was also highly mutable. Witness the way in which the established Anglophobia of the French press melted away during Edward VII's visit to Paris in 1903. As the king drove with his entourage from the Porte Dauphine railway station down the Champs-Élysées, there were shouts of "Vive Fashoda," "Vive les Boers," and "Vive Jeanne d'Arc," not to mention hostile headlines and insulting caricatures. Yet within a few days the king won over his hosts with endearing speeches and charming remarks that were quickly taken up by the main newspapers. In Serbia, the wave of national outrage, stirred by Austria's interdiction of the customs union with Bulgaria in 1906, soon died away as Serbian citizens woke up to the fact that the terms of the commercial treaty on offer from Austria-Hungary were in fact better for Serbian consumers than membership of the union with Sofia. There were sharp fluctuations in public sentiment in Germany during the Agadir crisis of 1911. At the beginning of September, a peace demonstration in Berlin attracted 100,000 people. Yet, only a few weeks later, the mood was less emollient, as reflected in the decision at the Social Democratic Party's Jena Congress to reject calls for a general strike in the event of war. As late as the spring and summer of 1914, the French envoy in Belgrade noted sharp fluctuations in Serbian press coverage of relations with Austria-Hungary. Whereas there had been energetic campaigns against Vienna in March and April, the first week of June brought an unexpected mood of détente and conciliation on both sides of the Austro-Serbian border. As for those aggressive ultra-nationalist organizations whose voices could be heard in all the European capitals, most of them represented small, extremist constituencies. It was a striking feature of the most belligerent ultra-nationalist lobbies that their leaderships were undermined by constant infighting and schisms. The Pan-German League was riven by factional strife. Even the much larger and more moderate Naval League suffered in the years 1905–8 from an internal civil war between pro-governmental and oppositional groups. The Union of the Russian People, a chauvinist, anti-Semitic, ultra-nationalist organization, founded in August 1906, with some 900 offices across the cities and towns of Russia, collapsed in 1908–9 after severe infighting into an array of smaller and mutually hostile groups. It remained unclear how the public opinion within articulate elites with direct access to the press related to the attitudes prevailing among the masses of the population. War scares and jingo campaigns made good newspaper copy, but how socially deep were they? It was a grave mistake the German consul general in Moscow warned in December 1912, to assume that the belligerence and Germanophobia of the Russian war party and the Slavophile press were characteristic of the mood in the country, for these circles entertained only the loosest connection with the actual tendencies of Russian life. The problem with German newspaper coverage of these issues, the consul argued, was that it tended to be written by journalists with little experience of Russia and a very narrow range of elite social contacts. In May 1913, the Belgian minister in Paris, Baron Guillaume, acknowledged the efflorescence of a certain chauvinism in France. It could be observed not just in the nationalist papers, but also in the theatres, revues, and café concerts, where numerous performances offered jingoistic fare that was calculated to overexcite spirits. But, he added, the true people of France do not approve of these manifestations. All the governments, with the exception of Britain, maintained press offices whose purpose was both to monitor and, where possible, to shape press coverage of issues touching on security and international relations. In Britain, the Foreign Secretary appears to have felt little need to convince or even inform the public of the merits of his policies, and there were no official efforts to influence the press. Many of the major newspapers received handsome subsidies, but these came from private or party political sources rather than from government. This did not, of course, prevent a dense network of informal relationships from developing between Whitehall officials and key journalists. The picture in Italy was rather different. Giovanni Giolitti, Prime Minister for the fourth time in 1911-14, made regular payments to at least 30 journalists in return for supportive coverage of his policies. The Russian Foreign Ministry acquired a press department in 1906, and from 1910 Sazonov orchestrated regular tea-time meetings at the ministry with the most important editors and Duma leaders. Relations between the Russian diplomats and some favoured newspapers were so close, one journalist reported in 1911, that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in St. Petersburg often seemed a mere branch office of the Novaya Vremya. The newspaper's editor, Yegorov, was often to be seen in the ministry's press bureau, and Nyeledov, chief of the bureau and himself a former journalist, was a frequent visitor to the paper's editorial offices. In France, the relationship between diplomats and journalists was especially intimate. Nearly half of the foreign ministers of the Third Republic were former writers or journalists, and the lines of communication between foreign ministers and the press were almost always open. In December 1912, when he was Prime Minister of France, Raymond Poincaré even launched a new journal, La Politique étrangère, to promote his views on foreign policy across the French political elite. Semi-official newspapers and inspired articles planted in the domestic press to test the climate of opinion were familiar tools of continental diplomacy. Inspired journalism masqueraded as the autonomous expression of an independent press, but its effectiveness depended precisely on the suspicion among readers that it emanated from the seat of power. It was universally understood in Serbia, for example, that Samo Uprava represented the views of the government. The Norddeutsche Allgemeine Zeitung was considered the official organ of the German Foreign Office. In Russia, the government made its views known through its own semi-official journal, Rossiya, but also ran occasional inspired campaigns in other more popular papers, like Novaya Vremya. The French Foreign Ministry, like the German, dispersed cash to journalists from a secret fund, and maintained close ties with Le Temps and the Agence Havas, while using the less serious-minded Le Matin to launch trial balloons. Interventions of this kind could go wrong. Once it was known that a particular newspaper often carried inspired pieces, there was the risk that indiscreet, tendentious or erroneous reports by the same paper would be mistaken for intentional signals from the government, as happened, for example, in February 1913, when Le Temps ran an article based on unauthorized leaks from an unnamed source, disclosing some of the details of recent government deliberations on French rearmament. Furious official denials followed. Russian Foreign Minister Izvolsky's efforts in 1908 to prepare Russian public opinion and the press for the news that Russia had approved the Austrian annexation of Bosnia-Herzegovina proved totally inadequate to the force of the public response. And in 1914, Novaya Vremya, despite its previously intimate relationship with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, turned against Sazonov, accusing him of excessive timidity in the defense of Russian interests, possibly because it was now under the influence of the Ministry of War. In the aftermath of the Friedjung affair of 1909, when Austrian Foreign Minister Aehrenthal threw his weight behind a press campaign based on false allegations of treason against prominent Serbian politicians, the government was forced to sacrifice the head of the Foreign Ministry's literary bureau. His successor was sacked amid a storm of press and parliamentary criticism over the bungled Prochaska affair of the winter of 1912, when allegations of Serbian mistreatment of an Austrian consular official were likewise found to be bogus. Official manipulations of the press also took place across national borders. Early in 1905, the Russians were distributing around £8,000 a month to the Parisian press, in the hope of stimulating public support for a massive French loan. The French government subsidized pro-French newspapers in Italy and Spain during the conference at Algeciras, and during the Russo-Japanese and Balkan Wars, the Russians handed out huge bribes to French journalists. The Germans maintained a very modest fund for supporting friendly journalists in St. Petersburg and plied newspaper editors in London with subsidies in the hope, mostly disappointed, of obtaining more positive coverage of Germany. Inspired leader articles might also be formulated for the eyes of a foreign government. During the Morocco crisis of 1905, for example, Théophile Delcasse used thinly disguised press releases divulging the details of British military planning in order to intimidate the Germans. Here, the inspired press functioned as a form of deniable, sub-diplomatic international communication that could achieve a deterrent or motivating effect without binding anyone to a specific commitment. Had Delcasse himself issued a more explicit threat, he would have placed the British Foreign Office in an impossible position. In February 1912, the French ambassador in St. Petersburg, Georges Louis, dispatched the translation of an article in the Novaya Vremya with a covering letter noting that it reflected very accurately the opinion of Russian military circles. In this case, the inspired press enabled discrete organizations within the administration, here the Ministry of War, to broadcast their views without officially compromising the government. But it did sometimes occur that different ministries briefed the press in opposed directions, as in March 1914, when the Birjevaya Vedomosti, stock exchange news, published a leader piece widely assumed to have been inspired by Sukhamlinov, announcing that Russia was ready for war and had abandoned the idea of a purely defensive strategy. Sazonov responded with a conciliatory counterpiece in the semi-official Rossiya. This was a classic case of parallel signalling. Sukhamlinov was reassuring the French of Russia's readiness and determination to fulfill its alliance obligations, while Sazonov's response was intended for the German and possibly British foreign offices. An article published in the Kölnische Zeitung at around the same time, attributing aggressive intentions to St. Petersburg on account of the most recent hike in Russian military expenditure, was almost certainly planted by the German Foreign Ministry in the hope of eliciting a clarifying Russian response. In areas where the European powers competed for local influence, the use of subsidized press organs to win friends and discredit the machinations of one's opponents was commonplace. The Germans worried about the immense influence of English money on the Russian press, and German envoys in Constantinople frequently complained of the dominance of the French-language press, whose subsidized leader writers did everything possible to incite hostility against us. In these contexts, the press was the instrument of foreign policy, not its determinant. But this did not prevent policymakers from taking the press seriously as an index of opinion. In the spring of 1912, Jules Combon worried lest the chauvinism of the French press heightened the risk of conflict. I wish that those Frenchmen whose profession it is to create or represent opinion would exercise restraint, and that they would not amuse themselves in playing with fire by speaking of inevitable war. There is nothing inevitable in this world. 6 months later, with the First Balkan War underway and pan-Slav feeling rising high in parts of the Russian press, the Russian ambassador in Berlin feared, or at least claimed to fear, that the state of mind of the population of his country might dominate the conduct of his government. Ministers and diplomats who were confident about the capacity of their own government to shield the policy-making process from the vicissitudes of domestic published opinion often doubted the ability of foreign governments to do the same. In the aftermath of the Agadir crisis of 1911, the German military leadership feared that nationalist agitation and reviving confidence in France might pressure an otherwise peaceable government in Paris into launching a surprise attack on Germany. The fear that an essentially peaceable German leadership would be swept into a war on her neighbours by chauvinistic opinion leaders at home was in turn a frequently recurring theme in French policy discussions. The Russian government, in particular, was widely seen as susceptible to pressure from the public sphere, especially when this took the form of agitation on Balkan issues, and there was some truth in this view, as the course of the July crisis would show. But the Russians also viewed the parliamentary Western governments as acutely vulnerable to public pressure, precisely because they were democratically constituted, and the British encouraged this inference by suggesting, as Grey habitually did, that the course of the English government in a crisis must depend on the view taken by English public opinion. Statesmen frequently hid behind the claim that they were acting under the constraints imposed by opinion in their own country. In 1908-9, the French cautioned the Russians against starting a war over the Balkans, for example, on the grounds that this region was not important to the French public. Izvolsky got his own back in 1911 when he urged Paris, without forgetting to remind his French interlocutors of their earlier advice, to settle with the Germans on the grounds that Russia would have difficulty making its public opinion accept a war over Morocco. The Serbian ambassador in Vienna claimed in November 1912 that Prime Minister Nikola Pasic had no choice but to pursue an irredentist policy on behalf of his country. If, instead, he attempted to conciliate Austria, the war party in Belgrade would sweep him from power and replace him with one of their own number, and Sazonov justified the Serbian leader's belligerent public postures by reference to the somewhat overwrought quality of Serbian opinion. Sazonov's claim to the German ambassador, Portales, in November 1912, that concern for public opinion obliged him to defend Serbia's interests against Austria-Hungary, was entirely characteristic. He used the same argument to persuade the Romanians not to initiate a conflict with Bulgaria in January 1913. Be very careful. If you wage war with Bulgaria, I will not be able to resist an overexcited public opinion. In reality, Sazonov had little respect for newspaper editors and leader writers, and believed that he understood Russian opinion better than the newspapers did. He was quite prepared, when necessary, to sail against the tide of press commentary, all the while exploiting jingoist campaigns at home to persuade the representatives of other powers that he was under pressure to take certain measures. The readers of dispatches often saw through these evasions. When reports reached Kaiser Wilhelm in 1908 and 1909, informing him that pro-Slav public opinion might push the Russian government into action over Bosnia-Herzegovina, he scribbled the word bluff in the margins. Nevertheless, the widespread assumption that foreign governments were under pressure to align themselves with their own domestic opinion meant that press reports were the bread and butter of diplomatic dispatches. Sheaves of newspaper cuttings and translations fattened the files flowing into foreign ministries from every European legation. The efforts of all governments, by one means or another, to shape published opinion enhanced the importance of press monitoring, because it opened up the possibility that the press might provide the key, if not to public opinion, then at least to the opinion and intentions of the government. Thus, Grey saw in the anti-British press campaigns of the Agadir crisis in September 1911 a tactical manoeuvre by the German government designed to mobilize support for further naval bills in the coming Reichstag elections, while the Austrian ambassador accused the Russian foreign minister of encouraging negative coverage of Austro-Russian efforts towards détente after the Bosnian crisis. Diplomats constantly sifted through the press, looking for the inspired pieces that might provide the key to the thinking of this or that ministry. But since most governments used a range of organs, it was often difficult to know for sure whether a specific article was inspired or not. In May 1910, for example, when the French newspaper Le Temps published an article sharply criticizing the latest Russian troop deployment plans, the Russian Foreign Ministry assumed, wrongly as it happened in this case, that the piece was officially inspired and forwarded a protest to Paris. It was a mistake, the German ambassador in Paris wrote, always to assume that the views expressed in Le Temps reflected those of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs or of the government. Its editor, André Tardieu, had sometimes fallen out with the authorities on account of his heterodox declarations on matters of national interest. In January 1914, the Belgian minister in Paris warned his government that while the big political leaders in Le Temps were generally the work of Tardieu, they were usually inspired by the Russian ambassador, Izvolsky. This haze of uncertainty meant not only that embassy officials had to be vigilant in trawling the press, but also that adverse published comment on foreign governments could give rise on occasion to feuds, in which two foreign ministries skirmished through the pages of the inspired press, in the process stirring public emotions in ways that could be difficult to control. The British and the German foreign offices were typical in the tendency of each to overstate the extent to which public opinion was controlled by the other government. Press feuds could also spring up spontaneously, without government involvement. It was widely acknowledged by the government that slanging matches between chauvinistic newspaper editors could escalate to the point where they threatened to poison the atmosphere of international relations. At a meeting that took place at Reval in June 1908, between Tsar Nicholas II, King Edward VII, and Charles Harding, the Tsar confided to Harding that the liberty of the Russian press had caused him and his government considerable embarrassment, since every incident that occurred in any distant province of the empire, such as an earthquake or thunderstorms, was at once put down to Germany's account, and serious complaints had recently been made to him and the government of the unfriendly tone of the Russian press. But the Tsar confessed that he felt unable to remedy this state of affairs except by an occasional official communiqué to the press, and this had generally but slight effect. He wished very much that the press would turn their attention to internal rather than foreign affairs. Between 1896, when the British newspapers responded with outrage to the Kaiser's Kruger telegram, and 1911, when the British and German papers clashed over events in Morocco, there were repeated press wars between Britain and Germany. Efforts by the two governments to achieve press disarmament in 1906 and 1907, by exchanging delegations of senior journalists, were largely ineffective. Press wars were possible because the newspapers in each state frequently reported on the attitudes adopted by foreign newspapers on questions of national interest. It was not uncommon for entire articles to be reprinted or paraphrased. Thus, Tatistchev, the Russian military plenipotentiary in Berlin, could report to Tsar Nicholas II in February 1913 that pan-Slavist articles in Novaya Vremya were making a distressing impression in Germany. International press relations were especially tense between Austria and Serbia, where the major papers watched their counterparts across the border with eagle eyes, or were supplied with cuttings and translations by the respective foreign ministries, and where complaints about press coverage on the other side of the border were a stock theme. This problem would play a prominent role in the diplomacy of the July crisis in 1914. It is questionable, nonetheless, whether the European press was becoming steadily more bellicose in the years before 1914. Recent research on the German newspapers suggests a more complex picture. A study of German press coverage during a sequence of major pre-war crises, Morocco, Bosnia, Agadir, the Balkans, etc., discerned an increasingly polarized view of international relations and a declining confidence in diplomatic solutions. But there were also periods of quiescence in between, and the era of the Anglo-German press wars came to an abrupt halt in 1912. The last two pre-war years were a period, by contrast, of unusual harmony and peacefulness. Even Friedrich von Bernhardi, whose Germany and the Next War, 1911, is often cited as an example of the increasing bellicosity of German opinion, opened his appallingly aggressive tract with a long passage lamenting the pacifism of his compatriots. Nor did chauvinism always speak with one voice. In Britain, anti-Russian sentiment was still a powerful public force in the last few years before the outbreak of war, notwithstanding the Anglo-Russian Convention of 1907. In the winter of 1911-12, as the Agadir crisis was subsiding, the rank and file of the Liberal Party accused Grey of seeking an excessive intimacy with Russia at the expense of a more cooperative relationship with Germany. The public meetings convened up and down the country at the end of January 1912 to demand an Anglo-German understanding were driven in part by hostility to Russia, whose machinations were seen as threatening British interests at numerous points along the imperial periphery. Politicians often spoke, or complained, of opinion as an external force pressing on government. In doing so, they implied that opinion, whether public or published, was something outside government, like a fog pressing on the window panes of ministerial offices, something that policymakers could choose to exclude from their own sphere of action. And by opinion, they mostly meant the public approval or rejection of their own persons and policies. But there is something deeper than opinion, something we could call mentality, a fabric of unspoken assumptions, as James Joll called it, that shaped the attitudes and behaviour of statesmen, legislators, and publicists alike. In this domain, we can perhaps discern a deepening readiness for war across Europe, particularly within the educated elites. This did not take the form of bloodthirsty calls for violence against another state, but rather of a defensive patriotism that encompassed the possibility of war without necessarily welcoming it, a viewpoint underpinned by the conviction that conflict was a natural feature of international politics. "The idea of a prolonged peace is an idle dream," wrote Viscount Esher, a promoter of the Anglo-French Entente and a close friend and adviser of Edward VII in 1910. 2 years later, he told an audience of Cambridge undergraduates not to underestimate the poetic and romantic aspects of the clash of arms, warning that to do so would be to display enfeebled spirit and an impoverished imagination. War, Henry Spencer Wilkinson, the Cicelli professor of military history at Oxford, observed in his inaugural lecture, was one of the modes of human intercourse. This fatalistic acceptance of war's inevitability was held in place by a loose assemblage of arguments and attitudes. Some argued from Darwinian or Huxleyite principles that in view of their energy and ambition, England and Germany were bound to come to blows, notwithstanding their close racial kinship. Others claimed that turmoil was a natural feature of highly developed civilizations with their sophisticated armaments. Yet others hailed war as therapeutic, as beneficial to society and a force for social advance. Underpinning the reception of such views in both Britain and Germany was a sacrificial ideology, nourished, in turn, by the positive depictions of military conflict to be found in newspapers and the books read by boys of school age. A pamphlet penned by a belligerent clergyman from New Zealand and published by the National Service League urged every schoolboy to recall that he stands between his mother and his sisters, his sweetheart and girlfriends, and all the women he meets and sees, and the inconceivable infamy of alien invasion. Even the Scouting movement, founded in 1908, possessed from its inception, notwithstanding its celebration of woodlaw, campfires, and outdoor adventure, a strong military identification which was emphasized throughout the pre-war period. In Russia, the years following the Russo-Japanese War witnessed a military renaissance driven by the desire for military reform. In 1910, 572 new titles on military subjects were published. Most of these were not warmongering tracts, but political interventions in the debate over how the reform of the Russian military should be linked to broader processes of social change that would orient society towards the sacrifices demanded by a major war effort. These developments, which had their counterparts in all the European states, helped to explain the readiness of the legislatures to accept the financial burden of increased armaments expenditure during the pre-war period. In France, the support of the Chamber of Deputies, after heated controversy, for the new 3-year military service law in 1913, reflected the revived prestige of war in a public sphere that had tended since the Dreyfus affair to exhibit a strong anti-militarist ethos. though we should not forget that radical deputies supported this law, in part because, for the first time, it would be financed by a progressive property tax. In Germany, too, Beetman Hollweg managed to secure centre-right support for the massive army bill of 1913. For the separate bill to fund these measures, he was able to capture a centre-left coalition, though only because he was willing to raise part of the money by levying a new tax on the property-owning classes. In both cases, arguments for heightened military preparedness had to be admixed with other socio-political incentives in order to secure the support needed to drive these huge bills through Parliament. In Russia, by contrast, the enthusiasm of the political elite for armaments was such after 1908 that the Duma approved allocations even faster than the military commanders could work out what to do with them. Here it was the Octoberist bloc in the Duma, not the ministers, who initially drove the campaign for Russian army expansion. In Britain, too, the prevalent mood of defensive patriotism left its mark on the legislature. Whereas in 1902 only 3 MPs supported the National Service League, by 1912 the figure had risen to 180. The press entered into the calculations of policymakers in many different ways. It was never under their control, and they were never under its control. We should speak rather of a reciprocity between public opinion and public life, a process of constant interaction in which policymakers sought intermittently to guide opinion in a congenial direction, but were careful to shield their own autonomy and to protect the integrity of decision-making processes. On the other hand, statesmen continue to view the foreign press as an indicator not just of public opinion, but of official views and intentions, and this meant that uncertainties about who was inspiring or licensing which utterances could further complicate communications between states. More fundamental, and more difficult to measure, were the shifts in mentality that articulated themselves not in the calls of chauvinists for firmness or confrontation, but in a deep and widespread readiness to accept war, conceived as a certainty imposed by the nature of international relations. The weight of this accumulated readiness would manifest itself during the July crisis of 1914, not in the form of aggressive programmatic statements, but through the eloquent silence of those civilian leaders who, in a better world, might have been expected to point out that a war between great powers would be the very worst of things. The fluidity of power. Even if we were to assume that the foreign policies of the pre-war European powers were formulated and managed by compact executives, animated by a unified and coherent purpose, reconstructing the relations among them would still be a daunting task, given that no relationship between any two powers can be fully understood without reference to relations with all of the others. But in the Europe of 1903 to 14, the reality was even more complex than the international model would suggest. The chaotic interventions of monarchs, ambiguous relationships between civil and military, adversarial competition among key politicians in systems characterized by low levels of ministerial or cabinet solidarity, compounded by the agitations of a critical mass press against a background of intermittent crisis and heightened tension over security issues, made this a period of unprecedented uncertainty in international relations. The policy oscillations and mixed signalling that resulted made it difficult, not just for historians, but for the statesmen of the last pre-war years, to read the international environment. It would be a mistake to push this observation too far. All complex political executives, even authoritarian ones, are subject to inner tensions and oscillations. The literature on 20th century U.S. foreign relations dwells at length on intragovernmental power struggles and intrigues. In a brilliant study of the U.S. entry into the Vietnam War, Andrew Preston shows that while Presidents Lyndon B. Johnson and John F. Kennedy were reluctant to wage war, and the State Department was largely opposed to intervention, the smaller and more nimble National Security Council, which strongly favored war and operated beyond congressional oversight, narrowed down the president's options on Vietnam until war was virtually unavoidable. Yet the situation in pre-First World War Europe was different and worse in one important respect. For all the tensions that may evolve within it, the American executive is actually, in constitutional terms, a very tightly focused organization in which responsibility for executive decisions in foreign policy ultimately falls unambiguously upon the president. This was not the case for the pre-war European governments. There were perennial doubts about whether Grey had the right to commit himself as he did without consulting the cabinet or parliament. Indeed, these doubts were so pressing that they prevented him from making a clear and unequivocal statement of his intentions. The situation was even fuzzier in France, where the balance of initiative between the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Cabinet, and the Presidency remained unresolved, and even the masterful and determined Poincaré faced efforts to shut him out of the decision-making process altogether in the spring of 1914. In Austria-Hungary, and to a lesser extent in Russia, the power to shape foreign policy flowed around a loose human circuitry within the hive-like structure of the political elite, concentrating at different parts of the system, depending upon who formed the more effective and determined alignments. In these cases, as in Germany, the presence of an all-highest sovereign did not clarify, but rather blurred the power relations within the system. It is not a question, as in the Cuban Missile Crisis, of reconstructing the ratiocinations of two superpowers sifting through their options, but of understanding sustained, rapid-fire interactions between executive structures with a relatively poor understanding of each other's intentions, operating with low levels of confidence and trust, even within the respective alliances, and with high levels of hostility and paranoia. The volatility inherent in such a constellation was heightened by the fluidity of power within each executive, and its tendency to migrate from one node in the system to another. It may be true that dissent and polemics within the diplomatic services could have a salutary effect, in that they raised questions and objections that might have been suppressed in a more disciplined policy environment. But the risks surely outweighed the benefits. When hawks dominated the signalling process on both sides of a potentially conflictual interaction, as happened in the Agadir crisis and would happen again after 28th June 1914, swift and unpredictable escalations could be the result. 5. Balkan entanglements. The First World War was the Third Balkan War before it became the First World War. How was this possible? Conflicts and crises on the southeastern periphery, where the Ottoman Empire abutted Christian Europe, were nothing new. The European system had always accommodated them without endangering the peace of the continent as a whole. But the last years before 1914 saw fundamental change. In the autumn of 1911, Italy launched a war of conquest on an African province of the Ottoman Empire, triggering a chain of opportunist assaults on Ottoman territories across the Balkans. The system of geopolitical balances that had enabled local conflicts to be contained was swept away. In the aftermath of the two Balkan Wars of 1912 and 1913, Austria-Hungary faced a new and threatening situation on its southeastern periphery, while the retreat of Ottoman power raised strategic questions that Russian diplomats and policymakers found it impossible to ignore. The two continental alliance blocs were drawn deeper into the antipathies of a region that was entering a period of unprecedented volatility. In the process, the conflicts of the Balkan theatre became tightly intertwined with the geopolitics of the European system, creating a set of escalatory mechanisms that would enable a conflict of Balkan inception to engulf the continent within 5 weeks in the summer of 1914. Airstrikes on Libya. Early on the morning of 5th January 1912, George Frederick Abbott was woken in his tent in the Libyan desert by shouting and gunfire. Running out into the sunshine, he saw the Arab and Turkish soldiers of his encampment staring at something in the sky. It was an Italian monoplane flying at 2,000 feet, its wings touched by the rays of the morning sun. Heedless of the rifle fire from the camp, the plane sailed off gracefully to the southwest. The Italian invasion of Libya was in its 4th month. Turcophile by sentiment, Abbott had joined the Ottoman forces there as a British observer, with the intention of writing a history of the campaign. He noted that the Arabs, beyond letting off their guns, appeared unimpressed by the flying machine. They have an enormous capacity for taking new things as a matter of course. When the plane returned a day later, it bombarded the encampment with bundles of proclamations, which fluttered in the sunlight like so many flakes of toy snow. The Arabs, Abbott recalled, left off firing and, stooping, picked up the sheets eagerly, in the hope that they might be banknotes. Abbott's Ottoman companions were lucky to be bombarded only with verbose Italian war propaganda in antiquated Arabic. Elsewhere, the gross technological imbalance between the Italian armed forces and the Ottoman subjects, whose provinces they were invading, had more lethal effects. Before many major actions in the Libyan war, aeroplanes went up in reconnaissance, signalling the enemy's position and strength, so that the Italians could shell the Turkish guns from field batteries or from ironclads moored offshore. This was the first war to see aerial bombardments. In February 1912, an Ottoman retreat between the Zanzur oasis and Gargaresh, to the southeast of Tripoli, became a rout when the Italian dirigible P-3 dropped bombs among the retiring troops. Dirigibles could carry up to 250 bombs charged with high explosive. Bombs were dropped in small numbers from aeroplanes too, though this was an awkward business, since the aviator had somehow to steer the machine while gripping the bomb between his knees and using his free hand to insert the fuse, before aiming it at the troops below. The military searchlight, though a less new technology, the Royal Navy had used searchlights against Egyptian forces in Alexandria as early as 1882, was another high-tech weapon that figured prominently in contemporary accounts of the Libyan War. It was probably of even greater tactical significance than the planes and dirigibles, since its use prevented the Ottoman forces from mounting night attacks, or at least made these far more costly in casualties. The British observer, Ernest Bennett, recalled picking his way with a small group of Arab fighters along a coastal path towards their bivouac at Bir Terin, when the party was suddenly pinpointed by the searchlight of an Italian cruiser. The sight of the poor Arabs silhouetted against the electric rays saddened me. Searchlights, Maxims, batteries, warships, aeroplanes. The odds seemed so terrible. The cascade of wars that brought mayhem to the Balkans began in Africa. It was the Italian attack on Libya in 1911 that flashed the green light for the all-out Balkan assault on the Ottoman periphery. Unlike Egypt, now British, and Morocco, now effectively French, the three vilayets, later known as Libya, were integral provinces of the Ottoman Empire. The totally unprovoked Italian attack on these last Ottoman African possessions broke the ice, as one contemporary British observer put it, for the Balkan states. There had been talk for some years of a joint campaign to drive the Turks out of the Balkans, but nothing in the way of practical measures. Only after Italy's assault were the Balkan states emboldened to take up arms. Looking back on these events in 1924, Miroslav Spalajković, the former political head of the Serbian Foreign Ministry in Belgrade, recalled that it was the Italian attack on Tripoli that had inaugurated the process that had led to the war. All subsequent events are nothing more than the evolution of that first aggression. Italian diplomacy had been trying to secure an Italian sphere of interest in North Africa since before the turn of the century. In the summer of 1902, under the terms of the Prineti-Barrère Accord, Rome and Paris had secretly agreed that in the event of a major redistribution of territory, France would take Morocco, while Italy would be granted a free hand in Libya. The agreement ratified a process of rapprochement with France, the arch-rival in northern Africa, that had been underway since 1898. A note from London in March 1902 helpfully promised that Britain would ensure that any alteration in the status of Libya would be in conformity with Italian interests. These agreements exemplify a policy of concessions that was designed to loosen the hold of the Triple Alliance on Italy, its most unreliable component. It was in keeping with this approach that Tsar Nicholas II agreed the Racconigi bargain of 1909 with King Victor Emmanuel III, in which Russia acknowledged Italy's special interest in Libya in return for Italian support for Russian policy on access to the Turkish Straits. Selling a policy of invasion and annexation to the politically active part of the Italian public was not difficult. Colonialism was on the march in Italy as it was elsewhere, and the memory of Roman Africa, when Libya had been the breadbasket of the empire, assured Tripolitania a central place on the kingdom's colonial horizons. In 1908, the modest Ufficio Coloniale in Rome was expanded and upgraded to the Direzione Centrale degli Affari Coloniali, a sign of the growing weight of African concerns within government. From 1909 onwards, the nationalist Enrico Corradini, supported by the nationalist organ L'Idea Nazionale, campaigned energetically for an imperialist enterprise focused on Libya. By the spring of 1911, he was openly demanding a policy of invasion and seizure. It was widely believed within the political elite that Italy needed somewhere fruitful in which to plant her departing emigrants. Even the socialists were susceptible to these arguments, though they tended to shroud them in the language of economic necessity. Until the summer of 1911, however, Italy's leading statesmen remained faithful to the country's ancient axiom that Italy must not provoke the breakup of the Ottoman Empire. As late as the summer of 1911, Prime Minister Giovanni Giolitti was still firmly rejecting calls to adopt a more aggressive position vis-à-vis Constantinople on a range of issues relating to the governance of Ottoman Albania. It was the French intervention in Morocco that changed everything. The Italian Foreign Ministry believed it had excellent grounds for demanding a quid pro quo in Libya. In view of France's radical modification of the situation in the Mediterranean, it would now be impossible, an Italian Foreign Ministry senior official pointed out, to justify a policy of continuing inaction before public opinion. It was Britain, France, and Russia, the powers of the Entente, rather than Italy's allies within the Triple Alliance, that encouraged Rome to take action. In early July 1911, the Italians mentioned to the British government the vexations supposedly visited upon Italian subjects in Tripoli by the Ottoman authorities. It was standard practice for European powers to legitimate their predations with the claim that their presence was needed to protect their nationals from ill treatment. On 28 July, when the question of an actual intervention was raised with the Foreign Secretary by the Italian ambassador in London, Marquis Guglielmo Imperiali, Grey's reaction was astonishingly favourable. Grey desired to sympathise with Italy, he told the ambassador, in view of the very good relations between us. If the Italians were receiving unfair treatment in Tripoli, and should the hand of Italy be forced, Grey undertook to express to the Turks the opinion that, in face of the unfair treatment meted out to Italians, the Turkish government could not expect anything else. Unsurprisingly, the Italians read these obfuscating formulations as a green light for an attack on Libya. And Grey remained faithful to this line. On 19 September, he instructed Permanent Under-Secretary of State Sir Arthur Nicholson that it was most important that neither England nor France obstruct Italy in her designs. Italian inquiries in St. Petersburg produced an even more accommodating response. The Italian ambassador to St. Petersburg was told that Russia would not complain if Italy acquired Libya. Indeed, St. Petersburg urged Italy to act in a prompt and resolute manner. There was thus intensive prior discussion with the Entente states. By contrast, Italy treated its allies in the Triple Alliance with cavalier disregard. On 14 September, Giolitti and the Marquis di San Giuliano, Italy's foreign minister, met in Rome to agree that a military action should be launched as swiftly as possible, so that it would be underway before the Austrian and German governments were aware of it. This reticence was well advised, for the Germans had no wish to see their Italian ally go to war against their Ottoman friends, and were already doing what they could to achieve a peaceful resolution of the issues outstanding between Rome and Constantinople. The German ambassador in the Ottoman capital even warned his Italian colleague that an Italian occupation of Libya might bring down the young Turk regime and trigger a sequence of disorders that would reopen the entire Eastern question. The Austrian foreign minister, Count Ehrenthal, repeatedly urged restraint on the Italians, warning them that precipitous action in Libya could have undesirable consequences on the Balkan Peninsula, and reminding them that they themselves had always proclaimed that the stability and integrity of the Ottoman Empire were in Italy's best interests. San Giuliano was fully aware of the contradictions in Italy's policy and cognizant of the undesirable consequences that worried the Austrians. In a long report of 28 July 1911 to the King and Prime Minister, the Foreign Minister weighed up the arguments for and against an invasion. He acknowledged the probability that the damage inflicted on the prestige of the Ottoman Empire would induce the Balkan peoples to action against it and hasten a crisis that might almost force Austria to act in the Balkans. The train of thought underlying these prescient comments was not solicitude for the security of the Austro-Hungarian Empire as such, but rather apprehension at the possibility that a wave of upheavals might favour Austrian Balkan interests at Italy's expense, especially in Albania, which was viewed in many quarters as yet another future Italian colony. Yet these Balkan dangers were balanced, in San Giuliano's mind, by the thought that time might be running out for an Italian venture in northern Africa. If political causes do not weaken or dissolve the Ottoman Empire, it, within 2 or 3 years, will have a powerful fleet that would render more difficult for us, and perhaps even impossible, an enterprise against Tripoli. The most striking feature of this last argument is the total absence of any foundation for it. The Ottoman government was, to be sure, striving to upgrade its obsolete fleet. An order had been placed for one modern battleship from England, and another was in preparation for a purchase from Brazil. But these modest efforts were dwarfed by Italian naval construction plans, not to mention the current strength of the Italian fleet, and there was no reason to suppose that they would ever unsettle Italy's comfortable naval superiority over the Ottomans in the eastern Mediterranean. San Giuliano's argument was thus founded less in the facts of the naval balance of power than in a kind of temporal claustrophobia that we find at work in the reasoning of many European statesmen of this era, a sense that time was running out, that in an environment where assets were waning and threats were growing, any delay was sure to bring severe penalties. So it was that after a sequence of minor naval skirmishes, the signal to stand by rang out on 3rd October 1911 across a squadron of Italian warships moored before Tripoli harbour. An Italian commander on board one of the ships recalled a rush of gunners to guns, of carriers to ammunition rooms, of signalmen to the speaking tubes. Ammunition lifts raised to the batteries the white shells, tipped with red, which were laid out in neat lines behind each gun. At exactly 3:13 in the afternoon, the Benedetto Brin fired the first shell at the red fort that stood on the spit of land enclosing Tripoli harbour. It was the signal for a gigantic volley that boomed across the sea in clouds of white smoke. The city of Tripoli fell after perfunctory resistance and was occupied by 1,700 Italian Marines only 48 hours after the commencement of hostilities. The occupations of Tobruk, Derna, Benghazi and Homs followed over the next few weeks. In the following months, Italian troops, 20,000 at first, later increasing to 100,000, descended on the thinly defended vilayet of Tripolitania. The rapid liquidation San Giuliano had hoped for did not come about. The Italians found it difficult to break into the interior of the country and, for the first 6 months of the war, remained confined to their coastal bridgeheads. An Italian decree of 5th November, formally announcing the annexation of Tripolitania and Cyrenaica, was a gesture intended to preempt premature mediation by the other powers, not a faithful reflection of the military situation. In a succession of naval actions off the Lebanese coast in January and February 1912, the Italians destroyed the Ottoman naval presence at Beirut and eliminated the only remaining threat to Italian naval dominance in the southern Mediterranean. But the land war dragged on amid hair-raising reports of Italian atrocities against the Arab population. Despite their technological inferiority, the Ottoman defenders and their auxiliaries inflicted bruising defeats on the invaders. A series of concentric Turco-Arab attacks on the Italian perimeter around Tripoli during the first month of the war broke through the lines at various points, destroying some units and exacting high casualties, while armed rebels inside the perimeter harassed the defending forces from behind. Throughout the conflict, small skirmishes, ambushes, and guerrilla warfare impeded movement between the main coastal strongholds or into the interior. It would take the Italians 20 years to pacify the Libyan hinterland. San Giuliano had seen that the invasion and seizure of Libya might have a disinhibiting effect on the Christian states of the Balkan Peninsula. If this outcome was probable after the initial invasion, it became inevitable when Italy attempted to break the stalemate on land by taking the sea war into Ottoman home waters. On 18th April 1912, Italian gunboats bombarded the two outer forts guarding the entrance to the Turkish Straits. The gun crews fired 346 shells from moorings 7 miles offshore, killing 1 soldier and 1 horse, and damaging a barrack. It was a symbolic demonstration rather than a real blow at the enemy's military strength. The Turks responded, predictably enough, by closing the straits to neutral commerce. 10 days later, there was a further naval attack on the Dodecanese Islands at the southern end of the Aegean Sea. Between 28th April and 21st May 1912, the Italians seized control of 13 islands, whose Greek natives greeted them as heroes and liberators. After a lull, the Italians stepped up the pressure in July, sending 8 submarines into the straits. Once again, there was talk of a Turkish closure, though on this occasion Constantinople agreed, under Russian pressure, merely to narrow the width of the channel by laying mines. In October 1912, the Italian government threatened to launch a major naval campaign in the Aegean if the Ottoman government did not agree to conclude a peace. Under pressure from the great powers, and especially Russia and Austria, who were concerned, respectively, by the disruption to shipping and the growing danger of Balkan complications, the Turks finally caved in and signed a secret peace treaty on 15th October, stipulating the autonomy of Tripolitania and Cyrenaica. An imperial Ferman decree of the same date announced the withdrawal of Ottoman direct rule from the lost provinces. 3 days later, this arrangement was publicly confirmed in the Treaty of Lausanne. The Italo-Turkish War, today largely forgotten, disturbed the European and international system in significant ways. The Libyan struggle against the Italian occupation was one of the crucial early catalysts in the emergence of modern Arab nationalism. It was the powers of the Entente that had encouraged Italy to this bold act of unprovoked predation, while Italy's partners in the Triple Alliance reluctantly acquiesced. There was something revelatory in this constellation. The interventions of the powers exposed the weakness, indeed the incoherence, of the Triple Alliance. The repeated warnings from Austria and Berlin that Italy's action would unsettle the entire Balkan Peninsula in dangerous and unpredictable ways were ignored. Italy, it seemed, was an ally in name only. There was as yet no overt hint of Italy's later defection to the Entente. Italian foreign policy still played a complex and ambiguous game in which contradictory commitments were precariously balanced. The traditional rivalry with France over northern Africa still seethed below the surface. Sensational naval incidents, such as the impounding by Italian naval craft of French steamers suspected of carrying Turkish arms and military personnel, ensured that the war stirred mutual bitterness and paranoia between Italy and its long-resented Latin sorellastra, stepsister. Nonetheless, the war confirmed an insight of great importance to Paris and London, namely that Italy was, for the moment, a more valuable asset to the Entente inside the Triple Alliance than outside it. In a letter of January 1912 to Premier Raymond Poincaré, Paul Combon noted that Italy was more burdensome than useful as an ally. Against Austria she harbours a latent hostility that nothing can disarm, and as regards France, we have reasons to think that in the event of a conflict she would remain neutral or more likely would await events before taking part. It is thus unnecessary for us to attach her more closely to us. Underlying the disarray of the Triple Alliance was a development of even more fundamental importance. In mounting her assault on Libya, Italy had the more or less reluctant support of most of Europe. This in itself was a noteworthy state of affairs, for it revealed how comprehensively the pro-Ottoman European coalition had dissolved. In the 1850s, a concert of powers had emerged to contain Russian predations against the Ottoman Empire. The result was the Crimean War. This grouping had reconstituted itself in different form after the Russo-Turkish War at the Conference of Berlin in 1878, and had regrouped during the Bulgarian crises of the mid-1880s. It was now nowhere to be seen. In the opening phase of the Italian War, the Ottoman Empire had sought an English alliance, but London, reluctant to alienate Italy, did not respond. The two Balkan wars that followed then broke the concert beyond repair. A transition of profound significance was taking place. Britain was gradually withdrawing from its century-long commitment to bottle the Russians into the Black Sea by sustaining the integrity of the Ottoman Empire. To be sure, British suspicion of Russia was still too intense to permit a complete relaxation of vigilance on the Straits. Grey refused in 1908 to accede to Izvolsky's request for a loosening of the restrictions on Russian access to the Turkish Straits, notwithstanding the Anglo-Russian Convention signed in the previous year. Right up until 1914, the Ottoman fleet on the Bosphorus was still commanded by a Briton, Admiral Sir Arthur Henry Limpus. But the gradual loosening of the British commitment to the Ottoman system created by degrees a geopolitical vacuum into which Germany equally gradually slipped. In 1887, Bismarck had assured the Russian ambassador in Berlin that Germany had no objection to seeing the Russians masters of the Straits, possessors of the entrance to the Bosphorus and of Constantinople itself. But after the departure of Bismarck in 1890 and the slackening of the traditional tie to Russia, Germany's leaders sought closer links with Constantinople. Kaiser Wilhelm II made lavishly publicized journeys to the Ottoman Empire in October 1889 and again in October 1898, and from the 1890s, German finance was deeply involved in Ottoman railway construction, first in the form of the Anatolian Railway, later in the famous Baghdad Railway, begun in 1903, which was supposed on completion to connect Berlin via Constantinople to Ottoman Iraq. A structural continuity underlay this Anglo-German changing of the guard. The problem of the Straits, which is another way of describing the problem of containing Russian power in the eastern Mediterranean, would remain one of the constants of the modern European system, if we leave aside the brief interlude of 1915 to 17, when France and Britain sought to bind St. Petersburg to the wartime coalition by promising Constantinople and the Turkish Straits to Russia. It was still in evidence after 1945, when Turkey was shielded against potential Soviet aggression by her alliance with the United States. This critical strategic commitment has meant that Turkey, though it remains excluded from the EU, has been a member of NATO since 1952. The gradual replacement of Britain by Germany as the guardian of the Straits at this particular juncture was of momentous importance, because it happened to coincide with the sundering of Europe into two alliance blocs. The question of the Turkish Straits, which had once helped to unify the European concert, was now ever more deeply implicated in the antagonisms of a bipolar system. Balkan helter-skelter. By the time the Ottomans sued for peace with Italy in the autumn of 1912, the preparations for a major Balkan conflict were already well underway. On 28 September 1911, the day Italy delivered its ultimatum to Constantinople, the Serbian foreign minister warned that if the Italo-Turkish war were to be protracted, it would inevitably bring Balkan repercussions. Almost as soon as the Italian declaration of war became known in October 1911, arrangements were put in train for a meeting between representatives of the Serbian and Bulgarian governments to discuss a joint military venture. A first Serbian draft of a treaty of alliance with Bulgaria spelling out the provisions for an offensive war against Turkey was complete by November 1911. The defensive Serbo-Bulgarian alliance, signed in March 1912, was followed by an openly offensive one in May, just as Italy was seizing the Dodecanese. The Serbo-Bulgarian accords were focused mainly on military objectives against Ottoman southeastern Europe, but they also foresaw the possibility of combined action against Austria-Hungary. Around the Serbo-Bulgarian core, a secret Balkan League now coalesced, whose purpose was to expel the Turks from the peninsula. The peace negotiations between Italy and the Ottoman Empire were still dragging on when the League states began mobilizing for a general Balkan war. Hostilities opened on 8 October 1912 with a Montenegrin attack on Ottoman positions. On 18 October 1912, just as the Peace of Lausanne was being signed, King Petar I issued a royal declaration announcing that he had, by the grace of God, ordered his brave army to join in the holy war to free our brethren and to ensure a better future. The war that broke out in the Balkans in October 1912 had been foreseen by nearly everyone. What astonished contemporary observers was the swiftness and scope of the victories secured by the Balkan League states. Battles flared up across the peninsula as Serbian, Bulgarian, Greek, and Montenegrin armies advanced on the Ottoman strongholds. Geography dictated that the fulcrum of the Bulgarian war would be in eastern Thrace, whose broad, undulating plains narrow into the isthmus, at the end of which Constantinople stands. Into this area the Bulgarians poured nearly 300,000 men, approximately 15% of the country's total male population. In all, just over 30% of Bulgarian males were mobilized during the First Balkan War. At Kirkilissa, Lotsengrad, a battle raged for 3 days along a 36-mile front, stretching eastwards from the Ottoman fortress of Edirne, Adrianople. Led by the exceptionally energetic Dmitriev, who was known as Napoleon, on account both of his small stature and his preference for leading from the heat of battle, the Bulgarian infantry attacked with great determination and ferocity. When the Ottomans fell back in disarray, the Bulgarians followed through mud and heavy rain until they reached country for which they lacked good maps or reconnaissance. Their commanders had never expected them to get this far. The Bulgarian onslaught broke at last on the Chatalja line of fortifications, only 20 miles from Constantinople. Here, on 17th November 1912, with the capital city at their backs, the Ottomans held the line, deploying accurate artillery fire to inflict appalling casualties on the advancing lines of infantry and repelling wave after wave of assaults. This was as close as the Bulgarians would ever get to Constantinople. While the Bulgarians pushed into Thrace, the Serbian First Army advanced south into northern Macedonia with around 132,000 men. On 22nd October, earlier than they expected, they encountered an Ottoman force encamped around the town of Kumanova. On the following day, a battle broke out along a 10-mile front under cold, driving rain. After 2 days of fighting, the Serbs inflicted a crushing defeat on the Ottomans. There was no immediate follow-up, but the Serbian army drove on southwards, and in 3 days of sporadic but heavy fighting around the town of Prilep, again under the autumn rain, the Serbs once more drove the Ottoman troops from their positions. At the request of their Bulgarian allies, who were anxious to secure Salonika before the Greeks got their hands on it, and had no further troops to spare, the Serbian command ordered the First Army on 8th November to advance on Bitola, a picturesque town on the river Dragor in southwestern Macedonia. Here the Ottomans had halted and consolidated their position, placing their artillery on the Oblakov heights overlooking the main approach from the north. Heavy artillery fire from the heights initially held the Serbs back. Only after the Oblakov ridge was stormed and taken on 17th November did the tide of the battle turn decisively in the Serbs' favour. Firing with impressive skill from high ground, the Serbian artillery destroyed the Ottoman batteries defending the town, opening the way for an infantry assault that would turn the Ottoman flank. This was the last stand of the Ottomans in Macedonia. And in the meanwhile, the Serbian Third Army had advanced westwards into northern Albania, where they supported the Montenegrin army in besieging the fortified city of Scutari. From the beginning of the conflict, the Greeks had focused their attention single-mindedly on securing Salonika, the largest city of Macedonia and the key strategic port of the region. Leaving the Macedonian strongholds on their left flank to the Serbs and Bulgarians, the Greek army of Thessaly marched to the northeast, overrunning Ottoman positions on the Sarantaparos Pass and Yanitsa on 22nd of October and 2nd November. The road to Salonika was now open. An almost comical interlude followed. During the first week of November, Greek units began surrounding the city. The Bulgarians, realizing that the Greeks were about to take this coveted prize, ordered their own 7th Rela Division to race southwards in the hope of preempting a Greek occupation, a deployment that forced them to leave Bitola to the Serbs. As they approached the city, messengers were sent ahead urging the Ottoman commander to surrender to the Bulgarian army under favourable terms. From the commander came the forlorn reply, "I have only one Thessaloniki, which I have already surrendered." The Greeks had got there first. Having initially refused the Bulgarians' entry, the Greek command eventually agreed to let 15,000 Bulgarians co-occupy the city with 25,000 Greek troops. In a parallel campaign, waged in the Epirus or southern Albania, the Greeks became bogged down in a siege of the well-fortified Ottoman positions around Yanina. The fighting dragged on in some areas, but the scale of the Allies' success was extraordinary. In only 6 weeks, they had conquered nearly half of all European Turkey. By 3rd December 1912, when an armistice was signed, the only points of continuing Ottoman resistance west of the Çatalca line were Adrianople, Yanina, and Scutari, all of which were still under siege. As the squabbling over Salonika suggests, the First Balkan War contained the seeds of a second conflict over the territorial spoils from the first. In the treaty founding their alliance in March 1912, Serbia and Bulgaria had agreed a clear plan of partition. The Bulgarians were to get southern Macedonia, including the towns of Ohrid, Prilep, and Bitola. Serbia was assigned Kosovo, heartland of the Serbian mythscape, and the Sanjak of Novi Pazar. Northern Macedonia, including the important town of Skopje, was assigned to a disputed zone. If the two parties failed to reach an agreement, they both undertook to accept the arbitration of the Russian Tsar. The Bulgarians were pleased with this agreement, especially as they expected the Russians to rule in their favour. The Serbs, by contrast, were far from happy. Many in the political elite felt that the March alliance, which had been negotiated by the moderate Prime Minister Milovan Milovanovic, had given too much away. Among the critics were the Chief of the General Staff, Radomir Putnik, and the Radical Party leader, Nikola Pasic. "In my opinion," Pasic later commented, "we conceded too much, or better said, we abandoned some Serbian areas which we should never have dared to abandon, even if we were left without an agreement." A few months later, in July 1912, Milovanovic died unexpectedly, removing one of the chief exponents of moderation in Serbian foreign policy. 6 weeks after his death, the ardent nationalist Pasic took office as Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs. The first unequivocal sign that the Serbian government intended to breach the terms of the treaty with Bulgaria came even before the First Balkan War had broken out. On 15 September 1912, Pasic had dispatched a confidential circular to the Serbian delegations to the European powers, in which he referred to Old Serbia and defined this area as encompassing Prilep, Kičeva, and Ohrid, areas that had been promised in March to Bulgaria. As the war got under way, Serbian designs on Macedonia were temporarily overshadowed by the advance into northern Albania, which distracted the leadership with the bewitching prospect of a port on the Adriatic. This was the old problem of Serbian national unification, that it could potentially involve expansion in a number of different directions, forcing decision-makers to choose between options. As soon as it became clear, however, that Austria-Hungary had no intention of allowing the Serbs to acquire a swathe of Albania, and the prospect of an Adriatic port receded from view, the leaders in Belgrade began to broach publicly the idea of revising the terms of the treaty with Bulgaria in Serbia's favour. A particular fetish was Monastir, which the Serbs had taken, after repeated charges and heavy losses, with the bayonet. Alarmed, the Bulgarians sent requests for clarification, which Pasic handled with his usual evasiveness. All differences could and would be settled easily, he assured the Bulgarians. Yet, at the same time, there was talk behind the scenes of annexing not just Prilep and Bitola from the Bulgarian zone, but also the hotly coveted city of Skopje in the disputed zone. Tempers were raised further by news of Serbian mistreatment of Bulgars in the liberated lands. It didn't help that the heir to the throne, Prince Alexander, had walked about various Macedonian towns during a tour of the conquered areas, engaging local Bulgars in the following formulaic dialogue. "What are you?" Bulgarian. "You are not Bulgarian. Fuck your father." It looked for some months as if a conflict might be avoided, because both Belgrade and Sofia agreed at the end of April 1913 to submit the Macedonian dispute to Russian arbitration. Anxious to bring the issue to a resolution, Sophie sent Dimitar Rizov, the Bulgarian diplomat who had assisted at the birth of the Serbian-Bulgarian Treaty of Alliance in 1904. Listen to Chapter 2. To Belgrade to lay out the basis for an amicable settlement. Known as an exponent of Serbo-Bulgarian collaboration, Rizov was the right man to secure a deal, if any was to be had. But his conversations with the Serbian government convinced him that Belgrade had absolutely no intention of relinquishing any of the lands and strongholds that it currently held within the Bulgarian zone. He was particularly shocked at the influence wielded by the Russian minister. Hartwig's weight in Serbian affairs was such, he reported to the Bulgarian Prime Minister, that his diplomatic colleagues privately call him the regent, for, in reality, he fulfills the functions of the ailing Serbian king. On 28th May, one day after Rizov's departure from Belgrade, Pashic at last went public with his annexation policy, declaring before the Skupština that Serbia would keep all the lands it had fought so hard to acquire. Further conflict over Macedonia was now inevitable. In the last week of May 1913, large contingents of Serbian troops were moved to forward positions along the Bulgarian frontier, and the railways were temporarily closed to civilian traffic. On 30th June, Pashic was once again before the Skupština, defending his Macedonia policy against extreme nationalist deputies, who argued that Serbia should simply have seized the captured provinces outright. Just as the debate was warming up, a messenger arrived to inform the Prime Minister that Bulgarian forces had attacked Serbian positions in the contested areas at 2 o'clock that morning. There had been no declaration of war. The Skupština erupted in uproar, and Pashic left the session to coordinate the government's preparations for a counter-offensive. In the inter-allied war that followed, Serbia, Greece, Turkey and Romania joined forces to tear chunks of territory out of the flanks of Bulgaria. Bulgarian forces entering Macedonia were checked by the Serbs on the river Bregalnica in early July. Then well-dug-in Bulgarian troops around Kalimanci in northeastern Macedonia repelled a Serbian counterattack on 15th to 18th July and prevented the Serbs from invading western Bulgaria. While the Serbian front stagnated, the Greeks attacked from the south in a campaign that culminated in the bloody but inconclusive Battle of Kresna Gorga. At the same time, a Romanian assault in the east, which brought Romanian troops to within 7 miles of Sofia, forced the Bulgarian government to sue for an armistice. In the Peace of Bucharest, concluded on 10th August 1913, Bulgaria, after stupendous bloodletting, lost most of the territories it had acquired in the First War. The Wobbler. Russian policy on the Balkan events evolved in the shadow of the Bosnian annexation crisis of 1908-9. The Russians forgot, or never learned of, the role Izvolsky had played in proposing the exchange of Bosnia-Herzegovina for Austrian diplomatic support on the Straits question. The broader international context, the refusal of Britain, for example, to support the Russian bid for access to the Turkish Straits, was likewise elided from memory. Stripped down to serve the ends of nationalist and pan-Slavist propaganda, the Bosnian annexation was remembered as an infamous chapter in the history of Austrian perfidy, made worse by Germany's intervention in defence of its ally in March 1909. It was a humiliation, the like of which Russia must never again be made to endure. But the Bosnian debacle also revealed the extent of Russia's isolation in Balkan matters, for neither Britain nor France had shown much zeal in helping St. Petersburg to extricate itself from the mess that Izvolsky had helped to create. In future, it was clear, a way would have to be found of applying pressure in the region without alienating Russia's Western partners. The most striking feature of Russian Balkan policy in 1911-12 was the weakness of central control and coordination. Stolypin's assassination on 18 September 1911 plunged the system into disarray. The Premier had been dead for just 10 days when the Italian government issued its ultimatum to the Ottoman government. The new Premier, Vladimir Kakovtsov, was still finding his feet. Sazonov was abroad between March and December 1911, convalescing from a serious illness. In his absence, Assistant Foreign Minister Neratov struggled to stay abreast of developments. The reins of ministerial control slackened. The result was a fracturing of Russian policy into parallel and mutually incompatible elements. On the one hand, the Russian ambassador to Constantinople, N.V. Charikov, attempted to exploit the Ottoman Empire's predicament in order to negotiate improved conditions for Russian shipping in the Turkish Straits. As the Libyan crisis unfolded, Charikov proposed to the Ottoman government that Russia guarantee Turkish possession of Constantinople, along with a defensible Thracian hinterland. In return, the Ottoman government would grant the Russians free passage for warships through the Dardanelles and the Bosphorus. At the very same time, Nikolai Hartwig, minister in Belgrade, pursued a very different line. Hartwig had been trained within the Asiatic department of the Russian Foreign Ministry, a subculture characterized by a preference for assertive positions and ruthless methods. Since his arrival in the Serbian capital in the autumn of 1909, he had been the champion of an active Russian policy on the Balkan Peninsula. He had made no effort to conceal his Austrophobe and pan-Slav views. Andrei Toshev, the Bulgarian minister in the Serbian capital, was doubtless exaggerating when he claimed that, step by step, Hartwig took into his own hands the actual direction of the Serbian kingdom. But there is no question that Hartwig occupied a position of unrivalled influence in Belgrade's political life. Hartwig's popularity at the court of Tsar Nicholas II and the general lack of vigorous control or scrutiny from St. Petersburg meant that, as the chargé d'affaires at the Russian mission in Belgrade ruefully noted, he was relatively free to elaborate his own extreme views, even when these conflicted with the official signals emanating from the ministry. He had secured such a position that he could give the Serbs his own version of the steps Russia was about to take. While Charikov explored the possibility of a lasting rapprochement with Constantinople, Hartwig pushed the Serbs to form an offensive alliance with Bulgaria against the Ottoman Empire. He was in an excellent position to coordinate these efforts, since his old friend Miroslav Spalajkovic, who had virtually lived at the Russian mission during the scandal of the Friedjung trial, had accepted a posting as the Serbian minister in Sofia, where he helped to smooth the path towards a Serbo-Bulgarian treaty. In addition to pressing his arguments upon the Serbian government, Hartwig plied Assistant Minister Neratov with letters insisting that the formation of a Balkan League against the Ottomans, and by implication Austria-Hungary, was the only way to secure Russian interests in the region. "The present moment is such," he told Neratov on 6 October 1911, 3 days after the Italian shelling of Tripoli, that both states, Serbia and Bulgaria, would be committing the greatest offence against Russia and Slavdom if they showed even the slightest vacillation. Sazonov thus faced a choice between irreconcilable options when he returned from his convalescence abroad at the end of 1911. He elected to disavow Charikov. The Ottoman government were told to disregard the ambassador's overtures, and Charikov was recalled from his post a few months later. Sazonov claimed that he was punishing his ambassador for disregarding his instructions, jumping over all the barriers set by St. Petersburg, and thereby making a mess of things. But this was a smokescreen. Charikov had secured Assistant Minister Neratov's backing for his proposals, and he was certainly not the only Russian envoy making policy on the trot. Hartwig was a far worse offender in this respect. Sazonov's real reason for disavowing the ambassador to Constantinople was his concern that the moment was not yet ripe for a renewed Russian initiative on the Straits. In December 1911, on his way back from his convalescence in Switzerland, Sazonov had learned from Izvolsky and from the Russian ambassador to London, Count Benkendorf, that pressing the Straits question directly would place relations with France and Britain under strain. British attitudes were a particular concern, because the winter of 1911-12 saw the re-emergence of tensions over the Anglo-Russian settlement in Persia. The worse these tensions became, the less likely it was that Britain would adopt a benevolent view of Russian objectives in the Straits question. Meanwhile, Russia's lukewarm support for France's Moroccan adventure in the spring and summer of 1911 had loosened the link to Paris. The French government was, in any case, reluctant to see the Russians gain improved access to the eastern Mediterranean, which they regarded as their own sphere of interest. Most importantly of all, the immense scale of French investment in the Ottoman Empire made Paris deeply suspicious of any Russian initiative that looked likely to compromise its financial health. At a time when the bonds holding the Entente together appeared relatively weak, potentially divisive proposals on an area of such strategic importance as the Turkish Straits were inopportune. For the moment, in other words, Sazonov was obliged to prioritize the cohesion of the Entente over Russian interest in improved access to the Straits. At the same time as he disassociated himself from Charikov's initiative, Sazonov supported Hartwig's pro-Serbian and Leaguist policy on the Balkans, as a means both of countering Austrian designs and applying indirect pressure to the Ottomans. But the Russian foreign minister was careful to avoid challenging the Ottomans in a way that might alienate the Western Entente partners. The desire to exploit the opportunities opening up on the Bosphorus had to be balanced against the risks of acting alone. He encouraged the Italians in their hit-and-run raids on the Dardanelles, even though these were likely to trigger a Turkish closure of the waterway that would severely disrupt Russian commercial traffic. Sazonov told the British and the French that his aim was to draw Italy into a Balkan partnership. As he told Sir George Buchanan, the British ambassador in St. Petersburg, he saw in the Italians a valuable counterpoise to Austria. In reality, he hoped that the Italian raids might at some point offer the Russians an excuse for demanding that their own warships be granted access. It was essential, Sazonov told Izvolsky at the beginning of October 1912, that Russia not present herself as rallying and unifying opposition to Turkey. Sazonov also supported and sponsored the emergence of the Balkan League. He had been an exponent of League policy since coming to office, and claimed to be inspired by the vision of 500,000 bayonets forming a rampart between the Central Powers and the Balkan states. His motives in sponsoring the formation of the Serbo-Bulgarian Alliance Treaty of March 1912 were both anti-Austrian and anti-Turkish. The treaty stated that the signatories would come to each other's assistance with all of their forces in the event of any great power attempting to annex, occupy, or temporarily to invade any formerly Turkish Balkan territory, a clear, if implicit, reference to Austria, which was suspected of harbouring designs on the Sanjak of Novi Pazar. Sazonov knew perfectly well that the Balkan Peninsula was likely to become highly unstable in the aftermath of the Libyan War. It was essential, he believed, that Russia remain in control of any resulting conflict. The terms of the Serbo-Bulgarian Treaty accordingly assigned to Russia a coordinating and arbitrating role in any post-conflict settlement. A secret protocol stipulated that the signatories were to advise Russia in advance of their intention to wage war. If the two states disagreed on whether or when to commence an attack on Turkey, a Russian veto would be binding. If an agreement over the partitioning of conquered territory proved elusive, the issue must be submitted to arbitration by Russia. The decision of Russia was binding for both parties to the treaty. The alliance thus looked likely to serve as a valuable tool for the pursuit of Russian interests. Yet some doubts remained. Past experience suggested that the Balkan League Russia had helped to create might not prove obedient to the promptings of St. Petersburg. Disagreement on this point had led in October and November 1911 to a bitter feud between Hartwig, who favoured an aggressive Balkan League policy, and A.V. Nekhlyudov, the Russian minister in Sofia, who worried that the resulting alliance would slip out of Russian control. Nekhlyudov had a point. What if the two signatory states did in fact agree on the feasibility and timing of an attack? In that case, the Russian treaty veto would be meaningless. This is indeed what happened. And what if the two signatories recruited other neighbouring states, Montenegro and Greece, for example, to their coalition without consulting St. Petersburg. This, too, happened. Russia was informed of, but not consulted about, the secret military articles attached to the alliance. St. Petersburg's objections to the inclusion of Montenegro and Greece were disregarded. The League threatened to slip out of control even before it had come fully into being. When the Balkan tiger leapt out of its cage in October 1912, Sazonov made demonstrative but largely gestural efforts to restrain it. The Russian ambassador in London was informed, on the one hand, that he should not consent to any proposals that involved Russia collaborating with Austria. At the same time, the League states were warned that they could not count on Russian assistance. These admonitions must have sounded strange to Serbian and Bulgarian ears, given the encouragement both states had received from Russia to make common cause against the Turks. Milenko Vesnic, the Serbian envoy to France, recalled a meeting with Sazonov in Paris in October 1912, just as the war was beginning. Speaking before a group of French officials at the Quai d'Orsay, Sazonov told Vesnic that he believed the Serbian mobilization had been an ill-conceived démarche, and that it was crucial that the war be contained and brought to a swift close. Irritated but undaunted, Vesnic reminded Sazonov that the Russian Foreign Ministry had had full knowledge of the agreement struck between Serbia and Bulgaria. Embarrassed, French officials were present. Sazonov replied that this was true, but that it applied only to the first treaty, which was merely defensive, a dubious assertion to say the least. Russian diplomacy was playing two roles, instigator and peacekeeper, at the same time. Sazonov told Sofia that he did not object to a Balkan war as such, but was concerned about timing. A Balkan war might trigger broader consequences, and Russia was not yet militarily ready to risk a general conflagration. The confusion generated by Sazonov's own ambivalent messaging was compounded by the enthusiastic warmongering of Hartwig and the Russian military attaché in Sofia, who both encouraged their respective interlocutors to believe that if things did go wrong, Russia would not leave the Balkan little brothers to fend for themselves. It was reported that Nekhlyudov, the Russian minister in Sofia, wept for joy when the Serbo-Bulgarian mobilizations were announced. But what if Russian Balkan policy, instead of furthering Russian designs on the Straits, were to place them at risk? The political leadership in St. Petersburg could live with the idea that the Straits would remain, for the time being, under the relatively weak custodianship of the Ottomans, but the notion that another power might put down a route on the banks of the Bosphorus was utterly unacceptable. In October 1912, the unexpectedly rapid advance of the Bulgarian armies on the Chatalja line in eastern Thrace, the last great defensive works before the Ottoman capital, alarmed Sazonov and his colleagues. How should Russia respond if the Bulgarians, whose willful king was known to aspire to the ancient crown of Byzantium, were to seize and occupy Constantinople? In that event, Sazonov told Buchanan, Russia would be obliged to warn them off, for, he added rather disingenuously, though Russia had no desire to establish herself at Constantinople, she could not allow any other power to take possession of it. In a letter to Nekhlyudov that was copied to the legations at Paris, London, Constantinople, and Belgrade, Sazonov deployed the familiar argument that a Bulgarian seizure of Constantinople would turn Russian public opinion against Sofia. An ominous warning was issued to the Bulgarian minister in St. Petersburg. Do not enter Constantinople under any circumstances, because you will otherwise complicate your affairs too gravely. Only the blood-soaked collapse of the Bulgarian advance on the Chatalja line of fortifications saved Sazonov from having to intervene in a manner that might have unsettled the Allied powers. These manoeuvres were performed against a background of mounting press agitation in Russia. Russian newspaper editors were electrified by the news of the struggle unfolding between the Balkan states and the ancestral enemy on the Bosphorus. No other issue possessed comparable power to trigger excitement, solidarity, indignation, and anger in the Russian urban public. If the Slavs and the Greeks prove victorious, Novaya Vremya asked at the end of October 1912, where is the iron hand that will snatch from them the fruits of victories that they will have purchased with their blood? Assessing the impact of these currents on Sazonov is difficult. The Russian foreign minister resented the press's interest in the details of his policy and affected an attitude of contempt towards journalists and their opinions. On the other hand, he appears to have been highly sensitive to press critique. On one occasion, he convened a press conference to complain at the hostile treatment he had received from journalists. In a circular of 31st October to Russia's ambassadors to the great powers, Sazonov declared that he had no intention of allowing nationalist voices in the Russian press to influence his handling of policy. But he went on to suggest that envoys might consider using reports of press agitation to incline foreign cabinets to the idea of the necessity of taking into account the difficulty of our position. In other words, while he denied that the press was a force in his own decision-making, he saw that adverse newspaper coverage could be exploited abroad to secure a certain room for maneuver in diplomatic negotiations. Few documents better evoke the complexity of the relationship between key decision-makers and the press. Improvisation and frenetic vacillation remained a hallmark of Sazonov's policy during the First Balkan War. At the end of October, he solemnly announced his support for Austria's policy of maintaining the territorial status quo on the Balkan Peninsula. But then, on 8th November, Sazonov informed the Italian government that Serbian access to the Adriatic Sea was an absolute necessity, adding portentously, "It is dangerous to ignore facts." Yet, only 3 days later, he told Hartwig that the creation of an independent Albanian state on the Adriatic coast was an inevitable necessity, adding once again, "To ignore facts is dangerous." Hartwig was ordered to warn Pasic that if the Serbs pushed too hard, Russia might be forced to stand aside and leave them to their own devices, a task the Russian minister performed under protest and with undisguised distaste. Copies of this message were forwarded by Sazonov to London and Paris. And yet, by 17th November, he was arguing once again for a Serbian corridor to the coast. Notes were dispatched to Paris and London, declaring that Russia might be obliged to intervene militarily against Austria-Hungary if the latter attacked Serbia. The two Allied governments were asked to express their views. Sazonov is so continually changing his ground, the British ambassador George Buchanan wrote from St. Petersburg in November 1912, that it is difficult to follow the successive phases of pessimism and optimism through which he passes. "I have more than once reproached Sazonov with inconsistency and with frequent changes of front," Buchanan reported 2 months later. But, to be fair, he went on, the Russian minister was not a free agent. He was obliged above all to take account of the views of the Tsar, who had recently fallen under the influence of the military party in St. Petersburg. Robert Vansittart, former Third Secretary in Paris and Tehran, now serving in the Foreign Office in London, summed up the problem succinctly. "Monsieur Sazonov is a sad wobbler." The Balkan Winter Crisis of 1912–13. While Sazonov wobbled, there were signs of a hardening of attitudes on the Balkans across the Russian leadership. The decision to announce a trial mobilization on 30th September 1912, just as the Balkan states were mobilizing, suggested that Russia intended to cover its Balkan diplomacy with military actions intended to intimidate Vienna. The Austrian General Staff reported that 50,000 to 60,000 Russian reservists had been called up in the Warsaw district of the Polish salient, adjoining Austrian Galicia, and that 170,000 further call-ups were expected, creating a massive concentration of Russian troops along the Austro-Hungarian border. When quizzed on these measures, Sazonov claimed to have had no knowledge of them. Sukhomlinov, by contrast, maintained that the foreign minister had been fully informed. Whether Sazonov was party to the decision or not, and both scenarios are equally plausible, the trial mobilization, and the decision to go ahead with it even as the Balkan War broke out, marked a departure from the caution that had previously restrained Russia's policy. Russian thinking had begun to embrace a strategy of real power, in which diplomatic efforts were underwritten by the threat of military force. "We can probably rely on the real support of France and England," Sazonov commented in a letter of 10th October 1912 to Kakovtsev, only insofar as both of these states acknowledge the extent of our readiness to take possible risks. Only the fullest measure of military readiness, he told Izvolsky in a paradoxical ratiocination characteristic of his policy in the last years before the outbreak of war, would enable Russia to apply peaceful pressure in pursuit of its aims. The move towards a more assertive Russian Balkan policy also marked a shift in the balance of power between Kakhovtsov and Sukhomlinov. In the course of the negotiations over the 1913 military budget in October to November 1912, it became clear that the Tsar was no longer willing to support Kakhovtsov in his calls for restraint on military expenditure. At a sequence of meetings on 31st October to the 2nd November, the Council of Ministers agreed a supplementary military credit of 66.8 million rubles. The originator of this move was not Sukhomlinov but Sazonov, who had written to Kakhovtsov on 23rd October, saying that he intended to raise the army's readiness for a confrontation with Austria-Hungary or Turkey. Kakhovtsov had no choice but to forward the letter to Sukhomlinov, who then formally requested the credit. This was a crucial step in the undermining of Kakhovtsov's position. The Premier was powerless to overrule an initiative backed both by the Foreign Minister and the Minister of War, and supported from behind the scenes by the Tsar. After 5th November, when the Tsar authorized an order postponing the homeward rotation of the senior class of Russian conscripts, the number of reservists on extended duty rose to around 400,000. Frontier troop strengths, according to information passed by St. Petersburg to the French, were now only a little short of the wartime level, and these steps were flanked by other Russian measures: the deployment of some units to forward positions near the Galician border with Austria, arms requisitions, and the retention of rolling stock. The aim was to ensure, as Chief of Staff Zhilinsky told the French military attaché, that we can adjust to any eventuality. The decisive step in the direction of a further escalation came in the 4th week of November 1912, when Minister of War Sukhomlinov and members of the military command nearly succeeded in persuading the Tsar to issue orders for a partial mobilization against Austria-Hungary. Kakhovtsov recalled being told on 22nd November that the Tsar wished to see him and Sazonov on the following morning. When they arrived, they found to their horror that a military conference had already resolved to issue mobilization orders for the Kiev and Warsaw military districts, which adjoined Austro-Hungarian territory. Sukhomlinov, it seemed, had wanted to mobilize on the previous day, but the Tsar had delayed the order so as to consult the relevant ministers first. Outraged at these high-handed maneuvers by the military, Kakhovtsov pointed out the idiocy of the proposed measure. Above all, a partial mobilization against Austria made no sense whatsoever, since Germany was obliged to assist Austria if it were attacked. And what about France? Since there had been no consultation with Paris, a sudden mobilization might well leave Russia facing the consequences of its folly alone. Then there was the constitutional issue. Sukhomlinov, Kakhovtsov argued, had no right even to broach such a policy with the Tsar without first consulting the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Nicholas II backed down and agreed to cancel the War Minister's orders. On this occasion, Sazonov joined Premier Vladimir Kakhovtsov in denouncing the proposal as politically senseless, strategically unfeasible, and highly dangerous. It was one of the last gasps of united government in Imperial Russia. Yet the fact remains that during the winter crisis of 1912-13, Sazonov supported a policy of confrontation with Austria, a policy ensuring that the Russo-Austrian frontier remained at the diplomatic storm centre. There was a brief change of heart after the standoff of 23rd November between the civilians and the military command over the mobilization question, but the mood in St. Petersburg remained belligerent. In mid-December, War Minister Sukhomlinov proposed to the Council of Ministers a raft of measures: the reinforcement of frontier cavalry units in the Kiev and Warsaw military districts, a call-up of reservists for training to bring frontier units to war strength, the transport of horses to the frontier areas, the reinforcement of military guards, and a ban on the export of horses. Had all of these measures been carried out, they might well have pushed the winter crisis over the threshold to war. A pan-European escalation would have been certain, given that Paris was at this time urging the Russians to step up their measures against Austria, and had promised its support in the event of a military conflict involving Germany. But this was going too far for Sazonov, and once again he joined Kakovtsev in rejecting Sukhomlinov's proposal. This time, the proponents of peace secured only a partial victory. The call-up of infantry reservists and the ban on horse exports were rejected as too inflammatory, but the other measures went ahead, with predictably unsettling effects on the mood in Vienna. In the light of what had passed before, Sazonov's offer in the last week of December 1912 to stand down a portion of the Russian reinforcements along the Galician frontier, but only on the condition that Vienna stood its forces down first, looked like a further act of intimidation rather than a genuine effort to achieve de-escalation and disengagement. When the Austrians failed to comply, St. Petersburg stepped up the threat once more, hinting at the possibility of a further extension of the senior conscript class by means of a public announcement that would have triggered a general war panic. Sazonov even told the British ambassador, George Buchanan, at the beginning of January 1913, that he had a project for mobilizing on the Austrian frontier and was planning to bring up more troops. There was renewed talk, by Sazonov this time, not just Sukhomlinov, of a mobilization of the Kiev military district and a Russian ultimatum to Vienna. The resulting Austro-Russian armed stalemate was politically and financially painful for both sides. In Vienna, the border confrontation imposed disastrous burdens on the monarchy's fragile finances. It also raised questions about the loyalty of Czech, South Slav and other national minority reservists, many of whom stood to lose their civilian jobs if the state of high alert continued. On the Russian side, too, there were doubts about the political reliability of the frontier units. Insubordination among the reservists recalled for duty threatened to spread to the peacetime army, and officers along the Galician front were demanding either war right now or the standing down of the reserves. The Finance Ministry and its chief, Vladimir Kakovtsev, also complained of the financial burden imposed by the retention of the reservists, although, generally speaking, financial concerns appear to have played a less prominent role in St. Petersburg, where the army was wallowing in money, than they did in Vienna, where ministers feared the total collapse of financial control. Kakovtsev succeeded in tilting the balance back in favor of de-escalation and persuaded the Tsar not to go ahead with further potentially provocative measures. In the event, it was the Austrians who took the first step backwards, gradually reducing their frontier troop strengths from the end of January. In February and March, Berchtold followed up with concessions to Belgrade. On 21st February, Franz Joseph proposed a substantial reduction in Galician company strengths, and Nicholas II, in return, agreed to propose the release of the senior conscript class. De-escalation became official in the second week of March, with major and publicly announced troop reductions on both sides of the border. The Balkan winter crisis of 1912-13 had passed, to general relief, but it changed in a lasting way the contours of politics in Vienna and St. Petersburg. Austrian policymakers became accustomed to a more militarized style of diplomacy. In St. Petersburg, a Russian war party emerged. Among its most intransigent members were the Grand Dukes Nikolai Nikolaevich and Pyotr Nikolaevich, both senior military commanders and both married to Montenegrin princesses. All the pacifism of the emperor, wrote the Belgian minister in St. Petersburg at the beginning of 1913, cannot silence those at court who proclaim the impossibility of recoiling ever again before Austria. Belligerent views gained ground, not just because the Tsar, intermittently, and senior military or naval commanders supported them, but also because they were also espoused by an influential coterie of civilian ministers, of whom the most important was the Minister of Agriculture, Alexander Krivoshein. Krivoshein was one of the most dynamic and interesting figures on the Russian political scene. He was the consummate political networker, intelligent, sophisticated, shrewd, and possessed of an uncanny gift for making the right friends. As a young man, he was notorious for his skill in befriending the sons of powerful ministers, who subsequently helped him find attractive posts. In 1905, he infiltrated the circle associated with the Tsar's secretary, D. Trepov. The autumn of 1905 was the only time the Tsar used the services of a private secretary. By 1906, though he still lacked any permanent official post, Krivoshein was already being received by the sovereign. He was also immensely rich, having married into the Morozov family, heirs to a vast textiles empire, an alliance that also assured him close relations with Moscow's industrial elite. Krivoshein's politics were forged by his early experience of Russian Poland. He was born and grew up in Warsaw. The region was a breeding ground for nationalist Russian officials. Russian bureaucrats in the Polish western gubernias felt, in the words of one senior functionary, like a besieged camp, their thoughts always drifting towards national authority. The western salient became one of the footholds of the Duma nationalists after 1905. Foreign policy was not initially among Krivoshein's specialities. He was an agrarian and administrative modernizer in the style of Stolypin. He found communication with foreigners difficult because, unlike most members of his class in Russia, he spoke neither German nor French fluently. Nevertheless, as his political star ascended, he acquired the appetite to wield influence in this, the most prestigious domain of government activity. Moreover, his appointment of Minister of Land Tenure Regulation and Agriculture in May 1908 involved a stronger geopolitical dimension than its title suggested. Krivoshein's ministry was involved in promoting Russian settlement in the Far East, and he thus took an active interest in security questions relating to the frontier between the Russian Far East and Chinese Inner Manchuria. Like many Eastern-oriented politicians, Krivoshein favoured the maintenance of good relations with Germany. He did not share Izvolsky's apocalyptic view of the Austrian annexation of Bosnia-Herzegovina, and resisted the foreign minister's calls for revenge against the powers of the Triple Alliance. During the last few years before the summer of 1914, however, Krivoshein underwent a transition. Stolypin, who had been a powerful mentor, was dead. United government was in disarray. Krivoshein began more intensively to cultivate nationalist circles in the Duma and the public sphere. During the Balkan winter crisis of 1912-13, he supported Sukhomlinov's forward policy in the Balkans, on the grounds that it was time to stop cringing before the Germans and place one's trust instead in the Russian people and their age-old love for their homeland. In the spring of 1913, he led a high-volume campaign to revise the terms of Russia's current tariff treaty with Germany. The treaty had been negotiated with the Germans by Sergei Witte and Kakovtsev in 1904. By 1913, the view was widespread in the Russian political classes that the treaty allowed the cunning, cold German industrialist to collect tribute from the simple-minded Russian worker of the soil. The campaign, a clear disavowal of Kakovtsev's agrarian policy, stirred feuding between the German and Russian press. Krivoshein's son later recalled that as the controversy heated up and relations with Germany cooled, Krivoshein became a favourite at the French embassy, where he was often seen with his new circle of French friends. Krivoshein's deepening enthusiasm for a firm foreign policy also reflected the aspiration, important for Izvolsky and Sazonov too, to find issues that would forge bonds between society and government. Krivoshein and his ministry stood out among government and official circles for their close collaboration with the Zemstvas, elected organs of local government, and a range of civil society-based organizations. In July 1913, he opened an agricultural exhibition in Kiev with a short address that became famous as the "We and They" speech. In it, he declared that Russia would attain well-being only when there was no longer a harmful division between us, the government, and them, society. In short, Krivoshein represented a formidable compound of technocratic modernism, populism, agrarian sectorialism, parliamentary authority, and increasingly hawkish views in external affairs. By 1913, he was undoubtedly the best-connected and most powerful civilian minister. No wonder Kakovtsev spoke despairingly of his own isolation and complete helplessness in the face of a ministerial party that was clearly determined to drive him from office. Bulgaria or Serbia? There was one strategic choice that Sazonov and his colleagues would eventually be forced to confront. Should Russia support Bulgaria or Serbia? Of the two countries, Bulgaria was clearly the more strategically important. Its location on the Black Sea and Bosphorus coasts made it an important partner. The defeat of Ottoman forces in the Russo-Turkish War of 1877–8 had created the conditions for the emergence, under Russian custodianship, of a self-governing Bulgarian state under the nominal suzerainty of the Ottoman Porte. Bulgaria was thus historically a client state of St. Petersburg. But Sofia never became the obedient satellite that the Russians had wished for. Russophile and Western political factions competed for control of foreign policy, as indeed they still do today, and the leadership exploited the country's strategically sensitive location by transferring their allegiances from one power to another. After the accession to the throne of Ferdinand of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha-Kohari, who ruled Bulgaria first as Prince Regnant, Knyaz, and later as King, Tsar, from 1885 until 1918, these oscillations became more frequent. Ferdinand manoeuvred between Russophile and Germanophile ministerial factions. The Bulgarian monarch always made it a rule not to commit himself to any definite line of action, Sir George Buchanan later recalled. An opportunist inspired solely by regard for his own personal interests, he preferred to coquette first with one and then with another of the powers. The Bosnian annexation crisis of 1908–9 brought a cooling of relations with St. Petersburg, because Ferdinand temporarily aligned himself with Vienna, exploiting the moment to throw aside the Treaty of Berlin, which had defined Bulgaria as an autonomous principality of the Ottoman Empire, declare Bulgarian unity and independence, and proclaim himself Tsar of the Bulgars at a lavish ceremony at Turnova, the country's ancient capital. Izvolsky was appalled at this disloyalty, and warned that the Bulgarians would soon pay a price for betraying their friends. It was a passing irritation. When negotiations between Sofia and Constantinople over recognition of the kingdom's independence broke down, and the Ottomans began concentrating troops on the Bulgarian border, Sofia appealed to St. Petersburg for help, and all was forgiven. The Russians brokered an independence agreement with Constantinople, and Bulgaria became, for a time, a loyal regional partner of the Entente. Yet even the most Bulgarophile policymakers in St. Petersburg recognized that relations with Sofia had to take Serbian interests into account, especially after the Bosnian annexation crisis, which had created a wave of pro-Serbian feeling in Russian public opinion. In December 1909, anxious to rebuild a forward position on the Balkan Peninsula, the Russian Ministry of War drafted a secret convention that envisaged joint Russo-Bulgarian operations against the Habsburg Empire, Romania, or Turkey, and promised the entirety of Macedonia and the Dobruja, a disputed zone along the border with Romania, to Bulgaria. But the convention was shelved on Izvolsky's instructions because it was deemed too injurious to Serbian interests. With Hartwig in Belgrade goading the Serbs against Austria-Hungary and agitating on their behalf in St. Petersburg, the irreconcilability of the Serbian and Bulgarian options became increasingly obvious. In March 1910, delegations from Sofia and Belgrade visited St. Petersburg within 2 weeks of each other for high-level talks. The Bulgarians pressed their Russian interlocutors to abandon Serbia and commit clearly to Sofia. Only on this basis would a stable coalition of Balkan states emerge. It was impossible, the Bulgarian Premier Malinov told Izvolsky, for the Russians to create a great Bulgaria and a great Serbia at the same time. Once you decide to go with us for the sake of your own interests, we will easily settle the Macedonian question with the Serbs. As soon as this is understood in Belgrade, and you must make it clear in order to be understood, the Serbs will become much more conciliatory. No sooner had the Bulgarians left than King Petar, who was much more popular at the Tsar's court than the wily Ferdinand, arrived to press the Serbian case. He received crucial assurances. Russia no longer intended to grant Bulgaria the status of a privileged client. The long-standing Russian commitment to support the Bulgarian claim to Macedonia would remain officially in place, but behind the scenes Izvolsky promised that he would find ways of satisfying the interests and rights of Serbia. Above all, This was news that electrified the foreign ministry in Belgrade. Russia now accepted that a part of Macedonia must fall to Serbia. One of the attractions of the Balkan League policy in Russian eyes was precisely that it enabled the inconsistency between the options to be bridged, at least for the moment. Once the Serbo-Bulgarian alliance of March 1912 found what appeared to be a mutually acceptable solution to the problem of Macedonia, it was possible to imagine that the League might prove a durable instrument of Russian policy on the peninsula. The provision for Russian arbitration in the disputed zone seemed to protect Russia's special role on the peninsula, while creating a mechanism by which the Slavic patron could contain and channel the conflicts between its clients. The unexpectedly rapid advance of the Bulgarian armies on Constantinople caused panic in St. Petersburg. Sazonov had urged Sofia to be wise and prudent enough to stop at the right moment. His alarm was deepened by the bizarre suspicion that the French were urging the Bulgarians to seize the Ottoman capital. But the mood calmed after the collapse of the Bulgarian advance, and, in the aftermath of the war, St. Petersburg focused on mediating a settlement between the two victor states under the terms set out in the Treaty of March 1912. But Serbia refused to vacate the territories it had seized, and Bulgaria refused to relinquish its claim to those areas. Mediation was virtually impossible. The Bulgarians claimed that any mediation must take place on the basis of the Treaty of March 1912, whereas the Serbian government took the view that events on the ground had rendered the treaty null and void. The Balkan states were, as Tsar Nicholas put it, like well-behaved youngsters who had grown up to become stubborn hooligans. Sazonov gravitated at first towards Bulgaria and blamed Serbia, reasonably enough, for refusing to vacate the conquered areas. But by the end of March 1913, the Russian foreign minister had swung back to Belgrade and was urging Sofia to make concessions. When he learned that the Bulgarians were about to recall their ambassador in Belgrade, Andrei Toshev, Sazonov flew into a rage and accused the Bulgarians of acting under the instructions of Vienna. Thanks to their impertinence towards Russia and Slavdom, the Bulgarians were throwing themselves into ruin. The Bulgarians agreed not to recall Ambassador Toshev, and the quarrel was patched up, but there was a lasting Russian reorientation away from Sofia. It helped that the Bulgarians were the ones to commence hostilities on 29th June, since Sazonov had repeatedly warned that whoever started the next war was going to pay a heavy price. Yet the Russians had a hand in this too, since Hartwig had instructed Nikola Pasic under no circumstances to take the initiative, but to wait for a Bulgarian attack. At the same time, there was a shift in Russian policy vis-à-vis Romania. During the First Balkan War, Sazonov had interceded with Bucharest to ensure that there was no opportunist Romanian assault on Bulgarian territory. He was referring to the Dobruja, the border region claimed by both states. In the early summer of 1913, by contrast, when the Serbo-Bulgarian agreement on Macedonia broke down, Sazonov let it be known in Bucharest that Russia would not take action if Romania intervened against the aggressor in a Serbo-Bulgarian war. This was the firmest step against Bulgaria hitherto. It made the Russian position unprecedentedly clear. St. Petersburg's adoption of a more exclusively pro-Serbian position was reinforced by financial developments. In the aftermath of the Second Balkan War, the belligerent states were, as the Carnegie Foundation's inquiry into the cause and conduct of the Balkan Wars put it, in the condition of beggars who are seeking to borrow money to pay their debts and build up again their military and productive forces. None was in a more parlous condition than Bulgaria, which had just fought a war against four opponents at devastating human and economic cost. Bulgaria suffered 93,000 casualties in the Second War, more than its four opponents combined. Under the new Liberal Premier, Vasil Radoslavov, who entered office at the head of a coalition on 17th July 1913, the Bulgarian government put out requests for a massive credit. Vienna was the first to respond, with a small advance of 30 million francs at the end of October, but this amount was not even enough to enable the Bulgarian government to continue servicing its debts. Despite assurances that Sofia would assign the Dardanelles in perpetuity to the Russian sphere of influence, St. Petersburg was unwilling to help out, Sazonov took the view that Russia must withhold any financial assistance to Sofia for as long as the Radoslavov government, which he viewed as hostile to Russia, remained in power. Russia was in any case in no condition to issue credits on the scale required by Sofia, even if it had wished to do so. More important, therefore, was the pressure applied to France, which still had access to substantial reservoirs of finance capital, to follow the Russian line and withhold support from Sofia. Not that the French needed much persuading. They had been channeling politically motivated finance into Belgrade since the Austro-Serbian Pig War. International lending was an established and highly effective instrument of French diplomacy. André de Pinnefieux, the French minister in Sofia, captured the relationship between money and foreign policy when he observed in a dispatch of 20th January 1914 that as long as Sofia remained on friendly terms with Vienna, it would always be easy to think of reasons to turn down a Bulgarian loan. Yet it was also clear to Sazonov that pushing the policy too far might prove counterproductive. When the new Russian minister, Alexander Savinsky, was sent to Sofia in January 1914, his mission was to prevent Bulgaria from drifting towards the Germanic powers. From the Russian chargé d'affaires in Sofia came warnings that blocking the loan would simply mean that Bulgaria would wind up using German money to buy Austrian weapons. Under the pressure of these arguments, forcefully conveyed to Paris by Izvolsky, the Quai d'Orsay began in February to consider a Bulgarian loan, but under onerous terms, including the requirement that the money must be used to purchase only French armaments and munitions. Predictably, perhaps, it was the Germans who came to the rescue. By mid-March, the German government had agreed to support a Bulgarian loan backed by German banks. This did not reflect some long-laid German plan to draw Bulgaria into the clutches of the Triple Alliance. During the summer, the Germans also offered large loans under generous conditions to Serbia. It just happened that whereas the Serbs already had a strong line of credit and had no intention of accepting any offer that might cast doubt on the strength of their commitment to the Entente, the Bulgarians were desperate. Once they learned of the negotiations going on between Berlin and Sofia, the Russian and French governments responded with last-ditch efforts to prevent the loan from going ahead. Savinsky placed inspired articles in the Bulgarian Russophile press and constantly urged Sazonov to step up the pressure on Sofia. And then, at the last moment, the French Bank Perrier and Company, specialists in loans to Latin America and the East, appeared on the scene with a counteroffer, 500 million francs at 5%. The Perrier offer, which had almost certainly been brokered by the Russians through Izvolsky in Paris, stipulated that the loan would be secured with a Russian guarantee. In the event of default, Russia undertook to take over the Bulgarian obligations. The aim was to combine a very large credit with an element of political dependency that would reinforce the influence of the Entente in the Balkans. The plan was to persuade the Bulgarians to accept the loan and then pressure them at a later date into changing their government. But the Perrier offer was finalized too late, 16th June 1914, to turn the game around, and it was the German loan that ultimately won out, after tortuous negotiations to secure improved terms. Amid scenes of uproar, the German finance package was passed, if that is the right word, by the Bulgarian Sobranie, the national parliament, on 16th July. In reality, the bill was neither read nor discussed nor formally voted. At the close of the meeting, the government simply announced that it had been passed by the House. The opposition reacted by accusing the government of selling the country and hurling books and inkstands at the heads of the ministers. Prime Minister Radoslavov was seen calling for order and brandishing a revolver. The loan had become a dangerous tool wielded by the alliance blocs. This weaponization of international credit was nothing new, but its deployment in this instance locked Bulgaria into the policy of the Triple Alliance, just as Serbia had been integrated into the political system of the Entente. What was happening in the Balkans was nothing less than the reversal of the old pattern of allegiances. In the past, Russia had backed Bulgaria, while Austria-Hungary looked to Belgrade and Bucharest. By 1914, this arrangement had been turned inside out. Romania, too, was part of this process. By the early summer of 1913, Sazonov was inviting the government in Bucharest to help itself to a piece of Bulgaria in the event of a Serbo-Bulgarian war. The time was ripe for such an overture because the Romanians resented what they saw as Vienna's flirtations with Sofia. King Carol of Romania also resented Austrian opposition to the Treaty of Bucharest, which he saw as his personal diplomatic achievement. The deepening rapprochement between St. Petersburg and Bucharest was formalized on 14th June 1914, when the Tsar visited King Carol at Constanta on Romania's Black Sea coast. It was an occasion heavy with symbolic freight. The only foreign representative to receive a decoration from the hands of the Tsar was the French minister to Romania, Camille Blondel, who had, as it happened, only recently been awarded a high decoration by King Petar of Serbia. Present at the festivities was Ottokar Czernin, the Austro-Hungarian minister to Bucharest, who interpreted the day as the public consummation of Romania's realignment towards the Triple Entente. The consequence was a further drastic diminution of Austria-Hungary's political influence on the peninsula. Romanian irredentism would now be deflected away from Bessarabia, where it conflicted with Russian interests, and oriented towards Transylvania, where it would threaten the integrity of the Habsburg monarchy. There were, of course, limits to Romania's willingness to be co-opted to Russian objectives. When Sazonov asked the Romanian Premier and Foreign Minister, Ion Bratinu, what attitude Romania would adopt in the event of an armed conflict between Russia and Austria-Hungary, if Russia should find itself obliged by circumstances to commence hostilities, the Romanian statesman, visibly shocked by Sazonov's question, gave an evasive reply. When pressed further, however, Bratinu conceded that Romania and St. Petersburg had a common interest in preventing any weakening of Serbia. That was enough for Sazonov. The Russo-Romanian rapprochement thus constituted, as a French ministerial report observed, a new means for Russia of applying pressure to Austria. But perhaps the most striking feature of this restructuring of Balkan geopolitics was how quickly it came about. This was not a phenomenon of the longue durée, which would have taken years to undo, but rather a short-term adjustment to rapid changes in the geopolitical environment. In November 1913, Sazonov had told the Belgian minister in St. Petersburg that he believed the current Bulgarian reorientation towards Vienna was likely to be short-lived. It was the work of one particular parliamentary faction, supported by the mercurial King Ferdinand, for whom we have not one atom of respect. Given time, the new Balkan alignment might just as quickly have made way for further adjustments and new systems. What matters is that this particular pattern of alignments was still in place in the summer of 1914. Serbia was now Russia's salient in the Balkans. There was nothing necessary or natural about this state of affairs. In 1909, Herrenthal had railed against Russia's mad claim to act as protectress of Serbia, even in situations where no Serbian question touching on the interests of the powers had arisen. He had a point. Russia's claim to act on behalf of its Orthodox Balkan children was nothing more than a populist justification for a policy designed to weaken Austria-Hungary, win popularity at home, and secure hegemony on the Balkan hinterland to the Turkish Straits. The doctrine of pan-Slavism may have been popular with the Russian nationalist press, but it was no more legitimate as a platform for political action than Hitler's concept of Lebensraum. Nor was it in any sense a coherent foundation for policy, since the Bulgarians too were Orthodox Slavs, and the Romanians, though Orthodox, were not Slavs. Russia's commitment to Serbia was driven by power politics, not by the diffuse energies of pan-Slavism. It created a dangerous asymmetry in relations between the two Balkan great powers, for Austria-Hungary possessed no comparable salient on the periphery of the Russian Empire. It is difficult to quantify, but impossible to deny, the galvanizing effect of the Russian commitment on the Serbian kingdom. In February 1914, Pasich returned from his visit to Russia completely intoxicated and touched to the depth of his soul by the favor shown to him by the Russian Tsar. "In every word of your Tsar," Pasich told Hartwig, I felt the particular benevolence of His Imperial Majesty for Serbia. For us this was a valuable reward for our unalterable veneration for Russia, whose advice in all matters of foreign policy I have unswervingly followed. The goodwill of the Tsar is, in our eyes, also a guarantee for a bright future for Serbia, which, without the powerful moral help of Russia, would be in no position to overcome the difficulties which the neighbouring monarchy, always hostile to Serbia, creates for us at every turn. The dispatches from Spolaykovich in St. Petersburg conveyed a similarly exultant confidence in the strength of Russian support. The Tsar declared his sympathies for Serbia, Spolaykovich reported after a meeting with the Russian sovereign on 21st January 1914, and assured me that this was true of all the Russian nation, and especially of that part that has the influence to make decisions. The entire Russian press is pro-Serb, he announced on 27th March. Criticism of the Serbs in the Bulgarian press received extremely hostile attention in the Russian papers. Once it was the Bulgarians who had influence over the Russian press. Now it's our turn, he declared. Only one paper, Reč, was less friendly. In recent months it had published reports criticizing the behavior of the Serbian government in the newly conquered areas of Macedonia. But these negative reports appeared to have no effect on the official Russian view of the new provinces, which was reassuringly rosy. According to Spolaykovich, who had spoken with Sazonov's deputy, Neratov, the Russian Foreign Ministry was very impressed by how well the Serbs were performing in the annexed territories, speaking blithely of how they were building roads and restoring buildings, so that in a very short time it was impossible to recognize them. There was no mention of expulsions or massacres here. Monsieur Decaux, the French envoy in Belgrade, registered the new mood of confidence in the kingdom. Reporting on a speech by Pasich to the Skupština, he noted that the key to the government's current policy of peace was to secure for Serbia an opportunity to fortify her army and cultivate her alliance, and seek to draw the best part possible from new events as they arise. It was noteworthy that Monsieur Pasich, who is usually so modest, seems to want to arrogate to himself a certain authority in Balkan affairs. Perhaps he thinks the moment has come for Serbia to take a leadership role. On the other hand, Decaux added, the Serbian leader lives in such close contact with the Russian minister that it is difficult to distinguish the latter from those Serbian statesmen whose ideas dominate the issue. Assured of the deepening identity of Serbian and Russian interests, the leaders in Belgrade in turn became increasingly ready to accept the promptings of St. Petersburg. At the end of 1912, for example, the Russian ambassador in Vienna complained to St. Petersburg that the Serbian minister seemed excessively friendly in his dealings with the Austrians. The result was a note from the Russian Foreign Ministry to Pasich, urging that the Serbs avoid all too open discussions with the Austrians, lest these give rise to the rumour of a special Serbian agreement with Vienna. Pasich responded by sending his representative a telegram consisting solely of the words, "Be careful," and composed in the presence of Hartwig. They will, of course, follow our instructions, Hartwig assured Sazonov in his New Year's letter of January 1914. Austria's troubles. The actual beginning of the Great Balkan War, the Times correspondent Wickham Steed reported from Vienna on 17th October 1912, is felt here to be a moment of historical solemnity. Whatever its course, it must radically change the situation. For no other great power did the conflict unfolding in the Balkans pose problems of such urgency and magnitude. The unexpectedly swift victories of the League states confronted Austria-Hungary with a skein of interwoven issues. First, there was the fact that Austria's Balkan policy was irreparably ruined. Vienna's axiom that one must always maintain Turkey as the key ordering force in the region was now irrelevant. Rapid improvisation was called for. The status quo conservatism of the summer of 1912 had to be abandoned. In its place, a new program emerged, focused on managing the changes underway in the Balkans so as to minimize the damage to Austro-Hungarian interests. Serbian territorial conquests were acceptable, but they must be accompanied by assurances of Serbia's good behavior in future. preferably through some form of institutionalized economic cooperation. Vienna was prepared to settle this on a much more generous basis than under the old customs union, and a mission was dispatched to Belgrade to propose terms. On the other hand, Serbia must not under any circumstances be permitted to push its frontiers to the Adriatic coast. The reasoning behind this was that a Serbian port might in time come under the control of a foreign power, namely Russia. This apprehension sounds far-fetched, but it gained plausibility from Hartwig's reputation as the vehemently Austrophobe, uncrowned King of Belgrade. Vienna also insisted, in keeping with its established policy, that Albania must be founded and maintained as an independent state. Publicized under the slogan, "The Balkans for the Balkan peoples," this policy offered backup for the interdiction of a Serbian land grab on the Adriatic, since any port that Belgrade acquired would of necessity lie in the midst of Albanian inhabited country. The announcement of this policy prompted cries of protest from pro-Belgrade elements within the monarchy. At a meeting of the Bosnian Diet at Sarajevo in November 1912, Serb deputies adopted a resolution to the effect that the sacrifices and victories of the Serbian armies justified the restoration of Albania to Serbia, and expressed bitterness at the fact that the Austro-Hungarian monarchy continued to contest the autonomous rights of its South Slavs, while advocating the cause of the uncultured Albanians. To the European powers, however, the Berchtold programme looked like a moderate response to the dramatic changes unfolding in the Balkans. Even Sazonov eventually fell in behind the consensus in favour of Albanian independence. The wild card in the pack was Serbia. By the end of October 1912, the Serbian armies were already pushing towards the coast, cutting down savagely all resistance from the Albanians in their path. A series of minor provocations further soured relations. The Serbs intercepted Austrian consular mail and disrupted other consular communications, and there were reports that consuls had been arrested or abducted. Was the Austro-Hungarian consul in Mitrovica, for example, placed under 4-day house arrest by the Serbian army for his own protection, as the Serbian authorities claimed, or so that he would not witness the removal of the local Albanian population, as the consul himself maintained? In the midst of all the panic, the Austro-Hungarian Foreign Ministry made another attempt to spin the news in its favour. When it proved impossible to make contact with Oskar Prochaska, the Austro-Hungarian consul in Prizren, rumours circulated in Vienna that he had been abducted and castrated by his Serbian captors. The ministry investigated and discovered that while he had indeed been illegally detained, on trumped-up charges of encouraging Turkish resistance, the rumour of castration was false. Instead of quashing the rumour, the ministry allowed it to persist for a week or two in order to extract the maximum in propaganda capital from the alleged outrage. Prochaska turned up a few weeks later with his sexual parts still attached. The trick backfired, and there was much adverse comment. The Prochaska affair was a modest but inept exercise in media manipulation that provided further ammunition for those who claimed that Austria always argued with forged documents and false accusations. For a time, it seemed that the Albanian question might ignite a broader European conflict. By the middle of November 1912, Montenegrin and Serbian forces occupied a swathe of northern Albania, including Alessio, Liège, and the harbour cities San Giovanni di Medua, Medva, and Durazzo, Durrës. A largely Montenegrin force lay in siege around the city of Scutari, Shkodër, home to 30,000 Albanians. The invasion threatened to create faits accompli that would undermine Vienna's policy. Berchtold continued to insist on the creation of an independent Albania and the removal of the occupying forces, but the Montenegrins and Serbians refused to relinquish their Albanian footholds. Vienna was determined, if it became absolutely necessary, to dislodge the invaders by force. But the Russian trial mobilization and raised Russian troop strength in the border areas adjoining Austria-Hungary suggested that St. Petersburg might also be willing to support its clients by military means. On 22nd November, King Nicola of Montenegro informed the Austrian minister in Cetinje that If the monarchy tries to drive me out with force, I will fight to the last goat and the last cartridge. The Albanian question continued to unsettle European politics throughout the winter and spring of 1912-13. On 17th December 1912, the issue was raised at the first meeting of the Conference of Great Power Ambassadors convened in London under the chairmanship of Edward Grey to resolve the issues arising from the Balkan War. The ambassadors agreed that a neutral, autonomous Albanian state should be established under the joint guarantee of the powers. Sazonov, after some wobbling, accepted the case for Albanian autonomy. But drawing the frontiers of the new state proved a contentious business. The Russians demanded that the towns of Prizren, Peć, Dibra, Đakovica, and Scutari be assigned to their Serbo-Montenegrin clients, while Austria wished to see them incorporated in the new Albania. Vienna eventually mollified St. Petersburg by approving the concession to Serbia of most of the contested areas along the Albanian border, a policy initially driven not by Berchtold, but by his ambassador in London, Count Mensdorf, who, together with his Russian colleague, Count Benkendorf, did much to reconcile opposing standpoints during the conference. By March 1913, the issue of the Albanian-Serbian border was, in theory at least, largely resolved. Yet the situation remained tense because over 100,000 Serbian troops remained in Albania. Only on 11th April did the Belgrade government announce that it would withdraw its troops from the country. International attention now focused on the Montenegrins, who were still besieging Scutari and refused to move. King Nicola declared that he might be willing to climb down if the great powers mounted a direct attack on Montenegrin territory, and thereby provided him with the pretext for an honourable withdrawal. Whether he was in earnest or simply thumbing his nose at the international community was impossible to say. On the night of 22nd to 23rd April, Esad Pasha Toptani, the Albanian-born commandant of Scutari, capitulated and withdrew his garrison from the city. Montenegrin flags were hoisted over the town and its fortress, and there was exultation across Montenegro and Serbia. According to the Dutch minister in Belgrade, the news of the fall of Scutari met with indescribable jubilation in the Serbian capital. The city was hung with flags, all businesses were closed, and a crowd of 20,000 revellers raised ovations outside the Russian embassy. When further joint notes from London demanding Montenegro's withdrawal were ignored, it was agreed that the next meeting of the Ambassadors' Conference, scheduled for 5th May, would resolve a joint response by the powers. The Austrians began, in the meantime, to prepare for a unilateral action against the Montenegrin invaders, should diplomacy fail. How the Russians would respond to Austrian military action was unclear. By late January 1913, the Russian court and foreign office were wearying of the impetuous Montenegrin king. Nicola may have believed that he was acting in the Slavic interest and thus merited Russia's wholehearted support. In reality, the foreign ministry in St. Petersburg viewed him as a loose cannon, whose chief objective was to burnish his domestic reputation. In April 1913, the foreign ministry in St. Petersburg took the highly unusual step of issuing a declaration publicly disavowing Nicola and his designs on Scutari. In it, Sazonov, who was not named, but acknowledged authorship, rebuked the press for its ignorant handling of the issues, and stated that Nicola had no right to Scutari, which was a purely Albanian town. Russia was thus prepared to accept a joint initiative by the powers. But as the Scutari crisis came to a head, Sazonov also warned that Russian popular opinion might force him to intervene militarily if the Austrians acted on their own. The political outlook, Buchanan reported from St. Petersburg, is blacker than at any other period of the crisis. After months of international nail-biting, the problem suddenly went away. On 4th May, the day before the ambassadors were to meet in London, King Nicola announced that he was placing the destiny of the city of Scutari in the hands of the powers. The city was subsequently assigned to the Albanian state. A peace treaty, signed in London on 30th May 1913, brought the First Balkan War formally to a close. On 29th July, at the 54th session of the conference, the ambassadors confirmed that Albania would become an independent sovereign state, notwithstanding the fact that nearly half of all Albanian settled areas, notably Kosovo, lay outside the boundaries agreed in London. The ink was scarcely dry on the Peace of London when war broke out again in the Balkans, this time over the distribution of the spoils from the first conflict. The Treaty of Bucharest of 10th August 1913 assigned to Serbia new areas in southeastern Macedonia, thereby confirming an increase in the kingdom's territorial extent, compared with the pre-1912 status quo, by close to 100%, and an enlargement of its population by just over 64%. Confusion broke out in Vienna about how to respond to the new situation. Berchtold was still attempting to regain political control amid a cacophony of competing policy proposals when reports reached Vienna during the summer of 1913 of renewed unrest on the Albanian-Serbian frontier. Despite repeated rebukes and warnings, Belgrade still refused to evacuate its troops from certain areas on the Albanian side of the border agreed at the London Conference. Their ostensible purpose was to protect Serbia from Albanian banditry. The reality was that the misbehavior of the Serbian troops was itself the main reason for the trouble along the border. In July, Vienna requested a withdrawal, but to no avail. Then a concert of great powers, coordinated by Edward Grey, presented a collective demand for evacuation, but that too failed to have an effect. France and Russia blocked a further collective protest in early September. When individual protests were presented to Belgrade by Austria, Germany, and Britain, the response was an announcement from the acting Foreign Minister Miroslav Spalajković denying that there were any Serbian troops in the contested area, followed somewhat inconsistently by a statement some days later that the troops in question had now been withdrawn behind the Drin River line. But this still left Serbian troops well inside the London boundary. Reports on 17th September that Belgrade was about to establish customs offices in several of the invaded areas caused further consternation in Vienna. This arduous sequence of cat-and-mouse encounters between Vienna and Belgrade helps explain why Austrian decision-makers gradually lost confidence in the efficacy of the standard diplomatic procedures in handling interest conflicts with Serbia. When Albanians near the frontier responded to Serbian provocations, the denial, for example, in contravention of the London Agreement, of access to major Albanian market towns across the Serbian border, with a resumption of guerrilla activity, Serbian units pushed back even further into Albanian territory. The Serbian minister in Vienna, Jovanović, provoked alarm when he stated in an interview with a Viennese newspaper on 26 September that in view of the difficulty of finding any constituted Albanian body which could be made responsible for border disturbances, Serbia might be forced to take measures on her own account. Pašić compounded the problem on 30th September by announcing that Serbia intended, for its own protection, to occupy strategic points inside Albanian territory. An Austrian note to the Pašić government on 1st October, requesting clarification, elicited an evasive reply. Pašić's brief visit to Vienna on 3rd October did nothing to improve the situation. Berchtold, disarmed by the Serbian leader's warm and affable manner, missed the opportunity to convey to him the seriousness of the situation in Austrian eyes. Pašić assured representatives of the press in Vienna that he took a favourable view of future relations between Serbia and the dual monarchy, but he also spoke unsettlingly of the need for boundary changes on the Albanian frontier. Announcements from Belgrade that Serbia had no intention of defying Europe to seize Albanian territory were reassuring, as were friendly noises from a senior foreign official in Belgrade, who received the Austrian chargé d'affaires Ritter von Storch as warmly as if Pašić had just signed a defensive alliance in Vienna. Yet attempts to inquire as to the precise state of policy on Albania met with courteous evasions. And at the same time, the advance of Serbian troops into Albania continued. On 9th October, when the Austrian chargé d'affaires insisted on seeing Pašić to discuss the matter, he found the Premier once again in a most jovial mood, but still talking of a provisional Serbian occupation of Albanian territory. This was followed on 15th October by announcements in the semi-official newspaper, Sama Uprava, to the effect that Serbia did, after all, intend to occupy strategic points in Albania. After a further Austrian warning met with a defiant response, an ultimatum was presented to Belgrade on 17th October. Serbia was given 8 days to vacate Albanian territory. If it failed to do so, Austria-Hungary would deploy proper means to ensure the realization of its demands. The ultimatum was a success. In the autumn of 1913, the great powers were in agreement that Serbia's demands for a chunk of Albania were illegitimate. Even Foreign Minister Sazonov in St. Petersburg cleared his throat, conceded that Serbia had been more to blame than was generally supposed in the events which led up to the recent ultimatum, and urged Belgrade to yield. 2 days after receiving the ultimatum, Pasic announced that Serbian troops would be withdrawn. By 26th October, they had vacated the disputed areas. The October 1913 standoff with Serbia established several precedents for Austrian handling of the crisis that blew up between the two states after Sarajevo. The first and most obvious was that it seemed to demonstrate the efficacy of an ultimatum. The Austrian note of 17th October received wide support in the press, and the news that the Serbs had at last withdrawn their troops from Albania was greeted with euphoria in Vienna. Berchtold had been reviled for his supposed timidity during the Scutari crisis. Now he was the man of the hour. The Serbian management of communications with Vienna also left a troubling impression. A sly civility, verging on geniality, masked a policy of carefully dosed provocations and non-compliance. There was a clash here not just of interests, but also of policy styles. Belgrade, it seemed, would retreat only as far as Vienna pushed, accepting with equanimity any humiliations that might result. When the Austrians relaxed, the probing and provocations would resume. The axiom that Serbia would only ever ultimately understand force acquired more weight. For Austria-Hungary, the Balkan Wars changed everything. Above all, they revealed how isolated Vienna was, and how little understanding there was at the foreign chancelleries for its view of Balkan events. St. Petersburg's hostility to the Empire and its utter disregard for Vienna's interests in the region could be taken for granted. More worrying was the indifference of the other powers. The reluctance of the international community to see that Austria faced genuine security threats on its southern periphery, and had the right to counteract them, reflected a broader shift in attitudes. The Western powers had traditionally viewed Austria as the fulcrum of stability in Central and Eastern Europe, and thus as a power that must be preserved at all costs. But by 1913, this maxim no longer appeared so compelling. It was undermined by the tendency, which swiftly gained ground among the Entente states after 1907, to think of Europe in terms of alliance blocs, rather than as a continental geopolitical ecosystem in which every power had a role to play. The anti-Austrian animus of much political reportage in Britain and France during the last pre-war years reinforced this tendency by spreading the view that Austria-Hungary was an anachronistic and doomed entity, or, as the Serbian papers put it, the second sick man of Europe, after the Ottoman Empire, to which this epithet was more commonly applied. Particularly alarming was the lukewarm nature of German support. Berlin firmly endorsed a policy of confrontation with Serbia in October 1913, at a time when support could be offered at little risk of a broader conflict, but its record was otherwise patchy. In February 1913, when troop strengths on both sides of the Galician border were so elevated that war seemed imminent, even the military urged caution. Moltke wrote to his colleague Konrad von Hertzendorf, assuring him that while Germany would not hesitate to support Austria-Hungary against a Russian attack, it would be difficult to legitimate German intervention in a war provoked by Austria, for which there would be no understanding in the German people. One of Vienna's chief concerns was the attitude of the German Kaiser, Wilhelm II. Far from urging his government to solidarity with the Austrians, Wilhelm forbade the Foreign Office in Berlin to participate in any action that might impede the Bulgars, Serbs, Greeks in their victorious progress. The Balkan Wars, he argued, were part of a world historical development that was going to drive Islam back out of Europe. If one allowed the Balkan states to consolidate themselves at the expense of Turkey, this would create the basis for a stable array of entities that, in due course, might form a confederation of some kind, the United States of the Balkans. Nothing could be better suited to the preservation of the peace, the buffering of Austro-Russian tensions, and the emergence of a new regional market for German exports. And Wilhelm continued to expatiate in this vein. During the crisis of November 1912 over Serbian access to the Adriatic, Wilhelm explicitly rejected the notion that the German government had any obligation to support Vienna against Belgrade. To be sure, the current changes on the peninsula were uncomfortable for Vienna, but he would, under no circumstances, consider marching against Paris and Moscow for the sake of Albania and Durazzo. On 9th November, he even proposed to the Foreign Office that it should urge Vienna to place Albania under the suzerainty of a Serbian prince. There was little comfort in these quixotic speculations for the harassed decision-makers in Vienna. At a secret conference with his friend Archduke Franz Ferdinand on 22nd November 1912, Wilhelm did express his readiness to support Austria's position on the Serbian troop presence in Albania, even at the risk of war with Russia, but only if it was certain that neither Britain nor France would intervene. An isolated Russia, he added, would be extremely unlikely to risk such a conflict. Yet even these mildly encouraging signals were cancelled out 3 days later by official messages from Beetman Holweg and Kiedelen Wächter to the effect that Germany would seek a multilateral solution. In February 1913, when the Balkan winter crisis was at its height, Wilhelm wrote a letter to Franz Ferdinand urging that he seek a negotiated de-escalation with Russia on the grounds that the matters at issue were not important enough to justify a continuation of the current armed standoff. On 18th October, when the Albanian crisis was seething, Wilhelm conceded, in a conversation with Conrad, that the situation might finally have arrived in which a great power can no longer look on but must reach for the sword. Yet, only 10 days later, he was telling the Austrian ambassador in Berlin that Vienna should mollify Belgrade by bribing the leadership with large cash gifts. From the king downwards, they can all be had for money. Military exchange programs, and improved terms of trade. In December 1913, Wilhelm assured the Austrian envoy in Munich that a few millions would suffice to buy Berchtold a firm foothold in Belgrade. In a report dispatched on 25th April 1914, Fritz Count Zapari, a foreign ministry high flyer and specialist in Austro-German relations, now serving as minister in St. Petersburg, painted a bleak picture of recent German Balkan policy. The solid German backing that had helped to bring the Bosnian annexation crisis to a close in March 1909 was a thing of the past, Zapari declared. What had replaced it was, Zapari quoted the mealy-mouthed jargon of the decision-makers in Berlin, a conflict-free dialogue directed towards the consolidation of economic cultural activity zones. All of Berlin's forward positions vis-à-vis Russia had been abandoned, and Berlin took no steps whatsoever without first consulting St. Petersburg. During the Balkan Wars, Germany had compromised the Austrian position by joining the chorus of support for désintéressement, pressing Vienna to accept Serbian conquests and provocations. It all amounted to the wholesale sacrifice of Austria-Hungary's Balkan interests. This was a rather histrionic view of the matter, coloured by Zapari's Hungarian apprehensions at Russia's deepening support for Romania, but it captured a widely felt mood of frustration at the failure of Berlin to deliver any real leverage on the Balkan peninsula. Especially galling was the haste with which Berlin had endorsed the Treaty of Bucharest, thereby depriving Austria of the opportunity to better the position of Bulgaria, which the Austrians, but not the Germans, viewed as a potential counterweight to Serbian power. This sense of isolation, coupled with the repeated provocations of 1912-13, in turn heightened the readiness in Vienna to resort to unilateral measures. There were signs that the resistance to militant solutions among the key decision-makers in Vienna was waning. The most conspicuous sign of the change in mood was the decision to recall Conrad at the height of the Russian mobilization scare. "You must again become Chief of the General Staff," the Emperor wearily informed the general at an audience on 7th December 1912. After his reinstatement, Conrad continued, of course, to counsel war, but that was nothing new. More worrying was the diminishing resistance to extreme measures among the other key actors. During the autumn of 1912, nearly everyone, including the Hungarian Prime Minister Tisza, at one point or another favoured a policy of confrontation backed up by the threat of military action. A notable exception was Franz Ferdinand, who warned Berchtold in a forceful letter of 12th October against allowing the monarchy to be dragged into Conrad's witch's kitchen of war. There was also Russia to think of, and Bulgaria, and the Germans, who would presumably shrink from any high-risk démarche. As for Belgrade, Franz Ferdinand added, the only people there who sought a conflict were the regicide war party, the party that, unbeknown to him, would slay him 8 months later. He did not, he concluded, believe there existed any necessity for war. The pressure to wage it came exclusively from those servants of the Austro-Hungarian crown who, consciously or unconsciously, worked to damage the monarchy. And yet, on 11th December 1912, during a meeting of senior officials with the Emperor at Schönbrunn Palace, even Franz Ferdinand broke with his accustomed support for peace at any price to advocate a military confrontation with Serbia. This was a momentary lapse, to be sure. As soon as he heard the contrary arguments of Berchtold and the civilian ministers, the heir apparent immediately backed away from his earlier view and expressed his support for Berchtold's diplomatic solution. 4 months later, it was Berchtold's turn to break ranks. At a meeting of the Joint Ministerial Council on 2nd May 1913, exasperated by the renewed Montenegrin attack on Scutari, Berchtold, for the first time, accepted the case for mobilization against Montenegro. This was not, of course, tantamount to calling for a European or even a local war, since Montenegro was by this time totally isolated. Even the Serbs had withdrawn their support. Berchtold hoped that a mobilization alone would suffice to dislodge the invaders from Albania, and believed it highly unlikely that Russia would intervene. As it happened, even mobilization proved unnecessary. Nicola climbed down before the ultimatum was presented. Nevertheless, the resolute tone of that meeting heralded a more belligerent attitude in Vienna. In September to October 1913, after the second Serbian invasion of northern Albania, with Conrad begging as usual for war, Berchtold again agreed in general terms with a policy of confrontation, as did, unusually, Franz Josef. At this point, Franz Ferdinand and Tisza, for widely differing reasons, remained the only doves among the senior decision-makers, and the success of the ultimatum in securing the withdrawal of Serbian troops from Albania was itself seen as vindicating a more militant style of diplomacy. This militancy of attitude coincided with a growing awareness of the extent to which economic constraints were starting to limit Austria-Hungary's strategic options. The partial mobilizations of the Balkan War crises had imposed immense financial strains on the monarchy. The extra costs for 1912-13 came to 390 million crowns, as much as the entire yearly budget for the Austro-Hungarian army, a serious matter at a time when the monarchy's economy was entering a recession. In this connection, we should recall that Austria-Hungary spent very little on its army. Of the great powers, only Italy spent less. It called up a smaller percentage of its population each year, 0.27%, than France, 0.63%, or Germany, 0.46%. The years 1906-12 had been boom years for the Empire's economy, but very little of this wealth had been siphoned into the military budgets. The Empire fielded fewer infantry battalions in 1912 than it had in 1866, when its armies had faced the Prussians and the Italians at Königgrätz and Custozza, despite a twofold increase in population over the same period. Dualism was one reason for this. The Hungarians consistently blocked military growth. The pressure to placate the nationalities with expensive infrastructural projects was another block on military investment. To make matters worse, mobilizations in summer and/or early autumn gravely disrupted the agrarian economy because they removed a large portion of the rural workforce from harvest work. In 1912-13, the critics of the government could argue peacetime mobilizations had incurred huge costs and disrupted the economy without doing much to enhance the empire's security. Tactical mobilizations, it seemed, were an instrument that the monarchy could no longer afford to deploy. But if that was the case, then the government's flexibility in handling crises on the Balkan periphery must be gravely diminished. Without the intermediate option of purely tactical mobilizations, the decision-making process would inevitably become less nuanced. It would be a matter of peace or war. The Balkanization of the Franco-Russian alliance. In the summer of 1912, it was not at all clear that France would support Russia in a purely Balkan conflict. The terms of the Franco-Russian Military Convention of 1893-4 were ambiguous on this point. Article 2 stipulated that in the event of a general mobilization by any one of the powers of the Triple Alliance, France and Russia would simultaneously and immediately mobilize the totality of their forces and deploy as quickly as possible to their frontiers, without the need for any prior agreement. This seemed to imply that a Balkan crisis severe enough to trigger an Austrian mobilization might, under certain circumstances, automatically bring about a joint Franco-Russian counter-mobilization, which was in turn certain to trigger a German counter-mobilization, since Articles 1 and 2 of the Austro-German Dual Alliance of 1879 required that the signatories assist each other in the event of either of them being attacked by Russia or a power supported by Russia. Here was a mechanism that looked, on the face of it, capable of escalating a Balkan crisis into a continental war, all the more so as it made no distinction between a partial and a full Austrian mobilization. Confusingly, Article 1 of the Franco-Russian Military Convention envisaged an obligation to intervene only in the following circumstances: A. An attack by Germany on France, or B. An attack on Russia either by Germany or by Austria-Hungary supported by Germany. This article set the bar for a French military intervention much higher than Article 2. The dissonance in the text reflected the asymmetrical needs that had given rise to the treaty in the first place. For France, the alliance and the military convention attached to it were a means of countering and containing Germany. For Russia, the central concern was Austria-Hungary. Try as they might, the French negotiators were unable to persuade their Russian counterparts to renounce the link asserted in Article 2 between an Austro-Hungarian and a French general mobilization. And this, in turn, effectively placed a trigger in the hands of the Russians, who, on paper at least, were free at any time to instigate a continental war in support of their Balkan objectives. But alliances, like constitutions, are at best only an approximate guide to political realities. The policymakers in Paris recognized the risks implicit in Article 2 and were quick to assert a restrictive interpretation of French obligations. In 1897, for example, during the 30 Days' War between Greece and the Ottoman Empire, Foreign Minister Gabriel Hanotaux informed St. Petersburg that France would not regard an Austro-Hungarian intervention as a casus foederis, case stipulated by treaty. And we have seen how reluctant France was to be drawn into the Bosnian annexation crisis of 1908-9, a crisis in which it refused to recognize an authentic threat to either French or Russian vital interests. In 1911, at the urging of the French, the terms of the military convention were altered. The obligation to render immediate mutual assistance remained in place for the case of a German general mobilization. In the case of an Austrian total or partial mobilization, however, it was decided that Russia and France would agree an appropriate course of action. In 1912, this trend was suddenly thrown into reverse, in what would prove one of the most important policy adjustments of the pre-war. Having sought for some years to insulate France from the consequences of Balkan shocks, the government in Paris now extended the French commitment to include the possibility of an armed intervention in a purely Balkan crisis. The principal agent behind the change of course was Raymond Poincaré, Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs from 14th January 1912 until 21st January 1913, and thereafter President of the Republic. On the day following his appointment, Poincaré publicly declared that he would maintain the most upright relations with Russia and conduct the foreign policy of France in the fullest agreement with her ally. It was highly unusual for incoming French foreign ministers to make programmatic statements of this kind. In a series of conversations with Alexander Izvolsky in Paris, Poincaré reassured the Russians that they could count on French support in the event of a war arising from an Austro-Serbian quarrel. The French government, he informed Izvolsky in November 1912, had no reason to fear a lack of support on France's part. Tracing the evolution of this train of thought is not easy. Poincaré's visceral preoccupation with the threat posed by Germany was one driving factor. He had been 10 years old when the Germans overran his native Lorraine in 1870, forcing his family to flee. His hometown, Bar-le-Duc, was occupied by the Germans for 3 years, pending the payment of the French indemnity. This did not mean that Poincaré was a revanchist in the mould of Boulanger, but he remained deeply suspicious of the Germans. Their efforts to achieve détente with Russia and France were dismissed as snares and delusions. Salvation, Poincaré believed, lay solely in the fortification of the Franco-Russian alliance, the keystone of French security. He also wanted to prevent a relapse into the chaos of the Agadir crisis, when parallel policy threads had created confusion. Personality played a role here. He loved clarity, and he pursued his objectives with remarkable consistency. Critics saw in this determined pursuit of clearly defined objectives evidence of a regrettable lack of flexibility. Poincaré's stiffness, raideur, Paul Cambon argued, reflected his inexperience of diplomacy and the intellectual structure of the man of law. His brother Jules spoke of a mind in which everything is numbered, classed, and recorded, as in a file. But Poincaré was not alone in wishing to endow French security policy with a more aggressive orientation. His rise to high office took place against the background of a shift in the tone of French politics after Agadir that historians have called the nationalist revival. Republican politicians had tended after the Dreyfus affair to adopt a défensiste approach to French security policy, marked by an emphasis on border fortifications, heavy artillery, and brief training stints for an army conceptualized as the nation in arms. By contrast, the years after Agadir saw France return to a policy that took account of the professional interests of the army, accepted the need for longer training periods and a more concentrated and efficient command structure, and envisaged an unequivocally offensive approach to the next war. At the same time, the pacifist and anti-militarist popular mood that had prevailed in 1905 made way for a more belligerent attitude. Not all of France was inundated by the nationalist wave. It was predominantly young, intelligent Parisians who embraced the new Bellicism, but the restoration of military strength became one of the regenerating creeds of Republican politics. It was probably the Italian attack on Libya and the incipient collapse of Ottoman power in Europe that prompted Poincaré to incorporate the Balkans into his strategic thinking. As early as March 1912, he had told Izvolsky that the long-standing distinction between local Balkan crises on the one hand and issues of broader geopolitical significance no longer had any practical importance. Given the current system of European alliances, it was difficult to imagine an event in the Balkans that would not affect the general equilibrium of Europe. Any armed collision between Russia and Austria-Hungary on account of Balkan affairs would constitute a casus foederis for the Austro-German alliance, and this in turn would entail the activation of the Franco-Russian alliance. Was Poincaré aware of the risks entailed in supporting Russian policy in the Balkans? A conversation between the French Premier and the Foreign Minister Sazonov during a visit to St. Petersburg in August 1912 is illuminating on this point. Poincaré knew that the Serbs and the Bulgarians had signed a treaty because Izvolsky had informed him of it in April, but he had no idea of what the treaty contained. When the French Foreign Ministry had asked St. Petersburg for clarification, there had been no reply. Sazonov later claimed that he had delayed sending the text to Poincaré for fear that parts of it might be leaked to the French press. During an interview with the foreign minister in St. Petersburg in August, Poincaré asked the question again. Sazonov produced the text in Russian and translated it for the French Prime Minister. The details came as something of a shock, especially the stipulations regarding simultaneous mobilizations against Turkey and, if necessary, Austria, not to mention the reference to the partition of lands still lying deep inside Ottoman Macedonia, and, perhaps most disturbingly, the role assigned to Russia as the arbiter in all future disputes, a role, Poincaré observed, that appears in every line of the convention. The notes he jotted down after the meeting convey something of his discomfiture. It seems that the treaty contains the seeds not only of a war against Turkey, but of a war against Austria. Moreover, it establishes the hegemony of Russia over the Slav kingdoms, since Russia is identified as the arbiter in all questions. I remark to Monsieur Sazonov that this convention does not correspond in the least to the information that I had been given about it, that, if the truth be told, it is a convention of war, and that it not only reveals the ulterior motives of the Serbs and the Bulgarians, but also gives reason to fear that their hopes are being encouraged by Russia. Poincaré was not alone in taking fright at the scale of Russian involvement in Balkan politics. Jean Dulce, a councillor at the French embassy in St. Petersburg, also noted at around the same time that the Balkan agreements were in effect treaties of partition. Russian support for them suggested that the Russians are prepared to take no account whatsoever of Austria and to proceed toward the liquidation of Turkey without concerning themselves with her, that is, Austria's, interests. At this point, one might have expected Poincaré to begin entertaining doubts about the wisdom of supporting St. Petersburg in the Balkans. But his discovery of how deeply the Russians had already ensconced themselves in the turbulent affairs of the peninsula seems to have had the opposite effect. Perhaps it was simply a matter of recognizing that in view of the general complexion of Russian policy, a future Balkan conflict was not just likely but virtually certain, and therefore needed to be incorporated into the horizons of the alliance. A further factor was Poincaré's belief, shared by parts of the French military, that a war of Balkan origin was the scenario most likely to trigger full Russian participation in a joint campaign against Germany. An Austro-Serbian war would, so Poincaré's military advisers told him, tie down between 1/2 and 2/3 of Austrian forces, releasing large contingents of Russian troops for service against Germany, thereby forcing Germany to deploy more of its troops to the east and taking some of the pressure off the French army in the west. Whatever the reasons for his change of course, by the autumn of 1912, Poincaré was firmly supporting a Russian armed intervention in the Balkans. In a conversation with Izvolsky in the second week of September, when the First Balkan War was in sight but had not yet begun, the French Prime Minister told the Russian ambassador that the destruction of Bulgaria by Turkey, or an attack by Austria-Hungary on Serbia, might force Russia to give up its passive role. Should it be necessary for Russia to mount a military intervention against Austria-Hungary, and should this trigger an intervention by Germany, which was inevitable given the terms of the dual alliance, the French government would recognize this in advance as a casus foederis and would not hesitate for one moment to fulfill the obligations which it has incurred in respect of Russia. 6 weeks later, with the war well under way, Izvolsky reported to Sazonov that Poincaré was not afraid of the idea that it might prove necessary to initiate a war under certain circumstances, and that he was certain the states of the Triple Entente would prevail. This confidence, Izvolsky added, was based on a detailed analysis by the French General Staff that had recently come to the Prime Minister's desk. Indeed, Poincaré anticipated his obligations so energetically that there were moments when he appeared in danger of jumping the Russian gun. On 4th November 1912, 1 month into the First Balkan War, he wrote to Sazonov, proposing that Russia join with France and England in preemptively opposing an Austrian intervention in the conflict. So unexpected was this overture that Izvolsky wrote to Sazonov explaining it. Until recently, the ambassador pointed out, The French government had not wished to be drawn into what it saw as purely Balkan concerns. But recently there had been a change of view. Paris now recognized that any territorial conquest by Austria-Hungary would constitute a breach of the European equilibrium and would affect France's vital interests. Here was an unmistakable inversion of the language the French had used in justifying their lack of interest in the Bosnian annexation crisis. Poincaré's proactive approach to Balkan affairs, Izvolsky concluded, signified a new outlook at the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He advised the Foreign Ministry in St. Petersburg to take advantage of it immediately and secure the backing of both France and England for the future. By mid-November, Sazonov did indeed anticipate the possibility of an Austrian attack on Serbia, or at least on the Serbian forces in Albania, and wished to know how London and Paris would react to an armed response by Russia. Gray's answer was characteristically evasive. The question, he replied, was academic, and one could not give a decision about a hypothetical contingency which has not arisen. Poincaré's response, by contrast, was to demand clarity from Sazonov. What exactly, he asked, did the Russian government intend? This must be set out clearly, otherwise, by taking the initiative, the French government would run the risk of embracing a position which would either fall short of or exceed the intentions of its ally. The Russians should not doubt that France would support them in the event of a Balkan crisis. If Russia goes to war, France will do the same, because we know that in this matter Germany will back Austria. In a conversation with the Italian ambassador in Paris only a few days later, Poincaré confirmed that, should the Austro-Serbian conflict lead to a general war, Russia could count entirely on the armed support of France. In his memoirs, Poincaré vehemently denied having made these assurances, and Izvolsky is admittedly not an entirely disinterested witness. This was the man whose mismanagement of the Bosnian annexation crisis had ruined his career in St. Petersburg, a diplomat who had left high office under a cloud and remained obsessed with the supposed perfidy of Aehrenthal and Austria. Might he not have lied in order to strengthen the resolve of his colleague and former subordinate, Sazonov, in Balkan affairs? Might he not, as Poincaré himself later suggested, have overstated the French Prime Minister's commitment in order to magnify his own role in consolidating the alliance? These are plausible suppositions, but the evidence suggests that they are wrong. For example, Poincaré's claim, reported by Izvolsky on 12 September, that the French military was confident of victory in the event of the continental escalation of a war begun in the Balkans, is corroborated by a gung-ho General Staff memorandum of 2 September, a document of which Izvolsky could have had no independent knowledge. This suggests at the very least that the conversation in question really did take place. Poincaré's uneasiness, recorded by Izvolsky on 17 November, about overleaping the Russians rings true. Poincaré would confide exactly the same doubts to his diary during the July crisis of 1914, and there are supporting witnesses, such as the former Premier and Minister of Foreign Affairs, Alexandre Ribot, a brilliant jurist and political scientist who met with Poincaré on several occasions during the autumn of 1912. In a private note dated 31 October 1912, Ribot recorded, "Poincaré believes that Serbia will not evacuate Ushub, and that if Austria intervenes, Russia will not be able not to intervene. Germany and France will be obliged by their treaties to enter the scene. The Council of Ministers has deliberated on this, and has decided that France ought to hold to its commitments." Poincaré's change of course elicited a mixed response among the most senior policy-makers and functionaries. His distrust of Germany and his views on the casus foederis resonated positively with an influential Sciences Po trained subculture at the Foreign Ministry, for whom sympathy with the Slavic nations and hostility to Germany were axiomatic. And there was also wide support in the senior echelons of the military. In his memorandum of 2 September 1912, the one Poincaré cited in his conversations with the Russian ambassador, Colonel Vignal of the 2nd Bureau of the French General Staff instructed the Prime Minister that a war begun in the Balkans would ensure the best conditions for an Entente victory. Since the Austrians would be tied down in a struggle with the South Slavs, Germany would be obliged to decant substantial forces from its westward offensive to defend the east against Russia. Under these circumstances, the Triple Entente would have the greatest chances of success, and could achieve a victory that would permit it to redraw the map of Europe, despite Austria's local Balkan successes. Others were more critical of the new orientation. The ambassador to London, Paul Cambon, was appalled at the confrontational stance Poincaré adopted towards Austria-Hungary during the opening weeks of the First Balkan War. On 5th November 1912, during a visit to Paris, Paul wrote to his brother Jules, complaining of an article in Le Temps, patently inspired by Poincaré, that challenged Austria directly, upbraiding Vienna in a manner without nuance, without patience, without caution. Paul went on to report a conversation with Poincaré on the evening of Saturday, 2nd November. Cambon had ventured to suggest that France might consider allowing Austria to take a part of the Sanjak of Novi Pazar, a mere pile of rocks, in return for an assurance of her disinterest in any other Balkan territory. The Prime Minister's reply surprised him. It would be impossible to let Austria, a power that had not waged war, that had no right, etc., to acquire an advantage. That would stir up opinion in France, and would constitute a setback for the Triple Entente. France, Poincaré went on, which had done so much since the beginning of this war, here Cambon inserted an exclamation mark in brackets, would be obliged also to demand advantages, an island in the Aegean Sea, for example. On the following morning, Sunday 3rd November, Cambon, who had clearly spent the night worrying about this conversation, went to see Poincaré in order to set out his objections. The Sanjak was not worth a conflict, he told the Prime Minister. An Aegean island would cause more trouble than it was worth. Cambon was also sceptical of Poincaré's claim to be acting under the pressure of opinion. Contrary to Poincaré's assertion, French public opinion was indifferent to such questions. It was important, Cambon warned, that the government not itself stir up a current of opinion that would render a solution impossible. Poincaré was having none of this, and shut the discussion down. "I have submitted my views to the government in the Council of Ministers," Poincaré replied dryly. "It has approved them. There is a decision by the Cabinet. We cannot go back on it." "How do you mean, we cannot go back on it?" I replied. "Except for 2 or 3 ministers, the members of Cabinet know nothing of external policy, and the conversation can always remain open on questions of this kind." "There is a decision by the government," he replied very dryly. "It is useless to press the matter." What is interesting about this exchange is not the subject matter as such, because far from taking or demanding a piece of the Sanjak, Austria withdrew its troops from the area and left it to the neighbouring states, Serbia and Montenegro. The issue passed and was forgotten. Far more significant is the sense conveyed by Poincaré's remarks of France's deep and direct involvement in the Balkan troubles, most strikingly conveyed in the Prime Minister's bizarre notion that leaving a piece of the Sanjak to Austria would oblige Paris to seek compensation in the form of an island on the Aegean. And even more ominous was the sense, conveyed not only by Cambon's letter, but also in the note by Ribot, that French Balkan policy was no longer being improvised in response to new situations, but rather laid down in hard and fast commitments, in decisions on which there could be no going back. Paris forces the pace. In a letter of 19th December 1912, Colonel Ignatieff, the Russian military attaché in Paris, reported a long and revealing conversation with Alexandre Millerand, the French Minister of War. Millerand raised the question of the Austrian troop reinforcements on the Serbian and Galician frontiers. Millerand: "What do you think is the objective of the Austrian mobilization?" Me, that is Ignatieff: "Predictions are difficult on this question, but undoubtedly the Austrian preparations vis-à-vis Russia thus far have been defensive in character." Millerand: "Fine, but don't you think the occupation of Serbia was a direct summons, vyzov, to you to wage war?" Me: "I cannot answer this question, but I know that we have no desire for a European war, or to take any steps that could provoke a European conflagration." Millerand. "So you'll have to leave Serbia on her own? That, of course, is your business. But it should be understood that this is not on account of our fault. We are ready. My gotovi." Ignatieff reported that Millerand seemed perturbed and even annoyed by his non-committal responses to the minister's questions. It was not, the French minister insisted, merely a question of Albania or the Serbs or Durazzo, but of Austrian hegemony on the entire Balkan Peninsula, a matter about which the Russian government could surely ill afford to remain complacent. There is something remarkable in these utterances by the French Minister of War, a respected socialist politician and a stranger to foreign affairs, whose career had been focused on old-age pensions, education, and the conditions of labour, rather than on geopolitical questions. Yet by 1912, Millerand, a close friend of Poincaré, whom he had known at school, had become one of the leaders of the French national revival. Widely admired for his tenacity, industry, and intense patriotism, he sought not only to build military morale and reinforce the autonomy of the army command, but also to instill the French public with martial spirit. His words to Ignatieff reflected an attitude that was widespread within the French leadership during the Balkan winter crisis of 1912-13. "General Castelnau," Ignatieff reported, "twice told me that he personally is ready for war, and even that he would like a war." Indeed, the French government as a whole was in full readiness to support us against Austria and Germany, not only by diplomatic means, but, if needed, by force of arms. The reason for this readiness lay, Ignatieff believed, in French confidence that a Balkan war would produce the most advantageous starting point for a broader conflict, since it would oblige Germany to focus its military measures on Russia, leaving the French in the rear. Indeed, so enthusiastic were the messages coming from Paris in November and December 1912 that Sazonov himself informally urged the French to calm down. The coordinating will behind this policy was Poincaré. There had been many foreign ministers and many premiers who had come and gone without leaving much impression on French foreign policy. But Poincaré was an exception. He used the combination of the premiership and the ministerial post in foreign affairs to ward off unwelcome influences. He turned up often and early at work, an unequivocal signal of serious intentions in the leisurely French foreign ministry of those days. He insisted on reading and annotating dossiers and on opening his own mail. It was rumoured that he sometimes wrote his own dispatches. He had little patience with the self-importance of the ambassadors, who tended, he grumpily observed in January 1914, to adopt too easily the point of view of the government to which they were accredited. In order to ensure that the Quai d'Orsay did not get out of hand, Poincaré created an inner cabinet of trusted and loyal advisers, just as Delcasse had done at the turn of the century. In January 1913, Poincaré was elected President of the Republic, becoming the first man ever to jump straight from the office of Premier to that of the head of state. Oddly enough, this implied, in theory, a diminution in his capacity to shape the formulation of foreign policy, for, by custom and precedent, the presidential office tended, despite its formidable prerogatives, not to be an important seat of power. Elected by the two houses of Parliament, he was expected to act as the pin-boy in the bowling alley, picking up fallen cabinets as the chamber knocked them down. But the former Premier had no intention of letting the reins slip from his hands. Even before his election, Poincaré had made it clear that he intended to exploit to the full the constitutional instruments with which the presidency was furnished. His knowledge and deep understanding of constitutional law ensured that he would do this with a certain bravura. In 1912, he had even published a textbook on political science, in which he argued that the powers of the President, the right to dissolve the chambers of Parliament, for example, were a crucial stabilizing factor in the Constitution, and that the President should properly play a preeminent role in international affairs. Once elected to the presidency of the Republic, Poincaré deployed his indirect influence on the choice of candidates to ensure that his successors in the foreign ministry were either weak and inexperienced, or shared Poincaré's strategic and diplomatic vision, or, best of all, a combination of all three. Charles Jonat, who succeeded Poincaré until March 1913, was a case in point. He was a former Governor-General of Algeria who knew next to nothing of external relations and depended upon Poincaré's protégé, Maurice Paléologue, chief of the political department, for the day-to-day running of affairs. "I still command, Jonard," Poincaré confided to his diary on 26 January 1913. "I go to the Quai d'Orsay every morning." While the French leadership extended the remit of the alliance to cover Russia in the event of possible Balkan incidents, important changes also took place in the provisions associated with the Franco-Russian military convention. The French military command had been alarmed by Sukhomlinov's deployment plan of 1910, which shifted the Russian areas of concentration back out of the Polish salient hundreds of miles to the east, thereby lengthening the projected mobilization times for a westward attack and undermining the presumption of simultaneity that was enshrined in the text of the convention. At the annual Franco-Russian General Staff talks of 1911, the French delegates pressed their Russian colleagues on this question. The reply from the Russian staff chief, Yakov Zhilinsky, was not especially confidence-inspiring. He promised that the Russian armed forces would make every effort to commence their attack as soon as possible after day 15 of mobilization, but he also conceded that it would take until 1913 and 1914 to finish stocking the army with field artillery and machine guns. The question of how fast and how many men Russia would mobilize in the event of the casus foederis, and in what direction it would deploy them, dominated the Franco-Russian interstaff discussions in the summers of 1912 and 1913. In the conversations of July 1912, the French CGS, Joseph Joffre, requested that the Russians double-track all their railway lines to the East Prussian and Galician frontiers. Some strategically important lines were even to be quadrupled to allow faster transit of large troop numbers. The Franco-Russian Naval Convention of July 1912, which provided for closer cooperation and coordination of the two navies, was another fruit of these efforts. And there was a gradual improvement in the Russian assurances. Whereas Zhilinsky promised in 1912 to attack Germany with 800,000 men by day 15, in the following year he felt able, once the improvements were put in place, to shave a further 2 days off the schedule. The direction of mobilization was another area of concern. The protocols of the interstaff discussions record the tireless efforts of the French staff officers to keep the Russians focused on Germany rather than Austria as the principal opponent. For while the French were willing to acknowledge the legitimacy of a Balkan casus belli, the entire military purpose of the alliance, from France's perspective, would be defeated if the Russians deployed the bulk of their military might against the Habsburg Empire and left the French to deal on their own with a massive German attack in the west. When this issue was raised at the 1912 meeting, Zhilinsky objected that the Russians also had other threats to think about. The Austrians, too, had been improving their strategic railways, and it was out of the question, given the sensitivity of the region for national morale, that the Russians should risk a defeat in the Balkans. Sweden was another potential threat, and then there was Turkey. But Joffre insisted that the destruction of Germany's forces, l'anéantissement des forces de l'Allemagne, would in effect resolve all the other problems facing the alliance. It was essential to concentrate on this objective at any price. A note prepared afterwards by the General Staff, summarizing the result of the discussions, duly recorded that the Russian command recognizes Germany as the principal adversary. Poincaré did what he could to expedite this powering up of the Russian end of the alliance. When, before leaving for St. Petersburg in August 1912, he asked Joffre what issues he should be raising with his hosts, the French staff chief pointed to the railways improvement and mentioned nothing else. Once in the Russian capital, the French premier conscientiously importuned all his interlocutors on the railways question. "I make him, Tsar Nicholas II, aware of our interest in the improvements requested by our General Staff. I explained to him," Sazonov, "the necessity of doubling and quadrupling the routes," and so on. Poincaré's notes even offer a glimpse of the power struggle unfolding within the Russian administration between Kakovtsev and the military command. The Russian premier was sceptical of plans for a forward policy in the Balkans, and, as a man of finance, he was unenthusiastic about the prospect of spending huge amounts of borrowed money on railways of dubious commercial value. When he responded to Poincaré's promptings with the observation that the Russians were currently studying the question of railway improvements, Poincaré insisted that this study is very urgent, because it is probable that it will be on the German frontier of Russia that the outcome of the war will be decided. What Kakovtsev thought of this bland presumption of an imminent war can readily be imagined. Poincaré recorded only that his colleague seemed irritated by the notion that the Russian Army Command had enlisted the support of the French government in order to secure military allocations without having to consult the Minister of Finance, that is, Kakovtsev himself, directly. At every opportunity, Poincaré helped to step up the pressure on the Russians to rearm. The French practiced at home what they preached to the Russians. The appointment of Joseph Joffre as Chief of the General Staff in July 1911, at the height of the Agadir crisis, placed French strategy in the hands of a man committed to the theory of the offensive school. French strategists had tended to adopt a defensive approach to the prospect of a confrontation with Germany. Campaign Plans 15, 1903, and 16, 1909, both envisaged defensive deployments in the first phase, followed by a decisive counterstroke once the enemy's intentions were known, rather in the manner of the Sukhomlinov deployment plan of 1910. But Joffre altered Campaign Plan 16 to allow for an aggressive thrust through Alsace into German territory, in the belief that the offensive alone made it possible to break the will of the adversary. He also worked much more proactively with France's alliance and Entente partners than his predecessors had done. Joffre was the driving force on the French side at the interstaff meetings of 1911, 1912, and 1913. His partnership with his Russian counterpart Zhilinsky was crucial to their success. There were also intense discussions with the English military commanders, and especially with Henry Wilson. Joffre was the first French strategist to integrate the British Expeditionary Force into his dispositions. His revisions to Plan 16 included detailed stipulations on the concentration of British troops along the Belgian border. In Joffre, Poincaré found a fitting military partner for his own strategic concept. There were points of disagreement, to be sure. One of the most revealing concerned the question of Belgian neutrality. Leaked German documents and other military intelligence suggested that in the event of war, the Germans would attack France through neutral Belgium. On 21 February 1912, when Poincaré, newly installed as Premier, convened an informal meeting at the Quai d'Orsay to review French defence arrangements, Joffre advocated a preemptive strike through Belgian territory. This, he argued, was the only way to offset French numerical inferiority vis-à-vis Germany. The British would surely understand the need for such a measure, and recent signs of coolness between Belgium and Germany suggested that it might even be possible to arrive at an understanding with Belgium beforehand. But Poincaré flatly refused to consider Joffre's case, on the grounds that an invasion of Belgium would risk alienating British public opinion, and make it impossible for Edward Grey to deliver on his promises to Paris. It was a striking demonstration of the primacy of civilian over military authority in the French Republic, but also of Poincaré's foresight and brilliance in combining a highly aggressive understanding of the casus foederis in the east with a strategically defensive approach on the French frontier. That was how Paris solved a conundrum that faced several of the belligerents of 1914, namely the paradoxical requirement that a defensive war open aggressively. The hardening of commitments continued after Poincaré ascended to the presidency of the Republic. The appointment of Théophile Delcassé as ambassador to St. Petersburg in the spring of 1913 was an unmistakable signal. Delcassé's was to be a short posting. He made it clear from the outset that he intended to stay in St. Petersburg only until the 1914 French elections. Nevertheless, the choice of this eminent, long-serving former foreign minister, who had fallen from office at the height of the first Moroccan crisis, left little doubt as to the orientation of French policy. With Delcassé in St. Petersburg and Izvolsky in Paris, both parties to the alliance were represented by ambassadors with a strong personal animus against Germany. Delcasse had grown even more Germanophobic in recent years. When he met with Jules Combon on his way to the east via Berlin, it was noted that he refused to step out of his train so that he could avoid touching German soil with the sole of his shoe. The new ambassador was known for his expertise in the area of strategic railways. As foreign minister at the turn of the century, Delcasse had pressed the Russian government to build them against the British Empire. Small wonder that the Russian press welcomed the news of his appointment, noting that his combative temperament would be an asset to the Triple Entente. Poincaré's letter of introduction to the Tsar announced that the new ambassador's objective would be to tighten further the bonds of the Franco-Russian alliance, and there followed the inevitable reminder of the importance of reinforcing with the greatest possible speed the Russian strategic routes to the empire's western frontiers. Ignatieff reported that Delcasse had been authorized by the French government to propose to us whatever loan we need for this purpose. Delcasse worked as hard as ever during his brief posting, 23rd March 1913 to 30th January 1914. Indeed, he was so busy that he was rarely seen in St. Petersburg society. At his very first audience with the Tsar, only a day after his arrival, he stressed the importance of completing the network of railways in conformity with the wishes of the Chief of Staff, and took the unusual step of requesting directly that the requisite funds be provided by Kakovtsev. Throughout his time in St. Petersburg, Delcasse scarcely ever met with anyone except Sazonov and Kakovtsev. Even the British ambassador found it difficult to arrange a meeting with him. "I run the whole of Russian foreign policy," he boasted to his French colleagues. "The people around here haven't the slightest clue." Delcasse oversaw the negotiations that bore fruit in a massive new French loan, 2,500 million francs, to be issued on the French capital market by private Russian railways companies over a 5-year period in yearly installments of 500 million, on condition that the strategic railways in the western salient were strengthened in the manner envisaged at the Joint Staff discussions of 1913. Maurice Perliologue, Delcasse's successor at the St. Petersburg Embassy from January 1914, was a man in the same mould, who intended to combine strategic reinforcement with a firmer approach to foreign policy questions. Poincaré under pressure. Throughout the first 18 months of his presidency, until the outbreak of war, Poincaré reinforced the offensive orientation of French military planning. He supported the campaign for the 3-year law, passed by the French Chamber and Senate in the summer of 1913, which raised the French standing army to around 700,000 men, reducing the gap in troop numbers between France and Germany to just 50,000, and demonstrating to the Russians that the French were serious about playing their part in the joint effort against the principal adversary. By choosing compliant prime ministers, taking control of the Higher Council of War, and deploying to maximum effect his powers under the secteur réservé pertaining to the President's right to shape decisions in the field of foreign and military policy, Poincaré became one of the strongest presidents the Third Republic would ever see. There was a public dimension to all of this activism. The chauvinism of government propaganda since the formation of the Poincaré-Millerand-Delcasse ministry was a recurring theme in the dispatches of the Belgian minister in Paris, Baron Guillaume. Guillaume was particularly struck by the rhetorical vehemence of the campaign in support of the 3-year law, which, having helped to secure Poincaré his election to the presidency of the Republic, now continued apace, heedless of the dangers to which it gives birth. It was Messrs. Poincaré, Delcasse and Millerand, Guillaume observed in January 1914, who invented and pursued the nationalist, jingoistic and chauvinistic politics, whose renaissance was now such a marked feature of public life in France. He saw in this the greatest peril for peace in today's Europe. Poincaré was not just a Parisian grandee, the Belgian minister wrote in May 1914, but a truly national politician who worked extremely hard and with great skill to build his support base in the provinces. He was an excellent orator who frequently travelled the length and breadth of France, gave numerous speeches, and was acclaimed in every town he visited. Notwithstanding these provincial successes, The intrinsic volatility of the French political system ensured that Poincaré's position in Paris remained fragile. Among other things, the revolving door of French ministerial office continued to turn, and Poincaré's pet foreign minister, Charles Jonard, fell from office after only 2 months. Under his successor, the languid Stéphane Pichon, the mechanisms examined in Chapter 4 began once more to make themselves felt. Pichon aligned himself with the dominant ambassadors and their allies within the Centrale. The consequence was a temporary drift back in the direction of a more conciliatory, or at least a less intransigent, approach to Berlin. When Pichon fell from office with the Barthou government in December 1913, Poincaré looked for a straw man to replace him. The new Prime and Foreign Minister, Gaston Doumergue, had to agree before taking office that he would maintain the 3-year law and Poincaré's foreign policy. The President hoped that Doumergue, who lacked any experience whatsoever in external relations, would be obliged to defer to him on all important matters. But this tactic backfired, for while Doumergue was a staunch supporter of the Russian alliance, he also worked against Poincaré, installing the latter's arch-rival, Joseph Caillaux, as Minister of Finance, and gradually shutting the President out of foreign policy discussions. Poincaré still had powerful and unscrupulous enemies. How vulnerable he was to their political machinations had become clear in May 1913, when a cabinet crisis broke out over the discovery of diplomatic intercepts exposing secret negotiations between the President and officials of the Catholic Church. In the spring of 1913, Poincaré and Pichon had entered into these talks in the hope of securing the election of a successor to the papal throne who would support France. This might seem harmless enough, given France's interest in consolidating its influence over its religious protectorates in the Levant. But contacts of this kind between a senior politician of the Republic and the Catholic Church were matters of the greatest delicacy in pre-1914 France, where anti-clericalism was the default setting of the political culture. The discussions were kept absolutely secret in order to deny the radicals and their allies ammunition for an anti-clerical campaign. But in April and May 1913, the Sûreté at the Ministry of the Interior intercepted and deciphered 3 telegrams from the Italian ambassador in Paris, referring to negotiations between Poincaré, Pichon, and the Vatican. On 6th May, Louis-Lucien Clotz, the Minister of the Interior, produced the telegrams at a meeting of the cabinet. In the ensuing uproar, Pichon threatened to resign if the interception and leaking of telegrams continued. The interceptions were stopped, but the damage had been done, since this sensitive material could potentially be exploited in future by unscrupulous hands to smear Poincaré as a clerical, unfit for public office. There was a further personal aspect to the problem. Poincaré had married his wife Henriette, a double divorcée, in a strictly civil ceremony, as was expected of senior office-holders in the Republic. But in May 1913, after it became known that Henriette's first 2 husbands were dead, he agreed under pressure from his wife, and in deference to the wishes of his much-loved and recently deceased mother, to solemnize their union with a religious ceremony. Here again was a decision with the potential to scandalize anti-clerical opinion. The ceremony was conducted in the strictest secrecy, but Poincaré lived thereafter in fear of an anti-clerical campaign that would devastate his popularity. He was spied and informed upon, he confided to a colleague, even within the walls of the Élysée, where police agents, servants, ushers, visitors, more than 100 people each day, have their eyes on me, observe all my gestures, and broadcast them more or less exactly. So concerned was he at this prospect that he went to great lengths to buy off the leading radicals. To the huge chagrin of the Combon brothers, he even offered the London embassy to the Anglophile radical leader and Poincaré beta Georges Clemenceau, who refused it. Anxiety about behind-the-scenes intrigue and hostile revelations continued to dog the president until the outbreak of war. In other words, Poincaré remained vulnerable, and it even seemed that the moment for the man and his policies might be passing. The wave of nationalist élan on whose crest he had entered high office in the aftermath of Agadir was already ebbing by early 1914, making way for a new and complex alignment of forces. Poincaré was more and more hated by the socialist and unified radicals, and his rivals, Clemenceau and Caillaux, never missed any opportunity to attack and goad him. Most worrying of all was the prospect that a new oppositional formation might force the repeal of the 3-year law, and thereby loosen the joist work of the Franco-Russian alliance. In a country distinguished, especially after the Dreyfus affair, by strong currents of anti-militarist feeling, the extension of service was an extremely controversial measure. The results of the tumultuous general elections of 26th April and 10th May 1914 were difficult to read, but they suggested that majority support for the 3-year law hung by a thread. Following the fall of the Doumergue government on 2nd June 1914, Poincaré had to find a political combination that would save the law. After several false starts, including the collapse of one government on the day of its first appearance in Parliament, an event with few historical precedents, Poincaré reached out to the ex-socialist René Viviani, who formed a new cabinet on 12th June, in which 10 of the 17 ministers supported 3-year service. When the new government won a majority in the chamber on 16th June, it seemed that the crisis had passed. The 3-year law was safe, at least for the moment. But who could say how long it would survive? International developments gave further reason for concern. During 1913 and 1914, the policymakers in Paris became increasingly aware of the growth of Russian power. French military observers reported that the Russian army had made huge advances since the setbacks of the Japanese War. The Russian soldier was first-class, tough, well-trained, disciplined and devoted, and the Russian army was expected to prevail against its eventual enemies. French financial experts corroborated this view of Russia's prospects. One keen student of the Russian economy was Monsieur de Verneuil, a syndic of the brokers at the Paris Stock Exchange, with the power to veto the admission of securities to the Paris Bourse. Verneuil had long been involved in Russo-French business ventures when he travelled to St. Petersburg to discuss the terms of the new French loan with Premier Kakovtsev. In a letter of 7th July 1913, he reported his impressions to Foreign Minister Pichon. Verneuil had already formed a very favourable opinion of Russian economic progress, he wrote, but his recent visit to the Russian capital had convinced him that the reality was far more impressive. There is something truly fantastic in preparation, whose symptoms must strike the mind of even the most informed observers. I have the very clear impression that in the next 30 years we are going to see in Russia a prodigious economic growth which will equal, if it does not surpass it, the colossal movement that took place in the United States during the last quarter of the 19th century. Verneuil was not alone. In 1914, the reports of the French military attaché in St. Petersburg, General de la Guiche, evoked a Russian colossus supplied with inexhaustible resources, armed with first-class soldiers, and wielding a limitless power. After attending the spring manoeuvres of that year, la Guiche positively bubbled over with enthusiasm. The more I go, the more I admire this material. The Russian man is superior to any I know. There's a source of strength and power there that I have never encountered in any other army. Press reporting tended to reinforce this impression. In November 1913, Le Temps ran an article in which the paper's Russian correspondent, Charles Rivet, declared that we cannot admire too much this great Russian military effort. It is produced without creating the slightest trouble of inconvenience to the prosperity of the country, whereas in France new military expenses posed a budgetary problem. Russia has no need to go in search of a new source of revenues. In this arms race, Russia is thus better placed than anyone to sustain the competition. The development of its population is accompanied by a growth in wealth. The circumstances permit it to confront, even over the long term, the constant expansion of military contingents and expenses. It will never be obliged to propose slowing this growth, nor, for that matter, are Russia's military leaders at all disposed to do so. Among those who subscribed to this starry-eyed vision of Russia was Poincaré himself. All this was, on the face of it, good news for the Franco-Russian alliance. But in Paris it also gave rise to nagging doubts. What if Russia became so wealthy and so powerful that it ceased to depend for its security on the promise of French aid? At the very least, such headlong growth would surely tilt the balance of power within the alliance to Paris's disadvantage, for, as General de la Guiche observed in February 1914, the less need Russia has of other nations, the more she will be able to free herself from our pressure. This mood of apprehension seems risible to us in retrospect. It was founded on an absurd overestimation of Russian economic progress and military strength. But these false futures were real enough to the people who perceived them. Together with other factors in a rapidly changing environment, they suggested that the instruments currently available to contain Germany might not be around for very much longer. In the last weeks of June 1914, rather to his own surprise, Poincaré was still in control. His policy was secure, at least until the current government fell. René Viviani was a highly effective parliamentary politician, but a complete novice in foreign affairs. It would be easy, should a crisis arise, for the president to steer policy. The offensive military strategy and the commitment to the Balkan casus foederis remained intact. But in the medium and longer term, Poincaré's future and that of his policy looked rather uncertain. This combination of strength in the present and vulnerability over the longer term would inform his handling of the crisis that broke out after Gavril Princip fired his fatal shots on 28 June in Sarajevo. Like so many of the decision-makers caught up in those events, Poincaré would feel that he was working against the clock. 6. Last Chances. Détente and Danger. 1912 to 1914. Since I have been at the Foreign Office, Arthur Nicholson wrote early in May 1914, I have not seen such calm waters. Nicholson's remark draws our attention to one of the most curious features of the last 2 pre-war years, namely that even as the stockpiling of arms continued to gain momentum, and the attitudes of some military and civilian leaders grew more militant, the European international system as a whole displayed a surprising capacity for crisis management and détente. Does this mean that a general war was growing less probable in the last year and a half before it broke out? Or did the phenomenon of détente merely cloak the reality of a deepening structural antagonism between the alliance blocs? And if the latter is true, how did the processes implicated in détente interact with those pieces of causality that would enable a general war to break out in 1914? The limits of détente. In the summer of 1912, the German Kaiser and the Russian Tsar, accompanied by an entourage of senior statesmen, met for informal conversations at Baltic Port, Paldiski, a Russian naval facility on the Pakri Peninsula in what is today northwestern Estonia. The meeting, planned as the reciprocation of a visit by the Tsar to Potsdam in 1910, went extraordinarily well. While the monarchs walked, dined, and inspected troops, the statesmen got together for amicable, wide-ranging discussions. Kakovtsev and Beetman Holweg, who met for the first time at Baltic Port, felt an immediate sympathy for each other. These were 2 restrained, conservative individuals of decidedly moderate views. In a calm and candid conversation, the 2 prime ministers dwelt on the armaments policies of the 2 powers. Each assured the other of the essentially defensive nature of his intentions, and the 2 men agreed that the current surge in military expenditures was deeply to be regretted for the unsettling effect it had on public opinion. It was to be hoped, Beetman remarked, that all countries would have so many interests in common as to make them view armaments as a measure of prevention, without allowing them to be actually applied. Beetman's conversations with Foreign Minister Sazonov ranged over a wider range of subjects, but were marked by the same striving for conciliatory language. On the subject of the deepening instability on the Balkan Peninsula, Sazonov assured Beetman that Russia's mission vis-à-vis the Christian Slavic states was historically complete and thus obsolete. Russia, Sazonov claimed, had no intention of exploiting the Ottoman Empire's current difficulties. Beetman declared that although Germany was sometimes accused of wishing to interfere with the inner workings of the Entente, nothing could be further from his mind. On the other hand, he saw no reason why Germany should not cultivate friendly relations with the Entente powers. "How does it look with Austria?" Sazonov asked towards the end of the interview. Beetman assured him that there could be no question of an aggressive Austrian Balkan policy. "So there will be no encouragement by Germany of Austria?" Sazonov asked, to which Beetman replied that Berlin had no intention whatsoever of supporting a policy of adventurism in Vienna. Both men agreed before parting that it would be an excellent idea to make these summit meetings a fixed institution, to be repeated as a matter of course every 2 years. Amazingly enough, even the Kaiser was on his best behaviour at Baltic Port. The Tsar always dreaded meetings with his talkative German cousin. He was reluctant to speak his own mind because, as Kakovtsov observed, he feared the expansiveness of the German emperor, so foreign to his own nature. In a note composed in advance of the visit, the German ambassador in St. Petersburg, Count Portales, urged that the Kaiser be told to avoid tendentious conversation topics and adopt a listening attitude wherever possible, so that the Tsar would be able to get a word in edgeways. For the most part, Wilhelm showed admirable self-restraint. There were a few small slips. After the first lunch on board the Tsar's yacht Standard, the Kaiser drew Sazonov apart and spoke to him, at him might be a more appropriate locution, for over an hour in detail about his relationship with his parents, who, he claimed, had never loved him. Sazonov saw this as a shocking illustration of the German emperor's marked tendency to overshoot the boundaries of the reserve and dignity that one would expect of someone in such an elevated position. On the second day of the trip, during a visit in crippling heat to the ruined fortifications constructed around the port by Peter the Great, Wilhelm again forgot his instructions and buttonholed Kakovtsov on one of his latest hobby horses, the importance of establishing a pan-European oil trust that would be able to compete with American Standard Oil. The conversation, Kakovtsov recalled, became extremely animated and went beyond the limits set by court etiquette. The sun was scorching. The Tsar did not want to interrupt our conversation, but behind Emperor Wilhelm's back he made signs of impatience to me. The Kaiser, however, continued to answer my arguments with increasing fervour. Finally the Tsar seemed to lose all patience, approached us, and began to listen to our conversation, whereupon Emperor Wilhelm turned to him with the following words, in French: "Your chairman of the council does not sympathize with my ideas, and I do not want to permit him to remain unconvinced. I want you to allow me to prove my point with data collected at Berlin, and when I am ready I should like to have your permission to resume this conversation with him." It is worth picturing this scene, the glare of the sunlight on the broken stone of the old fort, Kakovtsov sweltering in his jacket, the Kaiser red-faced, his moustaches trembling as he warmed to his theme, gesticulating, oblivious to the discomfort of his companions, and behind him the Tsar, trying desperately to end the ordeal and get the party out of the sun. Whether Wilhelm ever sent Kakovtsov the data collected at Berlin on oil consortia is unknown, but may be doubted. His bursts of enthusiasm tended to be as short as they were intense. No wonder the German Kaiser was a figure of terror on the royal circuit. Wilhelm's passing lapses did nothing to dent the good cheer of the two parties, and the summit ended in an unexpectedly high mood. An official joint communiqué released to the press on 6th July declared that the meeting had borne an especially warm character, that it constituted new proof of the relations of friendship obtaining between the two monarchs, and confirmed the firm resolution of both powers to maintain the venerable traditions existing between them. Baltic Port was the high water mark of Russo-German détente in the last years before the outbreak of war in 1914. Yet there were exceedingly narrow limits to what was achieved there. The conversations, though friendly, produced no decisions of substance. The official communiqué released to the press confined itself to waffly generalizations, and explicitly stated that the meeting had neither generated new agreements nor effected any change whatsoever in the grouping of the powers, whose value for the maintenance of equilibrium and peace had been proven. The assurances offered by Beetman and Sazonov on the Balkan situation concealed a dangerous inconsistency. Whereas the Germans did in fact urge restraint on the Austrians, sowing doubts in Vienna about the firmness of Berlin's commitment to the alliance, The Russians were and would continue doing the opposite with their Balkan clients. Sazonov's assurances to Beetman that Russia had no intention of exploiting the difficulties confronting the Ottoman Empire, and that her historic mission on the peninsula was now a thing of the past, were misleading, to say the least. If this was to be the basis for a Russo-German understanding, it was a fragile foundation indeed. And even the restrained formulae of the Baltic Port communique were enough to trigger spasms of paranoia in London and Paris. Both before and after the meeting, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in St. Petersburg issued firm assurances to London and Paris that their commitment to the Triple Entente was stronger than ever. In a sense, then, the tentative performances of rapprochement at Baltic Port revealed how elusive a truly multilateral détente was likely to be. Analogous structural and political constraints stood in the way of a lasting détente between Germany and Britain. The Haldane mission of February 1912, when Germany and Britain failed to come to an agreement on naval armaments limitation, is a case in point. The original architect of the mission was Beetman. His aim was to secure an understanding with Britain that would enable international, especially colonial, questions to be resolved collaboratively rather than through competition and confrontation. The Chancellor saw in Admiral Tirpitz's ambitious naval construction program the chief obstacle to such an understanding. But the Kaiser's personal support for the naval program and the disjointed Praetorian structure of the German executive meant that oblique manoeuvres were needed to dislodge the current policy. In order to weaken Tirpitz's grip, Beetman aligned himself with the Admiralty in its long-standing campaign against the Imperial Naval Office. The Admiralty was critical of Tirpitz's concentration on ship numbers rather than the education and training of naval personnel. He encouraged the Army, which had long been starved of funds while the naval budgets ballooned, to insist on refurbishment and expansion. And, of course, he briefed Metternich, the German ambassador in London, to provide him with the ammunition he would need to persuade the Kaiser that curbing naval growth might have a more persuasive effect on London than the current policy of strength and challenge. In short, Beetman assiduously worked the various switches in the system in the hope of weaning Reich defensive policy off its addiction to naval growth. Like Joseph Caillaux during the Agadir crisis, Beetman made use of a non-state go-between, the Hamburg-based shipping magnate Albert Ballin, who played a crucial role in opening up a channel of communication. Like many senior figures in the commercial and banking sector, Ballin believed utterly in the civilizational value of international trade and the criminal stupidity of a European war. Through his contacts with the British banker Sir Ernest Cassel, Ballin was able to bring to Berlin a message conveying British interest in principle in seeking a bilateral understanding on issues arising from naval armaments and colonial questions. In February 1912, Lord Haldane, the Secretary of State for War, travelled to Berlin to sound out the possibilities. Why did the Haldane mission fail? The answer is not simply German intransigence over the scale and pace of naval construction, because Beetman and, albeit reluctantly, Kaiser Wilhelm II were willing to make concessions on that front. The real sticking point was Berlin's insistence on something tangible in return, namely an undertaking of British neutrality in the event of a war between Germany and another continental power. Why were the British so unwilling to grant what was asked? The argument that they were bound by the terms of their obligations to France is flawed, because Beetman was willing to limit the proposed neutrality agreement to cases in which Germany cannot be said to be the aggressor, and expressly conceded that any agreement reached would have no application insofar as it may not be reconcilable with existing agreements which the high contracting parties have already made. The true reason for British reticence lay rather in an understandable disinclination to give away something for nothing. Britain was winning the naval arms race hands down and enjoyed unchallenged superiority. Beetman and Wilhelm wanted a neutrality agreement in exchange for recognizing that superiority as a permanent state of affairs. But why should Britain trade for an asset it already possessed? In sum, it was not ships as such that prevented an agreement, but rather the irreconcilability of perceived interests on both sides. Haldane returned from Berlin shaking his head at the confusion he had observed there. It was clear even to an outsider that Bethmann had not succeeded in rallying the Kaiser and the Reich Naval Office behind his policy. But in Britain, too, powerful interests were ranged against the mission's success. From the start, it was understood in London as a purely exploratory enterprise. Haldane was obliged to travel to Berlin under the cover of an educational inquiry. He was then chairing the Royal Commission on London University, and he possessed, in the words of a British draft note to the German government, no authority to make any agreement or to bind any of his colleagues. The mission, Haldane himself reassured Jules Combon, was about détente, not entente. In Paris, Bertie worked hard to sabotage the agreement by tipping off Poincaré and goading the Quai d'Orsay to apply pressure to London. It is telling, moreover, that the man entrusted with providing Haldane with documentation and advice during the talks was none other than Sir Arthur Nicholson, a man who had always believed that any concession to Germany risked antagonizing the Russians, whose benevolence was essential to British security. Nicholson made no secret of his hostility to the Haldane venture. "I do not myself see," he told Sir Francis Bertie, the British ambassador to Paris, in February 1912, "why we should abandon the excellent position in which we have been placed and step down to be involved in endeavours to entangle us in some so-called understandings which would undoubtedly, if not actually, impair our relations with France and Russia." The ambassador agreed. The Haldane mission was a foolish move, undertaken merely to silence the grey-must-go radicals. From the outset, then, there was no realistic chance that the mission would succeed. To the great relief of Nicholson and Bertie, Grey refused to consider a neutrality clause, and the Haldane talks collapsed. Ambassador Goshen wrote from Berlin to congratulate Nicholson, "You have been foremost in this good work." As Nicholson's remarks suggest, the growth of détente was constrained, at least in Britain, by bloc thinking, which was still accepted as providing the indispensable foundation for national security. Détente might offer a supplement to bloc strategy, but could not supersede it. Sir Edward Grey had put it elegantly in a speech to the House of Commons in November 1911. "One does not make new friendships worth having by deserting old ones. New friendships by all means let us make, but not at the expense of the ones we have." Precisely because so little had been invested in the Haldane mission, its collapse was easily digested and the post-Agadir Anglo-German détente continued. Only in the light of later events did the failure to achieve a naval agreement come to appear historically significant. In the autumn of 1912, as the Balkan crisis broke, the German Foreign Secretary, Kiedelen Wächter, proposed to Goshen, the British ambassador in Berlin, that the two countries coordinate their response with a view to preventing the powers from falling into two hostile camps. Grey, for his part, let Bethmann know that he desired intimate political cooperation with Germany. Britain and Germany joined in sponsoring the ambassadors' conference that met in London between December 1912 and July 1913. The two powers helped to broker compromise solutions to the thorniest problems arising from the First Balkan War, and they urged restraint on their respective bloc partners, Russia and Austria. Ulterior motives were in play, of course. Foreign Secretary Jago, who picked up the policy thread when Kiedelen died suddenly in December 1912, hoped that continued Balkan collaboration would counteract British dependence on the Entente powers by opening London's eyes to the aggressiveness of Russian policy in the region. Grey hoped that the Germans would continue reining in the Austrians and thereby prevent Balkan regional conflicts from threatening European peace. But neither side was prepared to make any substantial change to their respective bloc strategies. The Anglo-German Balkan détente worked in large part because it was so tightly focused on an area, the Balkan Peninsula, where neither of the two states had fundamental interests at stake. It also depended on Austria and Russia's willingness not to go to war. It was a flimsy thing without substantive content that could survive only for as long as there was no serious threat to peace. We might thus say that the potential for détente was circumscribed by the resilience of the alliance blocs. This is true enough, except insomuch as it implies that the alliance blocs were solid and immovable fixtures of the international system. But it is worth noting how fragile and flux-prone many of the key decision-makers felt the alliance system was. The Austrians intermittently feared that the Germans were on the point of settling their differences with Russia and leaving their Habsburg allies in the lurch, and there was some justification for this concern, for the evidence suggests that Germany's policy of restraint vis-à-vis Vienna over the period 1910 to 13 merely emboldened the Russians in the Balkans without yielding an offsetting security benefit. Poincaré saw in the vacuous meeting at Baltic Port the ominous herald of a Russo-German partnership in the Balkans and on the Straits. In the spring of 1913, there was even irritation in Paris at the current flirtation between the courts of St. James and Berlin, King George V being suspected of seeking warmer relations with Germany. For Sir George Buchanan, the British ambassador in St. Petersburg, the slightest evidence of a thaw between Vienna and St. Petersburg sufficed to conjure up the horrifying prospect that Russia would abandon the Entente and join forces with Germany and Austria, as it had done in the days of the Three Emperors' Leagues of the 1870s and 1880s. In the case of British relations with Russia, apprehension at the prospect of losing a powerful friend was underscored by the fear of gaining a powerful enemy. During the last 3 years before the outbreak of war, the old geopolitical tensions between Russia and Britain were coming back to the fore. There were problems all along the Sino-Central Asian frontier, from Tibet and Outer Mongolia to Turkestan and Afghanistan, but the most urgent issue was Persia. By the summer of 1912, armed Russian penetration of northern Persia was raising questions about whether the Anglo-Russian Convention could be continued in its current form. As early as November 1911, Grey warned Count Benkendorf, the Russian ambassador in London, that he might soon be forced to issue public disavowals of Russian activity in Persia, and that Russia was placing the future of the convention at risk. And this was an issue that attracted interest not just in the Foreign Office, but in Cabinet, Parliament, and the press. When Sazonov and Grey met at Balmoral in September 1912, for talks focused mainly on the Persian question, there were public demonstrations against the Russian minister. Fear for Britain's imperial future, combined with the traditional Russophobia of the liberal movement and the British press, to form a potent mix. And these concerns remained acute during 1913 and early 1914. In letters of February and March 1914 to Ambassador Buchanan in St. Petersburg, Grey commented angrily on Russian plans to construct a strategic railway across Persia and all the way to the Indian frontier. The Russians had begun to push aside British trading interests in Persia, even within the zone allotted to Britain under the terms of the convention. The situation along the Chinese frontier was hardly more encouraging. In 1912-13, dispatches from British agents reported that the Russians were fomenting unusual military activity between Mongolia and Tibet. Shipments of Russian rifles had been detected passing through Urga to Lhasa, and Russian Buryat monks were training the Tibetan army, just as the Russians pushed forward into Chinese Turkestan to establish fortified positions only 150 miles from the British garrison at Srinagar. Russia, it appeared, was waiting for the next opportunity to invade India. These perceived threats produced fine cracks in the policy fabric of the Foreign Office. In Grey's eyes, the vexatious behaviour of the Russians enhanced the value of the Anglo-German Balkan détente. It was impossible not to be struck by how easily British and German diplomats were working together, just at the moment when Sazonov's opportunist Balkan zigzagging was exasperating Russia's British partners. And Grey was supported in these reflections by his long-serving private secretary, William Tyrrell, the man who saw more of the Foreign Secretary than any other colleague. Tyrrell had earlier favoured the anti-German policy, but he later became a convinced advocate of an understanding. The attractiveness of this option was doubtless reinforced by the awareness that since Germany had lost the naval race, the chief threat posed by Berlin had lost its sting. The return to a more flexible policy promised both to mute the Russophobe arguments of the radical opposition and to spike the guns of the Grey Must Go brigade, who saw in the Foreign Secretary's hostility to Berlin a needless threat to British independence and European peace. But this option remained chimerical for as long as the risks of losing Russian allegiance did not seem to be offset by the benefits of closer collaboration with Germany. Until that tipping point was reached, and this did not appear imminent in 1913–14, the argument for appeasing Russia and opposing Germany continued to carry great weight. Russia was a much more dangerous foe in 1913 than she had been in 1900, especially if one viewed it through the lenses of the British policy-makers who, like their French colleagues, subscribed to an extraordinarily exaggerated assessment of Russian power. Throughout the years between the Russo-Japanese War and the July crisis of 1914, and despite much evidence to the contrary, British military attachés and experts presented what seems in retrospect an absurdly positive image of Russian military prowess. In an entirely typical report filed in September 1909, General Sir Ian Hamilton, who, as former military attaché to the Japanese forces in Manchuria, had witnessed the Russian army in action, reported that immense improvements had been made during the interim. Thanks to an extraordinary advance in fire-and-move tactics, Russian troops could now be described as better fighters and keener soldiers than the Germans. Since Hamilton had also attended German manoeuvres, his words were treated with respect. In the minds of some of the key policy-makers in London, the Russian threat still eclipsed that posed by Germany. What our people fear, a senior Foreign Office functionary admitted at the beginning of December 1912, when the first Albanian crisis was at its height, is that Germany will go to St. Petersburg and propose holding Austria in if Russia will leave the Entente. This is the real danger of the situation, not a conflict of the powers. We are sincerely afraid lest, out of the hurly-burly of the crisis, Russia should emerge on the side of the Triple Alliance. In Nicholson's eyes, the security of Britain and its world empire still rested on the Anglo-Russian Convention, which he wished to see elaborated, along with the French Entente, into a fully-fledged alliance. It was far more disadvantageous to have an unfriendly France and Russia than an unfriendly Germany. It is absolutely essential to us to keep on the best terms with Russia, he wrote in May 1914, as were we to have an unfriendly or even an indifferent Russia, we should find ourselves in great difficulties in certain localities where we are unfortunately not in a position to defend ourselves. Even the slightest gesture in the direction of a rapprochement with Berlin risked compromising London's reputation for reliability, and once this was gone, there was the danger that Russia would simply abandon Britain and revert to the role of imperial rival. Underlying Nicholson's view was the conviction, widely shared in London during the last pre-war years, that the awesome expansion of Russian economic power and military strength would soon place it in a position of relative independence, rendering Britain dispensable. From this, it followed that Russia's loyalty must be bought at virtually any price. Nicholson was appalled at the role played by Sazonov in sponsoring the Serbo-Bulgarian alliance against Turkey, and more generally by Russia's egging on of the Serbian government. But these were minor annoyances compared with the catastrophe of a Russian defection. British diplomats were thus, in some respects, more comfortable with a situation of managed tension in the Balkans than with the prospect of a return to the Austro-Russian condominium of the pre-1903 era, which would in turn have facilitated a return to the pre-1907 situation of open Anglo-Russian global rivalry, a scenario they felt even less well equipped to deal with in 1913 than they had been in the era of the Boer War. In the summer of 1912, Nicholson even propagated the view that Russian expansion into the Balkan region was inevitable and should therefore not be opposed by Britain. The determination of Russia, now that she has got her finances in splendid order and reorganized her army, he told the British ambassador in Vienna, is to reassert and re-establish her predominant position in the Balkans. Détente interacted in complex ways with the mobile architecture of the alliance blocs. It could raise risk levels by muting the awareness of risk among key political actors. The ambassadors' conference in London for which Gray took much of the credit, left him confident in his ability to solve crises and save peace, a confidence that would impede his ability to react in a timely fashion to the events of July 1914. Gray drew from the Anglo-German détente in the Balkans the lesson that Germany would continue restraining its Austrian ally, come what may. Jago and Beetman extracted the equally problematic insight that the eyes of London had at last been opened to the true character of Russian policy on the peninsula, and that Britain would probably remain neutral if the Russians started a conflict in the region. Moreover, détente in one part of the European international system could also produce a hardening of commitments in another. Thus, for example, uncertainties about London, fueled by Anglo-German collaboration in the Balkans, affected French relations with St. Petersburg. The French government, wrote the Belgian minister to Paris in April 1913, seeks to tighten more and more its alliance with Russia, for it is aware that the friendship of England is less and less solid and effective. These reflections might seem to suggest that the pre-war European system had somehow locked itself into a position from which a war was the only way out. That would appear to be one possible deduction from the observation that even détente posed a danger to peace. But we should not forget how dynamic the system still was, or how open its future seemed to be. In the last months before the outbreak of war, it was gradually dawning on some of the most senior British policymakers that the convention with Russia over Persia might not survive its scheduled renewal in 1915. Tyrrell's view in the spring of 1913 was that Britain should tolerate the misbehaviour of the Russians until the crisis in the Balkans subsided, and then, in 1914 or 1915 perhaps, get tough with them over Persia, Mongolia and China. A gap opened between Grey and Nicholson, who by 1914 was an increasingly isolated figure. Many senior Foreign Office colleagues viewed with deepening scepticism Nicholson's unconditional attachment to the Anglo-Russian Convention. Tyrrell and Grey, and other senior Foreign Office functionaries, were deeply annoyed by St. Petersburg's failure to observe the terms of the agreement struck in 1907, and began to feel that an arrangement of some kind with Germany might serve as a useful corrective to St. Petersburg. By the spring of 1914, even Nicholson was getting the message. On 27th March 1914, he warned a colleague not to presume that the current constellation of powers would endure. I think it is extremely probable that before long we shall witness fresh developments and new groupings in the European political situation. Now or never. What did all of this mean for the Germans? In answering this question, it is helpful to emphasize the ambivalence of international developments in the last 2 years before the war. On the one hand, the post-Agadir period saw a waning of tension, especially between Germany and Britain, and signs that the continental alliance blocs might in time lose their functionality and cohesion. There was thus reason to believe that détente was not merely a temporary respite from mutual hostility, but a genuine potentiality of the international system. Viewed from this perspective, a general war was anything but inevitable. On the other hand, the Agadir and Balkan crises produced a drastic stepping up of military preparedness and signs of a more aggressive Russian policy on the Balkan Peninsula, backed by Paris. And the fear that the bonds of the Entente might be loosening produced in the short term a hardening of alliance commitments, a tendency reinforced by the ascendancy across Europe of relatively belligerent policy factions. German policy reflected the incoherence and ambiguity of this larger picture. First, it is worth noting that the Germans were as impressed as everyone else by the spectacle of Russian economic growth and vitality. After his journey to Russia in the summer of 1912, Beetman summarized his impressions for Jules Combon in similar terms to Verneuil's account for Pichon 9 months later. The Chancellor expressed a feeling of admiration and astonishment so profound that it affects his policy. The grandeur of the country, its extent, its agricultural wealth, as much as the vigour of the population, still bereft, he remarked, of any intellectualism. He compared the youth of Russia to that of America, and it seems to him that whereas the youth of Russia is saturated with futurity, America appears not to be adding any new element to the common patrimony of humanity. From the standpoint of the most influential German military commanders, it seemed blindingly obvious that the geopolitical situation was shifting rapidly to Germany's disadvantage. Helmut von Moltke, Schlieffen's successor from January 1906 as Chief of the General Staff, adopted an unswervingly bleak and bellicose view of Germany's international situation. His outlook can be reduced to two axiomatic assumptions. The first was that a war between the two alliance blocs was inevitable over the longer term. The second was that time was not on Germany's side. With each advancing year, Germany's prospective enemies, and Russia in particular, with its swiftly expanding economy and virtually infinite manpower, would grow in military prowess until they enjoyed an unchallengeable superiority that would permit them to select the moment for a conflict to be fought and decided on their own terms. There was a fundamental difference in kind between these two axioms. The first was an unverifiable psychological projection, born of Moltke's own paranoia and pessimism. The second, by contrast, though it also incorporated a measure of paranoia, was at least justified by a comparative analysis of the relative military strengths of the European powers. Moltke's concern over the deepening imbalance between the two blocs and the steady deterioration in Germany's capacity to prevail in a future conflict steadily gained in plausibility after 1910, when the Russians initiated the first major cycle of rearmament in land weapons and forces. The next escalation in European war readiness and armaments investment came in the wake of Agadir and the crisis triggered by the Balkan Wars. In November 1912, as the Russians stepped up their measures against Austria-Hungary and the French government cheered from the sidelines, the German government showed remarkable restraint. Reservists were not called up, conscript classes were not retained, there was no trial mobilization. But from mid-November, as the massive scale of the Russian military preparations became clear, the German command grew increasingly concerned. Especially alarming was the retention of the Russian senior conscript class, which sharply raised troop strengths along the German frontier and the Polish salient. And these concerns were nourished by intelligence from a range of sources and locations that the dominant view among the senior echelons of the Russian army was that conflict with Austria was inevitable, and that the best time to strike was the present moment. Unnerved by these auguries, and by the troop movements on both sides of the Galician border, and anxious to counter the impression that Germany was no longer interested in defending Austria-Hungary against regional threats, the German Chancellor, Theobald von Bethmann-Hollweg, delivered a 10-minute speech to the Reichstag on 2 December 1912. It was a redaction, in a more concise format and a more modest register, of Lloyd George's Mansion House speech of the previous year. The Chancellor began by noting that Germany had, to date, used her influence in order to localize the war, and that hitherto it had in fact been localized, an observation that brought cheers from the House. There followed a carefully worded warning. If, which I hope will not be the case, insoluble difficulties then appear, it will be the business of the powers directly involved in the particular case to give effect to their claims. This applies to our allies. If, in giving effect to their interests, they, contrary to all expectation, are attacked from a third side, and so find their existence menaced, we, in loyalty to our duty as allies, should have to take our stand firm and determined at their side. Cheers from the right and from the National Liberals. In that case, we should fight for the defence of our own position in Europe and for the protection of our own future and security. Cheers on the right. I am convinced that in following such a policy, we shall have the whole people behind us. Cheers. The Times, which published the text of the entire speech on the following day, found nothing new or sensational in the Chancellor's words. It has been perfectly clear, the paper's Berlin correspondent wrote, that Germany is both desiring peace and that is, pursuing it. Edward Grey saw the matter very differently. In a completely unexpected move, he summoned the German ambassador, Count Lichnowsky, to his office and informed him that in the event of a war between Germany and the Franco-Russian alliance, Britain was likely to fight on the side of Germany's enemies. Lichnowsky's report of his conversation with Grey triggered panic in Berlin, or more precisely in the Kaiser, who, ever sensitive to signals from London, claimed to discern in Grey's warning a moral declaration of war. Deeply shaken, Wilhelm ordered Moltke, Tirpitz, Chief of the Admiralty Heeringen, and Admiral Müller, Chief of the Naval Cabinet, to attend him at short notice for an emergency meeting in the Royal Palace at 11 a.m. on Sunday, 8th December. The meeting opened with belligerent bluster from the Kaiser. Austria must be firm in dealing with Serbia, whose troops were at this time still in Albania, and Germany must support her if Russia attacked. Should this occur, the Kaiser vociferated, Germany would throw the brunt of its army against France and use its submarines to torpedo British troop ships. Towards the end of the discussion that followed, he urged that the Navy step up the pace of U-boat production, demanded that more should be done through the press to prepare the popularity of a war against Russia, and endorsed Staff Chief Helmut von Moltke's observation that war is unavoidable and the sooner the better. Historians disagree about the significance of this War Council, as it was ironically dubbed by Beetman, who was not invited. Some have argued that the War Council of December 1912 not only revealed the continuing centrality of the Kaiser to the decision-making process, but also set the scene for a comprehensive war plan that involved placing the Navy, the Army, the German economy, and German public opinion on a war footing in preparation for the unleashing of a premeditated conflict. Others have seen the meeting as a reflex response to an international crisis, rejecting the notion that the German military and political leadership henceforth began the countdown to a pre-planned European war. Who is right? There is no doubting the belligerence of the military advice offered at the Council, and it is clear that the Kaiser seemed willing for the moment to endorse the views of his most aggressive commanders. On the other hand, the meeting did not, in fact, trigger a countdown to preventive war. The only eyewitness report of the occasion that we possess, the diary of Admiral Müller, closes its comments on the Council with the observation that its result amounted to almost zero. No national propaganda campaign followed, and no concerted effort was made to set the German economy on a wartime footing. The key figure in the drama of 8th December was not Wilhelm, but Beetman, who subsequently put the Kaiser in his place and nullified the decisions taken at the conference. The War Council of 8th December remained an episode. By the beginning of January, the sense of crisis in Berlin had dissipated, and Wilhelm had regained his calm. Beetman talked him out of plans for an expanded naval program. The accelerated submarine building demanded by the Kaiser never took place, and when a new crisis broke out in the Balkans in April to May 1913 over the Serbo-Montenegrin occupation of the Albanian city of Scutari, it was apparent that Wilhelm still opposed any moves that would incur the risk of war. Far more significant than the meeting at the Neues Palais in December was the decision in the previous month to seek an unprecedented growth in German peacetime military strength. The roots of the Army Bill of 1913 lay in anxiety over Germany's deteriorating security position, compounded by alarm at Russia's handling of the Balkan crisis. In a detailed memorandum of December, Moltke made the case for an ambitious program of expansion and improvement. Should a war break out, he argued, it appeared likely that Germany would face a conflict on two fronts against France and Russia, with little help from Austria and none from Italy. If, as appeared highly likely in the light of Grey's warning of 3rd December, Britain too were to join the fray, the Germans would be able to field 192 fewer infantry battalions in the west than Britain, France, and Belgium combined. And Russia was no longer a negligible quantity. Its power was growing from year to year. In presentations to secret sessions of the Reichstag Budget Commission during April, the generals painted a dark picture of German prospects. They saw little chance of a peaceful resolution of Germany's current encirclement, and were downbeat about the German army's chances of success. The Russians would possess irreversible military superiority by 1916. The French already enjoyed superiority in strategic railways and mobilization and deployment times. Whereas the Germans possessed 13 through railway lines to the common border in 1913, France had 16, all of which were double-tracked, with junction lines to bypass loops, stations, and intersections. After much haggling over details and finance, the new bill passed into law in July 1913. The peacetime army grew by 136,000 to 890,000 officers and men. Yet the new measures still failed to meet German security needs, because they triggered hikes in armaments expenditure in France and Russia that quickly offset German growth. During the first cycle of armaments expansion, it had been the Russians who had set the pace. Now it was the Germans. The 1913 Army Law was crucial to the passage in France during August 1913 of the 3-year law. And in Russia, the German Army Law, plus French goading, triggered the schedule of expansions and refurbishments known as the Great Programme. In March 1913, massive sums were approved by the Tsar for artillery and other armaments in a vastly ambitious scheme that would, by 1917, have increased Russian winter peacetime strength by 800,000 men, most of whom would, by contrast with the deployment plan of 1910, be concentrated in European Russia. As a consequence, the peacetime strength of the Russian army in 1914 was double that of the German, at around 1.5 million men and 300,000 more than the combined strengths of the German and Austro-Hungarian armies. By 1916-17, the Russian figure was expected to exceed 2 million. And in 1914, these measures were complemented by the French-financed Russian Strategic Railways program. Since 1905, Germany's answer to this predicament had been the Schlieffen Plan, which aimed to resolve the problem of a war on two fronts by first mounting a massive strike against France, accompanied by a holding operation in the east. Only when the situation on the Western Front had been resolved would Germany swing eastwards against Russia. But what if the balance of forces between the two alliance blocs shifted to the point where the Schlieffen Plan no longer made sense? It has been pointed out that Germany was faster to implement its improvements than its two Entente opponents, and that this furnished the German military leadership with a short-term strategic advantage in 1914. And the economic foundations of Russia's military might remained fragile. Between 1900 and 1913, Russian productive strength was actually decreasing in relation to Germany's. But the outlook from Berlin's standpoint remained grim. In 1904, the combined strength of the Franco-Russian military had exceeded the Austro-German by 260,982. By 1914, the gap was estimated at around 1 million, and it was widening fast. In a report dated 25th May 1914, the German military attaché in St. Petersburg reported the latest enlargement of the recruit contingent from 455,000 to 585,000, and calculated expected growth in peacetime strength over the next 3 to 4 years, concluding that the growth of the Russian army will thereby increase at a rate never before seen in the armed forces of any country. Moltke viewed the Franco-Russian loan as one of the most sensitive strategic blows that France has dealt us since the War of 1870-71, and foresaw that it would bring about a decisive turning point to Germany's disadvantage. By 1916-17, German strategists believed the striking power of Russia would be sufficient to nullify the calculations embodied in the Schlieffen Plan. Obsessed with the dangers looming from east and west, and convinced that time was running out, Moltke became the eloquent exponent of a preventive war that would enable the German Empire to resolve the coming conflict on terms advantageous to itself. He came to view each passing pre-war crisis as a failed opportunity to redress a deepening strategic imbalance that would soon place Germany at an irreversible disadvantage. Preventive war thinking became widespread within the military command. A recent study has identified several dozen occasions on which senior commanders pressed for war sooner rather than later, even if this involved taking the initiative and accepting the opprobrium of the aggressor. It was not just the Germans who saw the matter thus. Early in 1914, Poincaré remarked to the editor of Le Matin that the Germans feared the growth of Russia. They know that this great body gains each day in cohesion. They want to attack and destroy it before it has attained the plenitude of its power. In March 1914, when a summary of a dispatch outlining the improvements made to the Russian army since 1913 was sent to the British Director of Military Operations, Major General Henry Wilson, Wilson appended the following comment: "This is a most important dispatch. It is easy to understand now why Germany is cautious about the future, and why she may think that it is a case of now or never." A vein of fatalism underlay the bellicism of the German military. When they spoke of war, the German military tended to speak less of victory than of the twin threats of defeat and annihilation. The danger inherent in such thinking, which allowed commanders to sanction even the most aggressive initiatives as essentially defensive, is clear enough. But to what extent did the preventive war arguments of the military shape German foreign policy? Even in a Praetorian system like the Prusso-German one, much depended on the ability of the most senior commanders to persuade their civilian colleagues to adopt their strategic viewpoint. In this, they were not especially successful. Moltke pressed for war sooner rather than later at the Neues Palais in December 1912, but although the Kaiser seemed briefly to endorse the staff chief's view, nothing came of it. Paradoxically, the absence in Berlin of a collective decision-making organ like the Council of Ministers in St. Petersburg made it more difficult for the militaries to build a political pressure group in support of their ideas, using military requisitions as a battering ram to smash through fiscal restraints. In Paris, the most powerful civilian and military officials worked closely together to achieve increased expenditure in support of a more offensively oriented strategy. In Germany, such deep institutional and constitutional barriers separated the military and civilian chains of command that this kind of synergy was far harder to achieve. There was no German equivalent of Krivoshein, and Chancellor Beetman Hollweg was a more powerful and formidable figure than his Russian counterpart Vladimir Kakovtsev. After the Agadir crisis of 1911, Beetman consistently pursued a policy focused on inconspicuous and pragmatic collaboration with Britain and Russia. "Our most urgent task is a modus vivendi with England," he declared in December 1911. "We must keep France in check through a cautious policy towards Russia and England," he wrote in March 1913. "Naturally, this does not please our chauvinists and is unpopular, but I see no alternative for Germany in the near future." Preventive war arguments thus never became the platform for policy in Germany before 1914. They were rejected, like Conrad's even more vociferous demands in Vienna, by the civilian leadership. Neither in 1905 nor in 1908-9 or 1911, when conditions were in fact much more favourable from the German standpoint than they would be in the summer of 1914, did the German government consider launching a preventive war. In the Agadir affair of 1911, it was the British, rather than the French or the Germans, who did most to militarize the crisis. And in the winter crisis of 1912-13, it was French rather than German policy that came close, though only intermittently, to embracing the notion of preventive war. Berlin was far more restrained in its advice to Vienna than Paris was in its communications with St. Petersburg. As for the Kaiser, though prone to outbursts of belligerent rhetoric, he panicked and counselled caution whenever a real conflict seemed likely, to the endless frustration of the generals. Wilhelm remained hopeful of a long-term accommodation with Britain. His remarks during 1913 suggest that he continued to regard an Anglo-German war as unthinkable. He also remained confident that German military prowess would deter Russia from an armed intervention in a conflict between Austria and Serbia. This complacency prompted the hawkish General Falkenhayn, soon to become Minister of War, to observe in a letter of January 1913 that the deluded faith of the political leadership, including Wilhelm, in the possibility of a lasting peace left Moltke standing alone in his struggle with the Kaiser for a more aggressive foreign policy. The Kaiser's refusal to embrace preventive war thinking became the bête noire of a growing military opposition. The primacy of the civilian over the military leadership remained intact. Yet this does not mean that we should discount pro-preemption arguments as irrelevant to the actions of German or other policymakers. On the contrary, preventive war logic exerted a stealthy but important pressure on the thinking of the key decision-makers during the crisis of summer 1914. Germans on the Bosphorus. German policymakers, other ones than those preoccupied with arming Germany for a future war on two fronts, also explored the possibilities of a future in which Germany would pursue its interests while avoiding the incalculable risks of war. An influential group of functionaries, including the State Secretary of the Colonial Office, Bernhard Dernburg, Ambassador Paul Metternich in London, and his colleague Richard von Kuhlmann, later State Secretary of the Foreign Office in Berlin, continued to press for a policy of détente and concessions vis-à-vis London. This line of thought found formal expression in the political tract A German World Policy Without War, published anonymously in Berlin in 1913, but written by Richard Plen, who had worked closely with Kuhlmann in London. And there were potential partners for such a policy in Whitehall, especially among members of the anti-Grey Liberals, such as Colonial Secretary Louis Harcourt. Despite the collapse of the Haldane mission, the quest for détente with Britain had yielded real fruits. A new round of negotiations over colonial questions opened in the summer of 1912. In April 1913, the two states signed an agreement on the African territories currently under the authority of the Portuguese Empire, whose financial collapse was expected imminently. The agreement was never ratified because of differences between Berlin and London on when and how to publicize its contents, but it signaled a willingness in principle on both sides to demarcate spheres of interest and collaborate in excluding third parties from intervening. Given the very limited options available to Germany in the global imperial arena, and the relatively closed situation in the Europe of the alliance blocs, one region above all attracted the attention of statesmen interested in a world policy without war: the Ottoman Empire. German policy had traditionally been rather restrained in this part of the world, where inter-imperial rivalries were especially fierce, but during the 1880s Berlin became more active. It was encouraged to do so by the government in Constantinople, which, alienated by the British occupation of Egypt, 1882, actively courted partners in Berlin. German banks, construction firms, and railway companies began to move into the less developed areas of the Sultan's empire, acquiring concessions and spheres of interest. Work on a largely German-financed and built Anatolian railway began in 1888 to link Constantinople with Ankara and Konya. Both lines were complete by 1896. Government support for these ventures, initially rather fitful, gradually became more pronounced and consistent. By 1911, it was possible for the German ambassador in Constantinople to speak of the empire as a German political, military, and economic sphere of interest. By investing in the Ottoman lands, especially in crucial infrastructural projects, the Germans hoped to stabilize the Ottoman Empire in the face of the threat posed to it by the other imperial powers, most importantly Russia. And should the collapse of the Ottoman Empire open the door to a territorial partition among the world empires, they wanted to be sure of a seat at the table where the spoils were divided. High hopes were invested in the Anatolian Railway. The Ottoman authorities in Constantinople intended to pacify and integrate the Anatolian Wild East, still prey at this time to the depredations of Circassian bandits, and to civilize the most underdeveloped of the Ottoman lands. They viewed Anatolia through Orientalist spectacles as a colony in need of improvement. New food crops were introduced in the areas opened up by the railway, including some, such as sugar beet and potatoes, that turned out to have been grown in the region for some time, and efforts were made to establish industrial plants, such as esparto grass, which could be processed to manufacture paper. Many of these projects made it no further than the experimental stage, either because the climate and soils were unsuitable, or because the locals refused to adopt the new techniques. For the inhabitants of rural Anatolia, some of whom brought bushels of grass to the stations to feed the horses that they had assumed would be pulling the trains, the appearance of steam locomotives was an unforgettable sensation. In Germany, too, the Anatolian venture had an inflaming effect on the colonial imagination. Some pan-Germans saw Anatolia, improbably enough, as a possible field for future German mass settlement. Others were more interested in access to markets, trade routes, and raw materials. Railways, like hydroelectric dams in the 1930s to 50s, or space travel in the 1960s, held a special place in the imperial imaginary at the turn of the 20th century. In Britain and the Cape Colony, plans were afoot to build a Cape to Cairo railway. At around the same time, the French were planning a rival west-east African super railway from Senegal to Djibouti. The history of the great global telegraph networks had already established the intimate connection between infrastructure and power, especially in those areas of the British Empire where telegraph stations were miniature outposts of imperial authority and discipline. There was thus consternation in 1903 when it became known that a company owned by German banks had been entrusted by the Ottoman government with the construction of a gigantic railway line that would extend from the Ankara end of the Anatolian Railway, via Adana and Aleppo, across Mesopotamia to Baghdad and, ultimately, Basra on the Persian Gulf. The project, which in theory would one day make it possible to travel by train directly from Berlin to Baghdad, met with suspicion and obstruction from the other imperial powers. The British were concerned at the prospect of the Germans acquiring privileged access to the oil fields of Ottoman Iraq, whose importance was growing at a time when the British Navy was planning the transition from coal to oil-fired ships. They feared that the Germans, freed through a land route to the east from the constraints imposed by British global naval dominance, might come to threaten Britain's preeminence in colonial trade. Although the route of the railway had been laid at great inconvenience to the engineers and investors, as far as possible from Russian areas of interest, St. Petersburg still feared that it would place the Germans in a position to pose a threat to Russian control of the Caucasus and northern Persia. These projections of strategic anxiety appear far-fetched in retrospect, but they had a powerful hold on policymakers at the time, who tended to assume that economic investment would inevitably be followed by geopolitical leverage. Kaiser Wilhelm II's intermittent pro-Ottoman and pro-Islamic political posturing did nothing to allay such suspicions. In 1898, during his second visit to the Middle East, Wilhelm had delivered an impromptu toast in the City Hall of Damascus that was cited in newspapers around the world. May His Majesty the Sultan and the 300 million Muslims living around the world who see in him their caliph be assured that at all times the German Kaiser will be their friend. This effusion, the result of a euphoric mood brought on by the cheering of the Arab crowds, awakened fears of a Germany aligned with the forces of pan-Islamism and Arab nationalism that were already gaining ground in the British and Russian empires. In reality, German economic involvement was not disproportionate in international terms. There was intensive German investment in electrical utilities, agriculture, mining and municipal transportation. Trade between Germany and the Ottoman Empire was on the increase. Yet the Germans still, in 1913, lagged behind Britain, France and Austria-Hungary in imports from, and behind Britain and Austria-Hungary in exports to the Ottoman Empire. French investments still exceeded those of Germany by around 50%. Nor could it be said that German capital behaved more aggressively than the European and British competition. In the race to secure strategic control of the prized oil concessions of Mesopotamia, for example, British banks and investors, backed by London, easily manoeuvred the Germans into positions of disadvantage with a combination of hard bargaining and ruthless financial diplomacy. Even in the sphere of railway building, where more than half of all German investment was tied up, 340 million gold francs, the French contribution was comparable in size, approximately 320 million gold francs. While the French owned 62.9% of the Ottoman public debt, administered by an international agency on behalf of the empire's creditors, Germany and Britain held roughly equal shares of most of the rest. And the most powerful financial institution in Constantinople, the Banque Impériale Ottomane, which in addition to controlling the lucrative tobacco monopoly and numerous other enterprises, also possessed the exclusive right to issue banknotes in the Ottoman Empire, was a Franco-British enterprise, not a German one. It was also an instrument of French policy, in the sense that its credit and fiscal operations were steered from Paris. After long negotiations, a sequence of international accords did much to neutralize tension over the Baghdad Railway. A Franco-German agreement of 15 February 1914 marked out the boundaries between the spheres of interest of the key German and French investors. French capital was crucial to the financing of the project, and on 15 June the Germans were able to overcome British objections by conceding, among many other things, British control of the crucial Basra-Persian Gulf section of the future railway, a concession that robbed the project of much of its supposed geostrategic value to the Germans. These and other episodes of collaboration, where political questions were laid aside in the interest of securing pragmatic arrangements in the economic sphere, gave reason to hope that the Ottoman Empire might indeed provide the theatre for a world policy without war that would, in time, create the basis for a partnership of some kind with Britain. Much more serious than the wrangling over control of the Baghdad Railway was the crisis that broke in December 1913 over the arrival of a German military mission in Constantinople. After its disastrous campaigns in the Balkans, the Ottoman government looked desperately for foreign assistance in strengthening its armed forces through root and branch reform. Although the Ottoman military command did briefly consider inviting a French military mission, the Germans were the more obvious partners. German military advisers had been a fixture in Constantinople since the late 1880s and 90s, when Goltz Pasha had run training courses for Turkish officer cadres. But this mission was to be on a larger scale than earlier efforts. Its chief was to be assigned a command role. The refusal to cede such authority to the previous advisers was seen as a key reason for the failure of earlier efforts, and would be responsible for the entirety of Ottoman military education, including the training of the general staff. He also possessed unlimited powers of military inspection, and he would be accompanied by a phalanx of 40 German officers on active service. Most importantly, as commanding general of the Ottoman First Army Corps, he was also to be responsible for the defence of the Straits and of Constantinople itself. The man chosen to head up the mission was Lieutenant General Lehmann von Sanders, commander of the 22nd Division in Kassel. Since neither the Kaiser nor Chancellor Bethmann Hollweg saw this mission as a fundamental departure from previous practice, and since the details were drawn up internally between the Ottoman and German military commands, it was not viewed as a matter for formal diplomatic negotiation with Russia. Instead, the Kaiser raised the question informally in May 1913 during a meeting with Nicholas II and George V on the occasion of the wedding of Princess Victoria Louise of Prussia and Prince Ernst August of Hanover. Neither sovereign raised any objections to the planned mission. No mention was made of it when Bethmann and Sazonov met for brief talks in November 1913, the Chancellor assuming that Sazonov had been informed by the Tsar. When news began to leak out about the details of Lehmann's assignment, however, there was a roar of protest from the Russian newspapers. Underlying the public outrage, which was encouraged by the Russian Foreign Ministry, was the apprehension that the mission would not only strengthen German influence in Constantinople, increasingly seen as a strategic choke point of immense importance for Russia, but would renew the viability of the Ottoman Empire itself, whose collapse and partition were becoming an axiomatic element in Russian strategic thinking on the near and medium-term future. The Russian military plenipotentiary in Berlin described Lehmann in a letter to the Tsar as a very energetic and self-aggrandizing character. It did not help that the Kaiser, in a secret audience for the members of the mission, had urged its departing members to build him a strong army that would obey my orders and form a counterweight to the aggressive designs of Russia. These words were passed back to St. Petersburg by the Russian military attaché in Berlin, Bazarov. Sazonov therefore saw in the German mission a matter of eminently political significance. There was consternation in St. Petersburg. "I have never seen them so excited," Edward Grey confided to the German ambassador in London. Why did the Russians react so strongly to the Lehmann mission? We should recall that even during the crises of 1912-13, when Sazonov's policy had appeared to prioritize the Balkan Peninsula over a bid for control of the Dardanelles, The Straits had remained at the center of Russian strategic thinking. The importance of the Straits to Russian economic life had never been more obvious. In the years 1903 to 12, 37% of Russian exports passed through the Dardanelles. The figure for wheat and rye exports, both vital to Russia's cash-hungry industrializing economy, was much higher, at around 75 to 80%. The urgency of this linkage was driven home by the two Balkan Wars. From the beginning of the conflict, Sazonov made numerous representations both to the belligerent states and to the Allied great powers, to the effect that a closure of the Straits to neutral commercial shipping would inflict enormous losses on Russian exporters, and that measures must be avoided that might bring this about. As it happened, the wars did cause two temporary closures of the Dardanelles, seriously disrupting Russian trade. Disruptions were one thing. The permanent loss of influence in an area of crucial geopolitical interest was another, much more serious concern. In the summer of 1911, Sukhomlinov had worried lest the Germans establish a foothold on the Bosphorus. Behind Turkey, he warned, stands Germany. In November 1912, it was the Bulgarians who seemed close to seizing Constantinople. At that time, Sazonov had instructed Izvolsky to warn Poincaré that if the city were captured, the Russians would be obliged to deploy the entire Black Sea fleet there immediately. During the weeks that followed, Sazonov discussed with the General Staff and the Admiralty plans for a landing of Russian troops to protect Constantinople and project Russian interests. He rejected a British proposal to internationalize the Ottoman capital on the grounds that it was likely to dilute Russian influence in the region. New plans were drawn up to seize Constantinople and the entirety of the Straits by force. In a paper prepared for Kakovtsev and the service chiefs on 12th November, Sazonov explained the advantages of a Russian seizure. It would secure one of the centers of world trade, the key to the Mediterranean Sea, and the basis for an unprecedented development of Russian power. Russia, he argued, would be established in a global position that is the natural crown of her efforts and sacrifices over 2 centuries of our history. In a revealing allusion to the importance of opinion, Sazonov concluded that an achievement of such grandeur would unite government and society behind an issue of indisputable pan-national importance, and thereby bring healing to our internal life. Russia had lost millions of rubles in trade during the recent disruption of the Straits, Sazonov pointed out to Nicholas II on 23rd November 1912. Imagine what would happen if, instead of Turkey, the Straits were to go to a state which would be able to resist Russian demands. Anxieties on this score ensured that throughout the summer and autumn of 1913, the Russian Black Sea Naval Command remained focused on the possibility of an imminent seizure of the Dardanelles. Russia, Captain A.V. Nimitz of the Naval General Staff declared, must be prepared to accomplish the capture of the Straits in the immediate future. Concerns about the growing strength of the Turkish fleet heightened the urgency of these proposals. The Turks had already ordered 1 dreadnought battleship, which was currently under construction in Britain, and 2 more were ordered in 1912-14, though none had arrived by the time war broke out. Nevertheless, the prospect of local Turkish superiority over Russian naval strength filled the navalists in St. Petersburg with a foreboding that was in part no more than the inversion of their own imperial designs. The Russians, and Sazonov in particular, who was closely involved in all the relevant strategy discussions, were thus already highly sensitized to the question of control over the Straits when the Liman von Sanders mission arrived in Constantinople. What the foreign minister found particularly objectionable was the German command role. The Germans were at first reluctant to back down on this question because the failure to assign real authority to previous generations of military advisers was seen by both the Germans and the Ottomans as the core reason for their failure to produce genuine reform. Experience suggested that the right to issue instructions was insufficient without the power to see that these were implemented. Sazonov was unimpressed and sought to step up pressure on Berlin. He proposed to London and Paris a joint note from the Entente powers, objecting in the strongest terms to the mission, and closing with the implicit threat that if Germany were to secure such a primacy in Constantinople, then the other powers would see themselves obliged to act in accordance with their own interests in Turkey. This initiative was not a success, mainly because the Russians were alone in viewing the Liman von Sanders mission as a threat to their vital interests. Neither the French nor the British military attaché in Constantinople was especially alarmed at Liman's arrival. It made sense, they reported, for the Germans to insist on tighter controls after the failure of previous missions to achieve anything of lasting value. Grey pleaded that the urgency of the Irish question and the difficult internal condition of the country ruled out any direct British involvement in the issue. In any case, the British were less concerned about German advances in Turkey than about the growing dominance of French capital. Turkey's independence is a vanishing quantity before the advances of the French financiers, Sir Louis Mallet told Edward Grey in March 1914. In a furious speech to the House of Commons on 18th March, the Conservative MP Sir Mark Sykes, expert on Ottoman and Middle Eastern affairs, warned that the stranglehold of French finance in Ottoman Syria would ultimately pave the way to annexation. Then there was the fact that there was already a British naval mission operating on the Bosphorus, the scope of which had been extended by the arrival in 1912 of Admiral Arthur Limpus, whose contract of employment stated that he was Commandant de la Flotte. In addition to overseeing improvements to the training and supply of the Ottoman Navy, Limpus coordinated the deployment of torpedo boats and the laying of mines in the Turkish Straits, one of the most important means by which access was denied to foreign warships. Limpus understood his mission in a broad political sense. His correspondence with the Ottoman Admiralty covered not just questions of technical modernization, procurements and training, but also broader issues of strategic importance, such as the degree of naval strength required to make it hazardous for the Russians to move troops across the Black Sea. In other words, his presence in Constantinople served aims closely analogous to Liman's. Limpus viewed with sage equanimity the Anglo-German condominium over Ottoman sea and land-based defence. England has the widest experience in naval matters, and as regards shore establishments, he told the Ottoman Admiralty in June 1912, Germany has the most powerful army, and it is also believed to be the most efficient. I feel sure it has been most wise to get German advisers for everything connected with the army. I feel sure it will be most wise to obtain all advisers on naval matters from England. Sazonov therefore found it difficult to stir in his Entente partners the outrage felt in Russia at the arrival of the German mission. Grey rejected the threatening joint note proposed by Sazonov and suggested instead a much more innocuous inquiry to Constantinople as to the scope of the German mission. Notwithstanding Delcasse's vigorous nodding in St. Petersburg, the Quai d'Orsay was even less enthusiastic than the British Foreign Office, because it discerned in the language of Sazonov's menacing joint note the prospect of a comprehensive dissolution of Asiatic Turkey, with potentially disastrous consequences for French financial interests. Paris thus preferred to support Grey's more irenic proposal. In other words, too many different forms of imperial ambition and paranoia were focused on the faltering Ottoman Empire to permit the Entente powers to rally together against one supposed threat. Nevertheless, the Liman episode triggered a dangerous escalation of the mood among the key Russian policymakers. Sazonov was furious at the lukewarmness of the British and French reactions to Russia's protests. In a telegram of 12th December 1913 to the Russian ambassador in London, he spoke bitterly of his declining trust in the effectiveness of British support, adding that the lack of solidarity between the powers of the Entente arouses our serious concern. In a report to the Tsar of 23rd December, he adopted an openly militant position. He urged that joint military measures should be prepared immediately and coordinated with France and Britain. The Entente powers should seize and occupy certain points in Asia Minor and declare that they would stay there until their aims were met. Of course, such a dramatic initiative risked triggering European complications, but it was more likely that a posture of firm resolve would have the desired effect of forcing a German climb-down. Giving in, on the other hand, could have the most fatal consequences. A summit conference should be convened to discuss the issues arising from the Liman affair. The conference, which opened on 13th January 1913, was chaired by Premier Vladimir Kakovtsev. Also present were Sazonov, Minister of War Sukhomlinov, Chief of Staff General Zhilinsky, and Naval Minister Grigorovich. The meeting began with a discussion of the coercive measures required to pressure Constantinople into withdrawing its request for the German military mission. The notion that economic sanctions could be used to apply pressure to the Ottoman government was dismissed. These would also hurt the very extensive French financial interest in the Ottoman Empire and strain the bonds of the Entente. An alternative was the armed seizure by Entente forces of key Ottoman strongpoints. The crucial precondition, Sazonov pointed out, was French support. Kakovtsev argued, as usual, against all this fighting talk, pointing out that war was simply too great a risk. Throughout the meeting, he strove to impose a moderate and reasonable tone on the proceedings. Rather than acting in a spirit of pique with ad hoc reprisals, it was important, he suggested, to establish exactly the limits of what Russia would tolerate and what it would not. The Germans, Kakovtsev observed, were looking for a way of escaping from the situation created by the Russian demands, and had already expressed their readiness to make concessions. It was thus crucial to avoid categorical declarations of an ultimative character that would force them to harden their own position. But this time the Prime Minister was challenged in chorus by Sukhomlinov, Sazonov, Grigorovich, and Zhilinsky, who argued that the likelihood of a German armed intervention was minimal, and that, if the worst should come to the worst, war, though undesirable, was nonetheless acceptable. Minister of War Sukhomlinov and Chief of Staff Zhilinsky both categorically declared the full readiness of Russia for a one-to-one war with Germany, not to mention a one-to-one war with Austria. These drastic scenarios became irrelevant, because the Germans quickly backed down and the crisis passed. Alarmed by the intensity of the Russian reaction and urged to conciliate by London and Paris, the Berlin government agreed to assign Lehmann to the Sultan's army. He remained Inspector General, but his promotion to Field Marshal of the Ottoman Empire meant that he could relinquish his command of the First Army Corps without loss of face. The Lehmann von Sanders affair never flared into a continental war, but it was, in retrospect, a revelatory moment. It showed, firstly, how belligerent the thinking of some of the Russian policymakers had become. Sazonov, in particular, had moved from the vacillations of his early period in office towards a firmer and more Germanophobic stance. He had begun to construct a narrative of German-Russian relations that left no room for an understanding with Berlin. Russia had always been the docile, peace-loving neighbour, and Germany the duplicitous predator, bullying and humiliating the Russians at every opportunity. Now the time had come to stand firm. The power of such narratives to shrink policy horizons should not be underestimated, and the repeated assurances from Paris had clearly left their mark. At the conference of 13th January, Sazonov observed that, although it was unclear how the British would react to a war between Russia and Germany, it was certain that in the event of a war with Germany, the French would offer active assistance, even to the ultimate. The French ambassador, M. Delcasse, Sazonov reported, had recently assured him that France would go as far as Russia wished. As for Britain, while there might be some hesitation in London at first, it was beyond doubt that she would intervene as soon as the resulting conflict developed to the disadvantage of France and Russia. The Tsar, too, began to take a firmer view. In a conversation with Ambassador Buchanan at the beginning of April 1914, he observed that it was commonly supposed that there was nothing to keep Germany and Russia apart. This, however, was not the case. There was the question of the Dardanelles, where the Tsar feared that the Germans were working to shut Russia into the Black Sea. Should Germany attempt such a thing, it was essential that the three powers of the Entente unite together more closely to make it clear to Berlin that all three would fight together against German aggression. For the Germans, on the other hand, the ferocity of the Russian reaction to the Lehmann mission, coupled with bitterness over the German capitulation to Russian demands, created the sense that an unbridgeable gulf now separated Berlin and St. Petersburg. Russian-Prussian relations are dead for all time, lamented the Kaiser. We have become enemies. For the dovish Kakovtsev, the Lehman von Sanders affair brought the final unravelling of his already enfeebled position. He had been in France negotiating the new railways loan when the crisis had broken. Sazonov asked him to go to Berlin to negotiate with the Germans. Kakovtsev's reports of those conversations reveal that he felt acutely the extent to which he had been sidelined. He had found it difficult, he commented in a thinly veiled complaint to Sazonov, to make his German interlocutors understand the peculiarities of a Russian system that assigned such limited powers and prerogatives to the chairman of the Council of Ministers. Kakovtsev's chairmanship at the conference of 13th January was the last occasion on which he would play such a role. At the end of January 1914, he was dismissed by the Tsar, both as chairman of the Council of Ministers and as Minister of Finance. Kakovtsev's dismissal was a defeat not just for the man, but for the policy, and more generally for the cautious and conservative tendency in Russian politics that he represented. The new chairman of the Council of Ministers was Goryamykin, who was widely viewed as a mere figurehead, an old man, as Sazonov later recalled, who had long ago lost not only his capacity for interesting himself in anything but his personal tranquility and well-being, but also the power of being able to take into account the activities in progress around him. The real powerhouse on the new council was the exceptionally well-connected Krivoshein, who had been coordinating the campaign against Kakovtsev since 1913. Kakovtsev's replacement in finance, P.A. Bark, was a competent but undistinguished figure and a protégé of Krivoshein. Krivoshein was an enthusiastic supporter of the hard line pursued with increasing energy by Sukhomlinov and Sazonov. Without Kakovtsev as the exponent of caution, the balance of influence on the Council of Ministers shifted towards more militant solutions. Finally, the Lehman von Sanders crisis revealed how urgent the Russian preoccupation with the Straits had become. At the same time, it raised troubling questions about how far the Entente partners still were from supporting a Russian bid for untrammeled access to the Straits. Sazonov's doubts on this score were reflected in the rather inconsequential conclusion to the conference of 13th January, in which it was agreed, on the one hand, that the Russians should launch, with Entente support, a sequence of increasingly coercive actions against Constantinople, and, on the other, that if the Entente continued to withhold its support, the Russians should confine themselves to non-military measures of coercion. The Russians were right to be sceptical about Entente backing. Even after the crisis had passed, the British remained apprehensive at the prospect that Russia would raise the question of the Turkish Straits again in the not-distant future. It was difficult, in other words, to imagine a scenario in which the Russians would be able to secure the necessary international backing for a policy aimed directly and openly at securing control of the Straits. This was the problem Charikov had faced in November 1911, when he had explored the possibility of a bilateral deal with the Porte. At that time, Sazonov had opted to disavow his ambassador in Constantinople, because he believed a direct bid for the Straits was still premature. He had gravitated instead towards Hartwig, whose militant pan-Slavist policy was focused on the Balkan Peninsula, and on Serbia in particular. The logic of that choice suggested that the failure or frustration of a Straits policy was likely to shift the emphasis back again to the Balkan salient. This was in some ways a default or residual option. But a forward policy in the Balkans did not by any means entail the abandonment of Russia's ultimate interest in the Straits. On the contrary, it represented a longer and more winding road to the same destination. Russian strategic thinking tended increasingly in 1912-14 to view the Balkans as the hinterland to the Straits, as the key to securing ultimate control of the Ottoman choke point on the Bosphorus. Underlying this conviction was the belief, increasingly central to Sazonov's thinking during the last years before the outbreak of war, that Russia's claim to the Straits would only ever be realized in the context of a general European war, a war that Russia would fight with the ultimate aim of securing control of the Bosphorus and the Dardanelles. These concerns were reflected in the protocols of the State Special Conference of 8th February 1914. Convened and chaired by Sazonov and marked by a distinctly post-Kakovtsevian disinhibition in tone and outlook, The conference reaffirmed the importance of Russian control of the Straits. And yet, as Sazonov acknowledged, it was hard to imagine how the Straits could be taken without triggering a general European war. The discussion thus turned on how Russia should prioritize two quite different tasks: the seizure of the Dardanelles and the winning of a European war that would itself require the commitment of all available forces. Responding to Sazonov's remarks, Chief of Staff Zhilinsky noted that in the event of a European war, Russia would not be able to spare the troops required for a seizure of the Straits. These would be needed on Russia's western front. But, and this was the important conceptual step, if Russia prevailed in the war on the western front, the question of the Dardanelles would also solve itself, along with various other regional issues, as part of the larger conflict. Quartermaster General Danilov agreed. He was against any military operation directed exclusively at securing the Straits. The war on the Western Front would demand the ultimate exertion of all forces of the state. We would not be able to dispense with even one army corps in order to keep it aside for other tasks. We must focus on securing success in the most important theatre of war. Victory in this theatre would entail advantageous decisions in all lesser questions. But this was not the only view taken at the conference. Captain Nemitz, head of the operations section of the Russian Admiralty, warned that the scenario envisaged by Sazonov, Zhilinsky, and Danilov made sense only if the enemy threatening Constantinople happened to be the same as the one opposing Russia on the Western Front, that is, Germany and/or Austria-Hungary. Then Russia could indeed focus exclusively on the primary conflict in the assumption that the Straits would fall to her in due course. But in its striving for the Straits, Nemitz noted, Russia had other opponents than Germany and Austria. It was thus plausible, he observed in a veiled reference to Britain, that foreign fleets and armies might occupy the Straits while Russia fought and bled on the German and Austrian fronts. Nemitz had a point. The experience of recent years suggested that any Russian attempt to change unilaterally the regime in the Straits was likely to encounter the resistance of friends and foes alike. These reflections help in turn to explain why the Lehman von Sanders crisis was such a crucial juncture in Russia's policy towards Britain. Sazonov immediately began pressing for measures that would transform the Entente into a fully fledged alliance, and he was the main protagonist behind the naval conversations with London that began on 7th June 1914. In his memoirs, Sazonov later recalled that the German military mission on the Bosphorus had forced Russia to seek a concrete agreement with Britain in consciousness of the shared danger posed by Berlin. And this, of course, fits with our retrospective view, which is oriented towards the outbreak of war in 1914. But while there is no doubt that Sazonov dreamt of confronting and containing Germany with the greatest alliance known in human history, it is also clear, though this was not a matter on which the foreign minister could afford to be forthcoming, that a naval agreement with England held the promise of tethering the world's greatest naval power and holding it back from unwelcome initiatives on the Straits. This inference is reinforced by the Russian protest formally submitted to London in May 1914 at the role British officers were playing in the development of the Turkish navy. For Russia, as for Britain, this was still a world in which there was more than one potential enemy. Beneath the scaffolding of the alliances lurked older imperial rivalries. The Balkan Inception Scenario. In a letter of May 1913 to Hartwig, whose contents were passed to Pašić, Sazonov sketched an overview of recent Balkan events and their significance for the kingdom. Serbia, he remarked, had completed only the first stage of its historical path. In order to reach its destination, it must still undergo a terrible struggle, in which its entire existence is placed in question. Serbia's promised land lies in the territory of today's Austria-Hungary, and not in the direction in which it currently strives, where the Bulgarians block its path. Under these circumstances, it is in the vital interest of Serbia to place itself, through determined and patient work, in a condition of readiness for the inescapable future struggle. Time is working for Serbia and for the downfall of her enemies, who already show clear signs of decomposition. What is interesting about this letter is not just the candour with which Sazonov deflected Serbian aggression away from Bulgaria in the direction of Austria-Hungary, but also his claim that in doing so he was merely acquiescing in the verdict of history, which had already decided that the days of the Habsburg polity were numbered. We often encounter such narratives of inevitable Austrian decline in the rhetoric of Entente statesmen, and it is worth noting how useful they were. They served to legitimate the armed struggle of the Serbs, who appeared in them as the heralds of a preordained modernity destined to sweep away the obsolete structures of the dual monarchy. At the same time, they occluded the superabundant evidence that, whereas the Austro-Hungarian Empire was one of the centres of European cultural, administrative, and industrial modernity, the Balkan states, and especially Serbia, were still locked in a spiral of economic backwardness and declining productivity. But the most important function of such master narratives was surely that they enabled decision-makers to hide, even from themselves, their responsibility for the outcomes of their actions. If the future was already mapped out, then politics no longer meant choosing among options, each of which implied a different future. The task was rather to align oneself with the impersonal forward momentum of history. By the spring of 1914, the Franco-Russian alliance had constructed a geopolitical trigger along the Austro-Serbian frontier. They had tied the defence policy of three of the world's greatest powers to the uncertain fortunes of Europe's most violent and unstable region. For France, the commitment to the Serbian salient was a logical consequence of the commitment to the Franco-Russian alliance, which was in itself the consequence of what French policymakers saw as immovable policy constraints. The first of these was demographic. Even with the immense expansion made possible by the 3-year law, the French army did not possess the numbers its commanders believed were necessary to counter the German threat alone. Success against the Germans would thus depend upon two things: the presence of a British expeditionary force on the Allied Western Front, and a rapid offensive through Belgium that would enable the French forces to circumvent the heavily fortified terrain of Alsace and Lorraine. Unfortunately, these two options were mutually exclusive, because breaching Belgian neutrality would mean forfeiting British support. Yet even foregoing the strategic advantages of an invasion of Belgium did not necessarily guarantee a British intervention in the first decisive phase of the coming war, because the ambiguity of British policy had created a substantial margin of doubt. France was thus obliged to seek a means of compensating in the East for its security deficits in the West. As the Belgian minister had put it in the spring of 1913, the less solid and effective British friendship seemed, the more French strategists felt the need to tighten the bonds of their alliance with Russia. The French government focused from 1911 onwards on strengthening Russian offensive capacity, and in 1912-13 on ensuring that Russian deployment plans were directed against Germany rather than Austria, the ostensible opponent in the Balkans. Increasingly, intimate military relations were reinforced by the application of powerful financial incentives. This policy was purchased at a certain strategic cost, because betting so heavily on enabling Russia to seize the initiative against Germany inevitably involved a certain reduction in French autonomy. That French policymakers were willing to accept the resulting constraints is demonstrated by their willingness to extend the terms of the Franco-Russian alliance specifically in order to cover the Balkan inception scenario, a concession that in effect placed the initiative in Russian hands. The French were willing to accept this risk because their primary concern was not that Russia would act precipitately, but rather that she would not act at all, would grow so preponderant as to lose interest in the security value of the alliance, or would focus her energies on defeating Austria rather than the principal adversary, Germany. The Balkan inception scenario was attractive precisely because it seemed the most likely way of securing full Russian support for joint operations, not only because the Balkan region was an area of traditionally strong Russian interest, but because the conflict of the Serbs with Austria-Hungary was an issue that could be depended upon to stir Russian national feeling in a way that would leave the leaders with little option but to commit. Hence the importance of the vast French loans, at the time among the largest in financial history, being tied to the program of strategic railway construction that would throw the brunt of Russia's forces against Germany, thereby forcing Germany, so it was hoped, to divide its armies, reduce the weight of the assault on the west, and provide France with the margin required to secure victory. The Russian commitment to the Serbian salient was built of different stuff. The Russians had long pursued policies designed to secure a partnership of some kind with a league of Balkan states capable of forming a bulwark against Austria-Hungary. They revived this policy during the Italian War on Libya, brokering the creation of the Serbo-Bulgarian alliance that defined Russia as the arbitrating power on the peninsula. When the Second Balkan War broke out over the territorial spoils of the First, the Russians recognized that the League policy was now obsolete and chose, after some prevarication, to adopt Serbia as the principal client, to the detriment of Bulgaria, which quickly drifted into the financial and later political orbit of the Central Powers. The deepening commitment to Serbia tied Russia into a posture of direct confrontation with Austria-Hungary, as the events of December 1912 to January 1913 had shown. Yet the Russians were slow to embrace the strategic vision so insistently offered by the French General Staff. Sukhomlinov's redeployment plan of 1910 annoyed the French because it had pulled the areas of concentration far back from Russia's western borders with Germany. Over the following years, the French worked hard and with success to overcome Russian resistance to a strategy focused on delivering the maximum strike power against the western frontier in the shortest possible time, by means of quadruple railway arteries designed to deliver massive forces against the enemy's heartland. If Russian and French strategic thinking eventually fell to some extent into step, this was for several reasons. The promise of massive French loans offered a powerful incentive for collaboration. Since it was impossible to imagine that a Russian attack on Austria would not draw in Germany, it was increasingly clear that the breaking of Austrian power on the Balkan Peninsula would be possible only if Russia were in a position to defeat Germany. Finally, and most importantly, the arrival of the Liman von Sanders mission in Constantinople prompted not just an escalation of Russian war readiness and suspicion of German objectives, but also a clarification of how Balkan policy related to Russia's more fundamental interest in the Turkish Straits. As the Special Conference of 8th February made clear, Sazonov, Sukhomlinov, and Zhilinsky had come to accept that the objective of securing access to or control of the Straits, though agreed to be of profound importance to Russia's economic and strategic future, would have to be subordinated to the task of prevailing in the European conflict against the Central Powers, not just or even primarily because of the fear that Germany might acquire a controlling interest in the Straits, but because the Entente powers were themselves as yet unready to support a direct Russian bid for this crucial strategic asset. Indeed, so diverse were the perspectives of the three Entente powers on the Straits that the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs came to see a general war, which in effect meant a war begun in the Balkans, as the only context in which Russia could be sure of acting with the support of its Western partners. We need to draw an important distinction. At no point did the French or the Russian strategists involved plan to launch a war of aggression against the Central Powers. We are dealing here with scenarios, not plans as such. But it is striking, nonetheless, how little thought the policymakers gave to the effect that their actions were likely to have on Germany. French policymakers were aware of the extent to which the balance of military threat had tilted against Germany. A French General Staff report of June 1914 noted with satisfaction that the military situation has altered to Germany's detriment, and British military assessments reported much the same. But since they viewed their own actions as entirely defensive, and ascribed aggressive intentions solely to the enemy, the key policymakers never took seriously the possibility that the measures they were themselves enacting might be narrowing the options available to Berlin. It was a striking example of what international relations theorists call the security dilemma, in which the steps taken by one state to enhance its security render the others more insecure and compel them to prepare for the worst. Were the British aware of the risks posed by the balkanization of Entente security policy? British policymakers saw clearly enough that the drift in European geopolitics had created a mechanism that might, if triggered in the right way, transform a Balkan quarrel into a European war. And they viewed this possibility, as they viewed virtually every aspect of the European situation, with ambivalence. Even the most Russophile British policymakers were not uncritical of St. Petersburg's Balkan policy. In March 1912, when he learned of the role of the Russians in brokering a Serbo-Bulgarian treaty, Arthur Nicholson deplored the latest Russian initiative, as it shows that the Russian government have no intention to work hand-in-hand with the Austrian government in Balkan affairs, and this, personally, I much regret. When he met with leading British statesmen in London and Balmoral in September 1912, Sazonov was struck by the exaggerated prudence of British views on the Balkans, and their suspicion of any Russian move that seemed calculated to apply pressure to the Ottoman government. In November 1912, as the Serbian army pushed across Albania to the Adriatic coast, Viscount Bertie, the British ambassador in Paris, warned the French foreign minister that Britain would not go to war in order to secure an Adriatic seaport for Belgrade. Yet only a few days later, on 4th December, Edward Grey summoned the German ambassador, Count Lichnowsky, and issued a stark warning. If a European war were to arise through Austria's attacking Serbia, and Russia, compelled by public opinion, were to march into Galicia rather than again put up with a humiliation like that of 1909, thus forcing Germany to come to the aid of Austria, France would inevitably be drawn in, and no one could foretell what further developments might follow. The pretext for this exchange, it should be recalled, was Chancellor Beetman's 10-minute speech to the German Parliament, in which he had warned that if, against all expectation, Austria were to be attacked by another great power, the reference was clearly to Russia, whose military measures along the Galician border had triggered the war scare, Germany would intervene to protect its ally. Lichnowsky read Grey's comment as a hint that cannot be misunderstood. It meant that it was for England of vital necessity to prevent France from being crushed by Germany. Reading Lichnowsky's summary a few days later, Wilhelm II panicked, seeing in it a moral declaration of war against Germany. This was the warning that had triggered the Potsdam War Council of 8th December 1912. And it is clear from the French documents that Grey subsequently, on the day of the warning itself, relayed the content of his conversation with Count Lichnowsky to Ambassador Paul Combon, who in turn passed the details to Poincaré. What is remarkable about Grey's warning is how forcefully the causal linkages of the Balkan inception scenario were set out, and how many assumptions were built into it. Grey aligned himself, firstly, with Sazonov's and Izvolsky's view of the humiliation of 1909, seemingly forgetting that it was Britain's refusal to do business with Izvolsky over the Straits that had prompted the then Russian foreign minister to kick up the crisis by claiming that he had been duped by his Austrian colleague. The notion that Russia had suffered repeated humiliations at the hands of the Central Powers was dubious, to say the least. The truth was the contrary, namely that the Russians were lucky to have escaped so lightly from dangers of their own making. Then there was the highly questionable notion that Russian decision-makers would have no choice but to attack Austria if a conflict between Austria and Serbia inflamed Russian domestic opinion. In fact, it was not at all clear that Russian opinion demanded precipitate action over Serbia. Some nationalist papers did, of course, but there were others, such as the conservative Grazdanin of Prince Meshchersky, that denounced the impotent romanticism of the Slavophiles and attacked the notion that Russia must inevitably take the side of Serbia in an Austro-Serbian conflict. In February 1913, at the height of the Balkan winter crisis, the former Russian Prime Minister Sergei Witte estimated that perhaps 10% of the Russian population were in favor of war and 90% against. Equally remarkable was Grey's supposition that this intervention by Russia, though it would involve aggression against a state whose actions posed no direct threat to Russian security, must inevitably bring in France, a point of view that essentially endorsed, or at least implicitly accepted, Poincaré's scaling up of the treaty commitment to cover the possibility of a Russian attack on another European great power. And this, Grey implied, would oblige Britain at some point to intervene on the side of France. Grey may have felt discomfort, he certainly expressed it intermittently, about the prospect of fighting for Serbia, but he had understood and legitimized the Balkan inception scenario and absorbed it into his thinking. And this scenario, it is important to remember, was not a neutral feature of the international system. It did not embody an impersonal necessity. Rather, it was a fabric of partisan attitudes, commitments, and threats. It revealed the extent to which Grey had forsaken a pure balance of power policy in favour of a policy oriented towards maximising the security of the Entente. In sketching the scenario for Lichnowsky, Grey was not foretelling a preordained future, but himself articulating part of a set of understandings that made that future possible. A crucial precondition for all these calculations was the refusal, whether explicit or implicit, to grant Austria-Hungary the right to defend its close-range interests in the manner of a European power. The French and British decision-makers were tantalizingly vague about the precise conditions under which an Austro-Serbian quarrel might arise. Poincaré made no effort to define criteria in his conversations with Izvolsky, and the French Minister of War and senior military commanders pressed for aggressive action in the winter of 1912-13. Although there had as yet been no Austrian assault on Serbia. Grey was a little more ambivalent and sought to differentiate. In a note to Bertie in Paris, written on 4th December 1912, the same day as he had issued the warning to Lichnowsky, the British Foreign Minister suggested that British reactions to a Balkan conflict would depend upon how the war broke out. If Serbia provoked Austria and gave her just cause of resentment, feeling would be different from what it would be if Austria was clearly aggressive. But what would constitute a just cause of resentment? In an environment as polarized as Europe in 1912-14, it was going to be difficult to agree what degree of provocation justified an armed response. And the reluctance to integrate Austro-Hungarian security imperatives into the calculation was further evidence of how indifferent the powers had become to the future integrity of the dual monarchy, either because they viewed it as the lapdog of Germany with no autonomous geopolitical identity, or because they suspected it of aggressive designs on the Balkan Peninsula, or because they accepted the view that the monarchy had run out of time and must soon make way for younger and better successor states. One irony of this situation was that it made no difference whether the Habsburg foreign minister was a forceful character like Ehrenthal, or a more emollient figure like Berthold. The former was suspected of aggression, the latter of subservience to Berlin. A supportive codicil to this death warrant for the Habsburg state was a rose-tinted view of Serbia as a nation of freedom fighters to whom the future had already been vouchsafed. We can discern this tendency not just where we would most expect it, in Hartwig's enthusiastic reporting from Belgrade, but in the warmly supportive dispatches filed by Decaux, the French minister stationed in the Serbian capital. The long-standing policy of French financial assistance continued. In January 1914, another large French loan, amounting to twice the entire Serbian state budget for 1912, arrived to cover Belgrade's immense military expenditures, and Pasic negotiated with St. Petersburg a military aid package comprising 120,000 rifles, 24 howitzers, 36 cannon of the newest system, and appropriate munitions, claiming, falsely as it happens, that Austria-Hungary was delivering similar goods to Bulgaria. Grey adopted a latently pro-Serbian policy in the negotiations at the London Conference of 1913, favouring Belgrade's claims over those of the new Albanian state, not because he supported the great Serbian cause as such, but because he viewed the appeasement of Serbia as a key to the durability of the Entente. The resulting borders left over half of the Albanian population outside the newly created Kingdom of Albania. Many of those who fell under Serb rule suffered persecution, deportation, mistreatment, and massacres. Yet the British acting minister, Krakenthorpe, who had many good friends in the Serbian political elite, had first suppressed and then downplayed the news of atrocities in the newly conquered areas. When the evidence of misdeeds mounted up, there were intermittent internal expressions of disgust. but nothing strong enough to modify a policy oriented towards keeping the Russians on side. Two further factors heightened the sensitivity of the Balkan trigger. The first was Austria's growing determination to check Serbian territorial ambitions. We have seen that as the situation on the Balkan Peninsula deteriorated, the decision-makers in Vienna gravitated towards more hawkish solutions. The mood continued to fluctuate as crises came and went, but there was a cumulative effect. At each point, more of the key policymakers aligned themselves with aggressive positions. And the jumpiness of the politicians was reinforced by financial and domestic morale factors. As the money ran out for further peacetime mobilizations and anxieties grew about their effects on minority nationality recruits, Austria-Hungary's repertoire of options narrowed. Its political outlook became less elastic. Yet we should not forget that the last pre-war strategic overview of the region by an Austrian functionary, the gloomy Macheco Memorandum, prepared for Berchtold in June 1914, made no mention of military action as a means of resolving the many problems Austria faced on the peninsula. Finally, there was the deepening German dependency on a policy of strength. The habit of seeking autonomy and security through the maximization of strength was a deeply established feature of German policy from Bismarck to Bülow to Bethmann-Hollweg. That the pursuit of strength might antagonize Germany's neighbors and alienate potential alliance partners was a problem successive policy-makers failed to address. But as long as the policy continued to generate sufficient deterrent effect to exclude the possibility of a combined assault by the opposing camp, the threat of isolation, though serious, was not overwhelming. By 1912, the massive scaling up of Entente military preparedness undermined the longer-term feasibility of this approach. Two questions preoccupied German strategists and policymakers in the last years before the outbreak of war. The first, discussed above, was about how long Germany could be expected to remain in a position of sufficient relative strength to fight off its adversaries, should a war arise. The second preoccupation concerned Russian intentions. Was the Russian leadership actively preparing for a preventive war against Germany? The two questions were interlocked, because if one concluded that Russia really was looking for a war with Germany, then the arguments for avoiding one now, by means of politically costly concessions, appeared much weaker. If there was no question of avoiding war, but only of postponing it, then it made sense to accept the war offered by the antagonist now, rather than wait for a later reiteration of the same scenario under much less advantageous circumstances. These thoughts weighed heavily on the German decision-makers during the crisis that followed the assassinations at Sarajevo. A crisis of masculinity. If we survey the European chancelleries in the spring and early summer of 1914, it is impossible not to be struck by the unfortunate configuration of personalities. From Castelnau and Joffre to Zieliński, Conrad, von Hötzendorf, Wilson, and Moltke, the senior military men were all exponents of the strategic offensive who wielded a fluctuating but important influence on the political decision-makers. In 1913-14, first Delcasse, then Paleolog, both hardliners, represented France in St. Petersburg. Izvolsky, still determined to avenge the humiliation of 1909, officiated in Paris. The French minister in Sofia, André Panafieux, observed in December 1912 that Izvolsky was the best ambassador in Paris because he had personal interests against Germany and Austria, and his Russian colleagues noticed that whenever he came to speak of Austrian policy vis-à-vis Belgrade, his voice took on a palpable tone of bitterness which had not left him since the times of the annexation. The excitable Austrophobe Miroslav Spalajković was now at the Serbian ministry in St. Petersburg. His old enemy, Count Forgash, was helping to formulate policy in Vienna. One is reminded of a Harold Pinter play, where the characters know each other very well and like each other very little. This was a play with only male characters. How important was that? Masculinity is and was a broad category that encompassed many forms of behavior. The manliness of these particular men was inflected by identities of class, ethnicity, and profession. Yet it is striking how often the key protagonists appealed to pointedly masculine modes of comportment, and how closely these were interwoven with their understanding of policy. "I sincerely trust we shall keep our backs very stiff in this matter," Arthur Nicholson wrote to his friend Charles Harding, recommending that London reject any appeals for rapprochement from Berlin. It was essential, the German ambassador in Paris, Wilhelm von Schoen, wrote in March 1912, that the Berlin government maintain a posture of completely cool calmness in its relations with France, and approach with cold blood the tasks of national defence imposed by the international situation. When Bertie spoke of the danger that the Germans would push us into the water and steal our clothes, he metaphorized the international system as a rural playground thronging with male adolescents. Sazonov praised the uprightness of Poincaré's character and the unshakable firmness of his will. Paul Cambon saw in him the stiffness of the professional jurist, while the allure of the reserved and self-reliant outdoorsman was central to Grey's identity as a public man. To have shrunk from supporting Austria-Hungary during the crisis of 1914, Beetman commented in his memoirs, would have been an act of self-castration. Such invocations of fin de siècle manliness are so ubiquitous in the correspondence and memoranda of these years that it is difficult to localize their impact. Yet they surely reflect a very particular moment in the history of European masculinity. Historians of gender have suggested that around the last decades of the 19th and the first of the 20th century, a relatively expansive form of patriarchal identity, centered on the satisfaction of appetites, food, sex, commodities, made way for something slimmer, harder, and more abstinent. At the same time, competition from subordinate and marginalized masculinities, proletarian and non-white, for example, accentuated the expression of true masculinity within the elites. Among specifically military leadership groups, stamina, toughness, duty, and unstinting service gradually displaced an older emphasis on elevated social origin, now perceived as effeminate. To be masculine as possible, is the true distinction in men's eyes, wrote the Viennese feminist and freethinker Rosa Mayreder in 1905. They are insensitive to the brutality of defeat or the sheer wrongness of an act if it only coincides with the traditional canon of masculinity. Yet these increasingly hypertrophic forms of masculinity existed in tension with ideals of obedience, courtesy, cultural refinement, and charity that were still viewed as markers of the gentleman. Perhaps we can ascribe the signs of role strain and exhaustion we observe in many of the key decision-makers: mood swings, obsessiveness, nerve strain, vacillation, psychosomatic illness, and escapism, to name just a few, to an accentuation of gender roles that had begun to impose intolerable burdens on some men. Konrad von Hertzendorf combined the brittle persona of a belligerent martinet with a deep need for the support of women, in whose company the immobile mask of command fell away, revealing an insatiable ego in dire need of comfort and psychological reinforcement. His mother Barbara lived with or near Konrad until she died in 1915. He filled the vacancy by finally marrying the now divorced Gina von Reininghaus and drafting her into the Austro-Hungarian headquarters in Teschen, much to the astonishment of his colleagues and of Viennese society. Another interesting case is the French envoy in Belgrade, Leon Deco. A Russian colleague who knew Deco well reported that the deep moral blow of the two Balkan wars had damaged his nervous system. He started to become more solitary, and from time to time he would repeat his favourite ditty on the inviolability of peace. During the Balkan Wars, Berchtold complained constantly to his diary of nightmares, sleepless nights, and headaches. When the new French Prime Minister, René Viviani, a man of fundamentally pacific temperament, travelled to St. Petersburg for the summit talks of July 1914, he came close to suffering a complete nervous collapse. Hartwig, too, was under strain. Alexander Savinsky, the Russian minister in Sofia, believed that Hartwig had lost his balance during the Balkan Wars. Hartwig, Savinsky observed, sees enemies everywhere that he has created himself. By the early summer of 1914, Hartwig was constantly complaining about the poor state of his heart and longing for his summer break and cure in Bad Nauheim. he would not outlive the July crisis. The nervousness that many saw as the signature of this era manifested itself in these powerful men not just in anxiety, but also in an obsessive desire to triumph over the weakness of one's own will, to be a person of courage, as Walter Rathenau put it in 1904, rather than a person of fear. However one situates the characters in this story within the broader contours of gender history, it seems clear that a code of behavior founded in a preference for unyielding forcefulness over the suppleness, tactical flexibility and wiliness exemplified by an earlier generation of statesmen, Bismarck, Cavour, Salisbury, was likely to accentuate the potential for conflict. How open was the future? In his System of Subjective Public Laws, published in 1892, the Austrian public lawyer Georg Jelinek analyzed what he called the normative power of the factual. By this, he meant the tendency among human beings to assign normative authority to actually existing states of affairs. Human beings do this, he argued, because their perceptions of states of affairs are shaped by the forces exerted by those states of affairs. Trapped in this hermeneutic circularity, humans tend to gravitate quickly from the observation of what exists to the presumption that an existing state of affairs is normal, and thus must embody a certain ethical necessity. When upheavals or disruptions occur, they quickly adapt to the new circumstances, assigning to them the same normative quality they had perceived in the prior order of things. Something broadly analogous happens when we contemplate historical events, especially catastrophic ones like the First World War. Once they occur, they impose on us, or seem to do so, a sense of their necessity. This is a process that unfolds at many levels. We see it in the letters, speeches, and memoirs of the key protagonists, who are quick to emphasize that there was no alternative to the path taken, that the war was inevitable, and thus beyond the power of anyone to prevent. These narratives of inevitability take many different forms. They may merely attribute responsibility to other states or actors. They may ascribe to the system itself a propensity to generate war, independently of the will of individual actors, or they may appeal to the impersonal forces of history or fate. The quest for the causes of the war, which for nearly a century has dominated the literature on this conflict, reinforces that tendency. Causes trawled from the length and breadth of Europe's pre-war decades are piled like weights on the scale until it tilts from probability to inevitability. Contingency, choice, and agency are squeezed out of the field of vision. This is partly a problem of perspective. When we look back from our remote vantage point in the early 21st century at the twists and turns of European international relations before 1914, we cannot help but view them through the lens of what followed. The events assemble themselves into something resembling Diderot's characterization of a well-composed picture, a whole contained under a single point of view. It would be perverse, of course, in attempting to correct for this problem, to fetishize contingency or inadvertency. Among other things, this would merely replace the problem of overdetermination with one of underdetermination, of a war without causes. Important as it is to understand that this war might easily not have happened, and why, this insight has to be balanced with an appreciation of how and why it did in fact happen. A striking feature of the interactions between the European executives was the persistent uncertainty in all quarters about the intentions of friends and potential foes alike. The flux of power across factions and office holders remained a problem, as did worries about the possible impact of popular opinion. Would Grey prevail against his opponents in cabinet and parliament? Would Poincaré stay in control of the French ministry? Military voices had recently been setting the tone in strategic debates in Vienna, but in the wake of the Riedel affair, Conrad's power appeared to be in decline. His dismissal was already on the cards. On the other hand, the Hawks were in the ascendancy in St. Petersburg. These domestically induced uncertainties were compounded by the difficulty of reading power relations within foreign political executives. British observers believed, wrongly, as we know in retrospect, that dovish conservatives like Kakovtsev, despite his recent dismissal, and Pyotr Dornova had strengthened their influence over the Tsar and were about to make a comeback. There was anxious talk in Paris about the imminent victory of a pro-German faction led by the former Premier Sergei Witte. Then there was the perennial nervousness about the susceptibility of key decision-makers to trends in public opinion. In a report filed from Berlin on the last day of February 1914, the Russian military plenipotentiary, Major General Ilya Leonidovich Tatistchev, a friend of the German Kaiser, conceded that although he had noted high levels of hostility to Russia in the German press, he was unable to judge how this might influence Wilhelm II. I believe in general, however, that His Majesty's love of peace is unshakable, but perhaps it is getting weaker in his entourage. 2 weeks later, however, he sounded the all-clear, noting that the latest Russo-German press feud appeared to have left no impression whatsoever on the German sovereign. Beneath all the paranoia and aggression was a fundamental uncertainty about how to read the mood and intentions of the other chancelleries, let alone how to anticipate their reactions to as yet unrealized eventualities. The future was still open, just. For all the hardening of the fronts in both of Europe's armed camps, there were signs that the moment for a major confrontation might be passing. The Anglo-Russian alliance was under serious strain. It looked unlikely to survive the scheduled date for renewal in 1915. And there were even signs of a change of heart among the British policymakers, who had recently been sampling the fruits of détente with Germany in the Balkans. It is far from obvious or certain that Poincaré could have sustained his security policy over the longer term. There were even tentative signs of an improvement in relations between Vienna and Belgrade, as agreements were sought and found on the exchange of political prisoners and the settlement of the Eastern Railway question. Above all, none of the European great powers was, at this point, contemplating launching a war of aggression against its neighbours. They feared such an initiative on each other's part, and as the military preparedness of the Entente soared, there was talk among the military in Vienna and Berlin of a preemptive strike to break the deadlock, but preemptive war had not become policy. Nor had Vienna resolved to invade Serbia unprovoked, an act that would have amounted to geopolitical suicide. The system still needed to be ignited from outside itself, by means of the trigger that the Russians and French had established on the Austro-Serbian frontier. Had Pasic's Serbian government pursued a policy aimed at domestic consolidation, and nipped in the bud the irredentist movement that posed as great a threat to its own authority as it did to the peace of Europe, the boys might never have crossed the river Drina. A more clear-cut warning might have been given in good time to Vienna. The shots might never have been fired. The interlocking commitments that produced the catastrophic outcome of 1914 were not long-term features of the European system, but the consequence of numerous short-term adjustments that were themselves evidence of how swiftly relations among the powers were evolving. And had the trigger not been pulled, the future that became history in 1914 would have made way for a different future, one in which, conceivably, the Triple Entente might not have survived the resolution of the Balkan crisis, and the Anglo-German détente might have hardened into something more substantial. Paradoxically, the plausibility of the second future helped to heighten the probability of the first. It was precisely in order to avoid abandonment by Russia and to secure the fullest possible measure of support that France stepped up the pressure on St. Petersburg. Had the fabric of the alliances seemed more dependable and enduring, the key decision-makers might have felt less under pressure to act as they did. Conversely, the moments of détente that were so characteristic of the last years before the war had a paradoxical impact. By making a continental war appear to recede to the horizons of probability, they encouraged key decision-makers to underrate the risks attending their interventions. This is one reason why the danger of a conflict between the great alliance blocs appeared to be receding, just as the chain of events that would ultimately drag Europe into war got underway. Part 3. Crisis. 7. Murder in Sarajevo. The assassination. On the morning of Sunday 28th June 1914, Archduke Franz Ferdinand, heir apparent to the Austro-Hungarian throne, and his wife, Sophie Chotek von Chotkova and Vognin, arrived by train in the city of Sarajevo and boarded a motorcar for the ride down the Appel Quay to the city hall. There were 6 vehicles in the motorcade. In the leading car were the mayor of Sarajevo, Fehim Efendi Curcic, dressed in a fez and a dark suit, and the Sarajevo police commissioner, Dr. Edmund Gerde. Sitting behind them in the second car, a splendid Greff und Stift sports coupe with the roof rolled back so the passengers could be seen by the crowds of well-wishers lining the streets, were the Archduke and his wife. Opposite them, on the folding seat, sat General Oskar Paturek, governor of Bosnia. Sitting in the passenger seat at the front beside the driver was Lieutenant Colonel Count Franz von Harrach. Behind them followed 3 further cars carrying local policemen and members of the Archduke's and the governor's suites. A picturesque view unfolded before the couple as the motorcade swung onto the Appel Quay, a broad boulevard that runs along the embankment of the river Miljachka through the centre of Sarajevo. On either side of the river, which gushes from a gorge just above the town to the east, steep hills rise to a height of over 5,000 feet. The hillsides were dotted with villas and houses standing in orchards. Further up were the cemeteries, with their glowing spots of white marble, crowned by dark firs and buffs of naked rock. The minarets of numerous mosques could be seen rising from among the trees and buildings along the river, a reminder of the city's Ottoman past. At the heart of the town, just to the left of the Appel Quay, was the bazaar, a labyrinth of lanes lined with shaded wooden booths backing onto warehouses of solid stone. Carpet traders, greengrocers, saddlers, coppersmiths, dealers in every craft worked their trades here, each in their allotted quarter. A small house at the centre of the bazaar dispensed coffee free of charge to the poor, at the expense of the Waqf, an Ottoman charitable foundation. The previous day had been cool and rainy, but on the morning of 28th June the city was bathed in hot sunshine. The Austrians had chosen an unlucky date for the visit. On this day, St. Vitus's Day, in the year 1389, Ottoman forces had destroyed a Serb-led army on the field of Blackbirds, Kosovo, putting an end to the era of Serb empire in the Balkans and creating the preconditions for the later integration of what remained of Serbia into the Ottoman Empire. The commemorations across the Serb lands were set to be especially intense in 1914, because this was the first St. Vitus's Day since the liberation of Kosovo during the Second Balkan War in the previous year. The holy flame of Kosovo, which has inspired generations of Serbs, has now burst forth into a mighty fire, the Black Hand journal Piedmont announced on 28th June 1914. Kosovo is free. Kosovo is avenged. For Serb ultra-nationalists, both in Serbia itself and across the Serbian irredentist network in Bosnia, the arrival of the heir apparent in Sarajevo on this of all days was a symbolic affront that demanded a response. 7 terrorists, organized in 2 cells, gathered in the city during the days preceding the visit. On the morning of the Archduke's arrival, they positioned themselves at intervals along the quay. Strapped around their waists were bombs no bigger than cakes of soap, with detonator caps and 12-second chemical fuses. In their pockets were loaded revolvers. The surplus of weapons and manpower was essential to the success of the undertaking. If one man was searched and arrested or simply failed to act, another stood by to take his place. Each carried a paper packet of cyanide powder so that he could take his own life when the deed was done. Official security precautions were conspicuous by their absence. Despite warnings that a terrorist outrage was likely, the Archduke and his wife travelled in an open car along a crowded and entirely predictable route. The espalier of troops who usually lined the curbs on such occasions was nowhere to be seen, so that the motorcade passed virtually unprotected in front of the dense crowds. Even the special security detail was missing. Its chief had mistakenly climbed into one of the cars with 3 local Bosnian officers, leaving the rest of his men behind at the railway station. The archducal couple were strikingly unconcerned about their own safety. Franz Ferdinand had spent the last 3 days with his wife in the little resort town of Ilije, where he and Sophie had seen nothing but friendly faces. There had even been time for an impromptu shopping visit to the Sarajevo Bazaar, where they had walked unmolested in the narrow, crowded streets. What they could not know was that Gavril Princip, The young Bosnian Serb, who would shoot them dead just 3 days later, was also in the bazaar, shadowing their movements. At a dinner in Ilije on the last night before they took the train to Sarajevo, Sophie happened to meet the Bosnian Croat leader, Dr. Josip Sunaric, who had warned the local authorities against bringing the couple to Bosnia at a time of heightened national emotion for the local Serbs. "Dear Dr. Sunaric," she told him, "you are wrong after all. Everywhere we have gone here, we have been treated with so much friendliness, and by every last Serb too, with so much cordiality and unsimulated warmth, that we are very happy about it." Franz Ferdinand was in any case known for his impatience with security procedures, and wanted this last part of his Bosnian journey to have a distinctly relaxed and civilian flavour. He had spent the past few days playing the role of Inspector General at the army manoeuvres in the nearby Bosnian hills. Now he wished to go among his future subjects as the heir to the Habsburg throne. Most important of all, Sunday 28th June was Franz Ferdinand's and Sophie's wedding anniversary. Despite the many obstacles thrown in their path by Habsburg court etiquette, the Archduke and his wife had, since their marriage, established an extremely contented family life. Marrying "my Soph" was the most intelligent thing he had done in his life, Franz Ferdinand confided to a friend in 1904. She was his entire happiness, and their children were his whole delight and pride. "I sit with them and admire them the whole day because I love them so." There is no reason to believe that the warmth of this relationship, unusual in the context of dynastic marriages in this era, had in any way diminished by the time they came to visit Sarajevo. Sophie had insisted that she be allowed to remain at Franz Ferdinand's side during the anniversary day, and there was doubtless a special pleasure in the fact that in this attractive and exotic outpost of the Austro-Hungarian Empire they could officiate together in a way that was often impossible in Vienna. The cars rolled past houses and shops decked with Habsburg black and yellow and Bosnian red and yellow banners, towards the Sarajevan Mohammed Mehmed Basic, who had taken up a position by the Čumiria bridge. As the cheers rose from around him, he prepared to prime and throw his bomb. It was a tense moment, because once the percussion cap on the bomb was cracked, an action that itself generates a loud report, there was no going back. The bomb would have to be thrown. Mehmet Basic managed to free his bomb from its swaddling, but at the last moment he thought he sensed someone, a policeman perhaps, stepping up behind him, and was paralyzed by terror, just as he had been when he aborted the mission to kill Oskar Potiorek on the train in January 1914. The cars rolled on. The next assassin in line, and the first to go into action, was the Bosnian Serb Nedeljko Čabrinović, who had placed himself on the riverside of the quay. He freed his bomb and broke the detonator against a lamp-post. Hearing the sharp bang of the percussion cap, the Archduke's bodyguard, Count Harrach, assumed that a tire had blown out, but the driver saw the bomb flying through the air towards the car and stepped on the accelerator. Whether the Archduke himself saw the bomb and managed to bat it away with his hand, or whether it simply bounced off the folded fabric of the roof at the back of the passenger compartment, is not clear. At any rate, it missed, fell to the ground, and exploded beneath the car behind, wounding several of the officers inside and gouging a hole in the road. The Archduke responded to this mishap with astonishing sang-froid. Looking back, he could see that the third vehicle had ground to a halt. The air was thick with dust and smoke, and still ringing with the force of the explosion. A splinter had cut Sophie's cheek, but otherwise the couple were unharmed. The passengers in the third car were wounded, but alive. Some were attempting to dismount. The most seriously injured was General Potiorek's adjutant, Colonel Erich von Meritzi, who, though conscious, was bleeding heavily from a head wound. A number of bystanders had also been hurt. As soon as Čabrinović had thrown his bomb, he ingested the cyanide powder he was carrying and threw himself over the parapet into the Miljachka. Neither of these actions had the intended result. The poison was of inferior quality, so that it seared the young man's throat and stomach lining, but did not kill him or even knock him out. And the river was too low in the summer heat to drown him or carry him away. Instead, he merely fell 26 feet to the exposed sand at the side of the riverbed, where he was quickly captured by a shopkeeper, a barber armed with a handgun, and 2 police officers. Instead of leaving the danger zone immediately, The Archduke saw to the treatment of the wounded, and then ordered that the cavalcade should continue to the town hall in the centre of the city, and then pass back along the Appel Quay, so that he and his wife could visit the wounded in hospital. "Come on," he said. "That fellow is clearly insane. Let us proceed with our programme." The motorcade lurched back into motion, with the rearmost drivers picking their way around the smoking wreck of the fourth car. The remaining assassins, still waiting at their posts, were thus given every opportunity to complete their task. But they were young and inexperienced. 3 of them lost their nerve when the car and its passengers came within close range. Vaso Chubrilovich, the youngest of the terrorists, froze like Mehmed Basic at the last moment, apparently because he was put off by the unexpected sight of the Archduke's wife beside him in the imperial car. "I did not pull out the revolver, because I saw that the Duchess was there," he later recalled. "I felt sorry for her." Cvetko Popovich, too, was undone by fear. He remained at his station, ready to throw his device, but was unable to do so because he lost his courage at the last moment when he caught sight of the Archduke. When he heard the report of Chubrinovich's bomb, Popovich sprinted to the building of the Prosveta, a Serb cultural society, and hid his own bomb behind a box in the basement. Gavrilo Princip was at first caught off guard. Hearing the explosion, he assumed that the plot had already succeeded. He ran towards Chubrinovich's position, only to see him being borne away by his captors, bent over in agony as the poison burned his throat. I immediately saw that he had not succeeded, and that he had not been able to poison himself. I intended to shoot him quickly with my revolver. At this moment the cars drove by. Princip abandoned the plan to kill his accomplice and turned his attention to the motorcade, but by the time he could see the Archduke, unmistakable in his helmet adorned with brilliant green ostrich feathers, the car was moving too fast for him to get a clear shot. Princip stayed calm, an extraordinary feat under the circumstances. Realizing that the couple would soon be returning, he took up a new position on the right side of Franz Josef Street, along the publicly advertised route by which the motorcade was to leave the city. Trifko Grabej had left his post to look for Princip, and had been caught up in the heaving of the crowd after the first explosion. When the motorcade passed him, he too failed to act, probably from fear, though he later claimed that the crowd had been so thick that he was unable to extract his bomb from under his clothes. At first, it seemed the Archduke was right to have insisted on continuing the programme. The motorcade reached its destination in front of the Sarajevo town hall without further incident. There followed a tragicomic interlude. It fell to the mayor, Fehim Efendi Çurçić, to deliver the usual speech of welcome to the august visitors. From his vantage point at the front of the motorcade, Çurçić knew that the day had already gone very wrong, and that his innocuous text was now grossly inadequate to the situation, but he was far too nervous to improvise an alternative, or even to modify his words so as to take account of what had just happened. In a state of high agitation and perspiring heavily, he stepped forward to deliver his speech, which included such gems as the following: "All of the citizens of the capital city of Sarajevo find that their souls are filled with happiness, and they most enthusiastically greet your Highness's most illustrious visit with the most cordial of welcomes." Hardly had he got under way, but he was interrupted by a furious expectoration from the Archduke, whose rage and shock, pent up since the attack, now burst forth. "I come here as your guest, and you people greet me with bombs." In the horrified silence that followed, Sophie could be seen whispering into her husband's ear. Franz Ferdinand regained his calm. "Very well. You may speak." Once the mayor had struggled through to the end of his address, there was another pause, when it was discovered that the sheets bearing the text of Franz Ferdinand's own prepared reply were wet with the blood of the injured officer in the third car. Franz Ferdinand gave a graceful address in which he made tactful mention of the morning's events. "I thank you cordially, Mr. Mayor, for the resounding ovations with which the population has received me and my wife, the more so as I see in them an expression of pleasure over the failure of the assassination attempt." There were some closing remarks in Serbo-Croat, in which the Archduke asked the mayor to convey his best regards to the people of the city. After the speeches, it was time for the couple to separate. Sophie was scheduled to meet with a delegation of Muslim women in a room on the first floor of the city hall. Men were barred from the chamber so that the women could remove their veils. The room was warm and close, and the Duchess appeared sombre and preoccupied with thoughts of her children. Seeing a little girl who had accompanied her mother to the gathering, she said, "You see, this girl is just about as tall as my Sophie." At another point she declared that she and her husband were looking forward to rejoining their children. "We have never left our children alone for so long." In the meanwhile, the Archduke had dictated a telegram to the Emperor, assuring him that both of them were well and was being shown the vestibule of the city hall. The shock of the morning's events seemed to be catching up with him. He was speaking in a funny, thin voice, a local eyewitness later recalled. He was standing quite grotesquely. He was lifting his legs high as if he were doing the goose step. I suppose he was trying to show he was not afraid. There was some taunting of Potiorek, whose security arrangements had so manifestly failed. How should the visit now proceed? The original plan had been to drive a short distance back down the quay and then turn right just after the bazaar into Franz Josef Street to the National Museum. The Archduke asked Potiorek whether he thought a further attack was likely. According to his own testimony, Potiorek made the disheartening reply that he hoped not, but that even with every possible security measure, one could not prevent such an undertaking launched from close quarters. To be on the safe side, Potiorek proposed cancelling the rest of the programme and driving straight out of the city back to Elige, or alternatively to the governor's residential palace, the Konak, and from there to the Bistrik railway station on the left bank of the river. But the Archduke wanted to visit Potiorek's wounded adjutant, now recovering in the garrison hospital on the western outskirts of the city. It was agreed that the tour of the museum should be cancelled, and that the motorcade should proceed straight back down the Appel Quay rather than up Franz Josef Street, as any further prospective assassin would presumably be expecting. The original plan had foreseen that the couple would separate at this point, the Archduke proceeding to the museum and his wife to the governor's palace. But Sophie took the initiative and announced to her husband in front of the entire retinue, "I will go with you to the hospital." For good measure, Count Harrach decided to stand on the running board on the leftward side of the car, towards the river, in case there should be a further attack. The motorcade rolled back through the city in the gathering heat, westwards now, away from the city hall. But no one had informed the drivers of the changed itinerary. As they passed the bazaar district, the lead vehicle swung to the right into Franz Josef Street, and the car carrying Franz Ferdinand and Sophie made to follow suit. Potiorek upbraided the driver. "This is the wrong way. We're supposed to take the Appel Quay." The engine was disengaged, and the car, which had no reverse gear, pushed slowly back onto the main thoroughfare. This was Gavrilo Princip's moment. He had positioned himself in front of a shop on the right side of Franz Josef Street, and he caught up with the car as it slowed almost to a stop. Unable to disentangle in time the bomb tied to his waist, he drew his revolver instead and fired twice from point-blank range, while Harrach, standing on the running board, looked on in horror from the left. Time, as we know from Princip's later testimony, seemed to slow as he left the shade of the shop awnings to take aim. The sight of the Duchess gave him momentary pause. As I saw that a lady was sitting next to him, I reflected for a moment whether to shoot or not. At the same time, I was filled with a peculiar feeling. Potiorek's recollection conveys a similar sense of unreality. The governor remembered sitting stock still in the car, gazing into the face of the killer as the shots were fired, but seeing no smoke or muzzle flash, and hearing only muted shots that seemed to come from far away. At first it appeared the shooter had missed his mark because Franz Ferdinand and his wife remained motionless and upright in their seats. In reality, they were both already dying. The first bullet had passed through the door of the car into the Duchess's abdomen, severing the stomach artery. The second had hit the Archduke in the neck, tearing the jugular vein. As the car roared away across the river towards the Konak, Sophie teetered sideways until her face was between her husband's knees. Potiorek initially thought she had fainted with shock. Only when he saw blood issuing from the Archduke's mouth did he realize something more serious was afoot. Still straddling the running board and leaning into the passenger compartment, Count Harrach managed to hold the Archduke upright by clutching his collar. He heard Franz Ferdinand speaking in a soft voice, words that would become famous throughout the monarchy. "Sophie, Sophie, don't die. Stay alive for our children." The plumed helmet with the green ostrich feathers slipped from his head. When Harrach asked him if he was in pain, the Archduke repeated several times in a whisper, "It's nothing," and then lost consciousness. Behind the retreating vehicle, the crowd closed in around Gavrilo Princip. The revolver was knocked from his hands as he raised it to his temple to take his own life. So was the packet of cyanide he endeavoured without success to swallow. He was punched, kicked, and beaten with walking sticks by the surrounding mob. He would have been lynched on the spot if police officers had not managed to drag him off into custody. Sophie was already dead by the time they reached the Konak Palace, and the couple were rushed into 2 rooms on the first floor. Franz Ferdinand was comatose. His valet, Count Morse, who had run all the way from the scene of the shooting to rejoin the Archduke, tried to ease his breathing by cutting his uniform open at the front. Blood splashed up, staining the yellow cuffs of the valet's uniform. Kneeling beside the bed, Morse asked Franz Ferdinand if he had a message for his children, but there was no reply. The Archduke's lips were already stiffening. It was a matter of minutes before those present agreed that the heir apparent was dead. The time was just after 11 a.m. As the news fanned out from the palace, bells began to toll across Sarajevo. Flashbulb moments. The assassination first announced itself to Stefan Zweig as a disruption in the rhythm of existence. On the afternoon of 28th June he was holidaying in Baden, a little spa town near Vienna. Finding a quiet place away from the crowds in the Kur Park, he settled down with a book, an essay on Tolstoy and Dostoevsky by the St. Petersburg symbolist Dmitri Sergeyevich Merezhkovsky. He was soon deeply immersed in his reading. But the wind in the trees, the twittering of the birds, and the music floating across from the park were at the same time part of my consciousness. I could clearly hear the melodies without being distracted, for the ear is so adaptable that a continuous noise, a roaring street, a rushing stream, are quickly assimilated into one's awareness. Only an unexpected pause in the rhythm makes us prick our ears. Suddenly the music stopped in the middle of a bar. I didn't know what piece they had played. I just sensed that the music had suddenly stopped. Instinctively I looked up from my book. The crowd, too, which was strolling through the trees in a single flowing mass, seemed to change. It, too, paused abruptly in its motion to and fro. Something must have happened. The Sarajevo murders, like the murder of President John F. Kennedy at Dallas in 1963, were an event whose hot light captured the people and places of a moment and burned them into memory. People recalled exactly where they were and whom they were with when the news reached them. The Viennese freethinker and feminist Rosa Mayreder happened to be travelling in Germany with her husband Karl, a chronic depressive, when they saw the news of the murders posted up in the window of a Dresden department store across the street from their hotel bedroom. Half a century after the event, Prince Alphonse Clary Aldringen remembered stalking roebuck in a Bohemian forest with his Kinsky relatives. At dusk, as the hunters gathered on the road at the edge of the wood, the cook from the Kinsky estate arrived on a bicycle bearing a message from the local postmaster. For the parliamentarian, Josef Redlich, it was the telephone that brought the shocking news. The rest of his afternoon was spent in a hectic sequence of calls to friends, relatives, and political associates. The dramatist Arthur Schnitzler, who had dreamt only 4 weeks before that the Jesuit order had commissioned him to murder the Archduke, also learned of the murders by telephone. Joint Finance Minister Leon Belinsky felt the shock of the news even before it had arrived. On the morning of 28th June, he was at home in Vienna reading the Neue Freie Presse. The horses were waiting in front of his house to take him to 11 o'clock Mass. His eye happened to fall on an article outlining the arrangements for the Archduke's visit to Bosnia. To this day, I remember exactly the sensation of genuine physical pain that I felt while reading the details of this journey into Sarajevo. But, not being aware of any rational cause for this pain, I had to persuade myself that I had no reason to be resentful of the Archduke on account of this festivity. A few moments later, the telephone rang. The news seemed so horrific, the Russian ambassador in Vienna reported, that many at first refused to believe it. Only in the evening, when extra editions of the papers appeared and the first mourning flags were seen on public buildings, did the truth sink in, The residents of the capital gathered on the streets, discussing the terrible event deep into the night. Within 24 hours the news was everywhere, even in the fictional Prague guest-house where Mr. Schweik, Czech idiot savant, and accredited trader in mongrel dogs, sat rubbing embrocation into his rheumatic knee. In the imagined world of Jaroslav Hašek's picaresque post-war masterpiece, The Good Soldier Schweik, it is the news of the Archduke's death, delivered by the charwoman Mrs. Müller, that nudges the narrative into motion by eliciting from the hero a guileless political monologue, the first of many, that lands him in jail on charges of sedition and then in a lunatic asylum on suspicion of imbecility. They bumped him off at Sarajevo, sir, with a revolver, you know. He drove there in a car with his Archduchess. Well, there you have it, Mrs. Müller, in a car. Yes, of course, a gentleman like him can afford it, but he never imagines that a drive like that might finish up badly, and at Sarajevo into the bargain. That's in Bosnia, Mrs. Müller. I expect the Turks did it. You know, we never ought to have taken Bosnia and Herzegovina from them. The news from Sarajevo would echo for years in the literary imagination of the vanished empire, from the ominous clamour of telephones in Karl Kraus's Last Days of Mankind to Josef Roth's Lieutenant Trotter von Schiphol, who received the ill tidings as the enactment of something he had often dreamed. Assessing the contemporary impact of the Archduke's assassination on his Austro-Hungarian contemporaries is difficult. The most outstanding feature of Franz Ferdinand's public persona, one expert has written, was his pronounced unpopularity at all levels of public life. Franz Ferdinand was no crowd-pleaser. He was uncharismatic, irritable, prone to sudden outbursts of anger. The pudgy, immobile features were unendearing to those who had never seen how his face could come to life, lit up by intensely blue eyes in the company of his family or his closest friends. Contemporaries remarked on a constant craving for respect and affirmation. He was appalled by the slightest hint of insubordination. On the other hand, he hated grovellers, so he was difficult to please. He was, as his political ally and admirer, Count Ottokar Czernin, observed, a good hater who never forgot an ill turn. So fearsome were his rages that ministers and senior officials rarely waited on him without beating hearts. He had few truly close friends. Distrust was the dominant emotion in his dealings with other people. "I take everyone I meet for the first time to be a common scoundrel," he once remarked, "and only gradually allow myself to be persuaded to the contrary." His obsession with the hunt, which was extreme even by contemporary standards, occasioned much negative comment, especially in the valleys around his hunting lodge, Schloss Blunbach. In order to protect the local game reserves from any risk of disease, Franz Ferdinand sealed off the estate around the castle to the fury of middle-class alpinists, who were denied access to the popular local trails, and of the local peasants, who could no longer pasture their goats in the mountains above their villages. In a diary entry written on the day of the assassinations, the dramatist Arthur Schnitzler noted how quickly the first shock of the murders had worn off, tempered by recollections of the Archduke's appalling unpopularity. There was thus no outpouring of collective grief when the news of the assassinations became known. This helps to explain why the assassinations have always been named for the place where they occurred, rather than for the victims. By contrast, no one refers to the murder of John F. Kennedy as the Dallas assassination. Historians have sometimes inferred from the unpopularity of the Archduke that his murder was not in itself an important trigger of events, but at best a pretext for decisions whose roots lay in a more remote past. But this conclusion is misleading. First, there is the fact that, whether he was popular or not, the energy and reforming zeal of the heir to the throne were widely acknowledged. Franz Ferdinand, the Austrian minister in Constantinople, told his Serbian colleague, was a man of rare dynamism and strong will, who was utterly dedicated to affairs of state, and would have wielded great influence. He was the man who had gathered around him all those who understood that only a complete change of course in the sphere of domestic policy could safeguard the continued existence of the empire. Moreover, it was not just the extinction of the person Franz Ferdinand that mattered. It was the blow to what he stood for, the future of the dynasty, of the empire, and the Habsburg state idea that unified it. Franz Ferdinand's reputation was in any case transfigured by the manner of his death, a process accomplished above all and with incredible speed by the print media. Within 24 hours of the assassination, most of the familiar Sarajevo narrative was in place, from Čebrinović's abortive bomb throw and subsequent leap into the river Miljachka, to the Archduke's stoical refusal to call off the tour after the first bomb, his solicitude for the injured in the fourth car, his intemperate exchange with Mayor Čurčić, the fateful wrong turn at Franz Josef Street, and even the last words of the dying Archduke to his unconscious wife. Newspaper coverage generated an overpowering sense of occasion. The thick stripes of mourning black on the front pages found an echo in the black flags and pennants that transformed the streets and buildings of the monarchy's cities. Even the trams were decked out in black. Leader writers dwelt on the energy and political foresight of the deceased Archduke, the violent termination of a loving marriage, the grief of 3 orphaned children, the resigned dismay of an elderly emperor who had already suffered more than his fair share of bereavements. For the first time, moreover, the private person and domestic life of the Archduke were exposed to public view. One characteristic passage from the Reichspost of 30th June cited the Archduke on the subject of his family. "When I return to the circle of my family after a long and burdensome day of work, and see my wife at her sewing amongst my playing children, I leave all my cares behind the door and can scarcely absorb all the happiness that surrounds me." These authentic snippets, reported by close associates of the dead man, broke open the barrier that had separated the private individual from the rebarbative public persona, generating emotions that were no less real for the fact that they were media-induced. As Karl Kraus put it just 2 weeks after the murders, what had remained silent in Franz Ferdinand's life became eloquent in his death. Nevertheless, the meaning of the assassination was, for most people, essentially political rather than sentimental. Leader writers quickly built up a sense of the event's epochal significance. The Neue Freie Presse, journal of the educated Viennese bourgeoisie, spoke of a stroke of destiny. The term Schicksalsschlag can be found all over the press in the days following the assassination. When the horrific event became known, the editors declared, it was as if a storm were sweeping through the monarchy, as if history had inscribed the hideous axiom of a new epoch with a blood-red pen. The Innsbrucker Nachrichten wrote of a unique event in the history of Austria. With the death of the Archduke, the editors of the Reichspost observed, the monarchy had lost not merely its prospective sovereign, but a uniquely energetic and determined public figure, upon whom the peoples of the Habsburg Empire had hung all their hopes, all their future. These were Austrian voices, of course. The picture was rather different in Budapest, where many greeted with a sense of furtive relief the news that the nemesis of Magyardom had perished. But even here, the bourgeois press framed the event as a world historical moment and fulminated against the suspected authors of the outrage. Only the most introverted natures can have failed altogether to register the concentration and darkening of the public mood. The case of Franz Kafka in Prague, whose diary passed over the political events of that day in silence, to dwell instead on a chronicle of purely private misfortunes, getting lost en route to an assignation, catching the wrong streetcar and missing a telephone call, was exceptional. The investigation begins. The judicial inquiry into the assassination began as soon as Princip fired his shots. Within hours of the event, Gavril Princip, sick from the half-swallowed cyanide and covered in bruises and cuts from his near lynching on Franz Josef Street, faced Leo Pfeffer of Sarajevo, an Austrian judge. The young assassin, Pfeffer later recalled, was undersized, emaciated, sallow, sharp-featured. It was difficult to imagine that so frail-looking an individual could have committed such a serious crime. At first Princip seemed unable to speak, but when Pfeffer addressed him directly, he answered, with perfect clarity in a voice that grew steadily stronger and more assured. Over the following days he made heroic efforts to prevent the Austrians from reconstructing the background to the crime. In his first interrogation on the afternoon of 28th June, he claimed that he had been acting entirely on his own, and denied any link whatsoever with Čebrinović. When I heard the explosion of the bomb thrown by Čebrinović, Princip declared. "I said to myself, here is someone who feels as I do." On the following day he added a further detail to bolster the authenticity of his account. He had been so taken aback by the noise of Jabrinovich's explosion that he had forgotten to shoot at the Archduke as he passed down the Appel Quay, and was forced to find a new position from which to launch his attack. Jabrinovich at first confirmed this view of the matter. On the afternoon of the assassination he, too, claimed that he had acted without accomplices, using a bomb acquired from an anarchist in Belgrade, whose name he could not remember. On the following morning, Monday 29th June, however, Jabrinovich suddenly changed his story. He now admitted that he and Princip were accomplices who had planned the crime together in Belgrade. The weapons had come from former partisans in the city, men who had fought in the Balkan Wars and kept their weapons after demobilization. Pressed to identify these partisans, Jabrinovich named the railway orderly, Siganovich, the lowest link in Arpis's chain of command. When Princip was confronted with these details on Monday morning, he too admitted that the two were co-conspirators. It is conceivable that the